Fight! Behind the torture chamber elder, there were two red-robed officers. They were the torture chamber executors that enforced the clan's laws, the cream of the crop amongst the elites. Once they saw that this trash third young master had completely rebelled and had disregarded the clan's rules, they quickly ordered the elite guards into formation. The other party had a level 5 bronze-ranked two-headed demonic wolf, which was extremely fast and had terrifying attack power, therefore fighting it alone was definitely courting death. Although there were many puppet beasts, they had no sentience. So long as the opponent lured them, they would immediately be thrown into disarray and be unable to fulfill their main purpose. They would only be able to impede the enemy at most. The torture chamber elder was so angry that he almost suffered from internal injuries and passed out. He was completely unable to give any orders for the time being. The two red-robed officers took charge and ordered the elite troops to form a container-like formation, deciding to capture this trash third young master before doing anything else. Of course, Hui Tai Lang would not go head-to-head with a dozen or so puppet beasts. Earlier in the Ares temple, it had already experienced what being a meat lure for the enemy meant. Luring these puppet beasts was now a simple task for it. Let alone a flat and spacious area like this, even at the demon's blood pond, with that kind of vicious terrain, Hui Tai Lang was still able to escape unscathed while it was being chased by a whole family of hydras. Moreover, it was not just once that Yue Yang made him go back into the marsh to lure the hydras. Luring enemies, in Hui Tai Lang's opinion, was a task that was easier for it to do than for an old cat to catch a young rat. It nimbly jumped around the clumsy puppet beasts, occasionally lifting its leg up to pee on the puppet beasts' legs. If the puppet beasts had intelligence, they would have already been driven mad. A wise man of the Soaring Dragon Continent once said, like master, like beast. It was probably most accurate when used to describe Yue Yang and Hui Tai Lang. Soon enough, all the puppet beasts were lured into confusion by Hui Tai Lang. All those puppet beasts of different sizes had crowded around each other. They followed Hui Tai Lang and wandered far away with clumsiness that was beyond comparison. The elite guards realized that this two-headed demonic wolf was even craftier than a human, making them speechless with worry and shock. They hurriedly summoned strengthening-type beasts in order to supplement their battle strength. At the same time, they shouted and beat the back ends of their spears against the ground, like an army, encouraging one another and boosting morale. They were the elites of the elite. Having gone through training as tough as that of an army's elite unit, they were very different from normal guards. Each of them had strength that equaled a normal guard captain's. In battle skills, each of them had learned the Yue clan's spear technique. Although it was only 4 moves, it was still many times stronger than the normal guard's breaking iron blade technique and crushing stone hammer technique. Clan's law! Clan's law! Clan's law! The elite guards gave a loud rallying cry, their voices were getting louder and louder, and finally, they ended the cry with a vigorous explosion of sound which resounded into a deafening roar. The red-clothed officer saw that it was a good opportunity and pointed at Yue Yang with his crimson spear, capture all of them and bring them to torture chamber to stand trial. Yu Bing was worried that her elder brother would be heavily outnumbered, and got off the carriage. Elder brother, I'll help you. She wanted to summon her grimoire, but was stopped by Yue Yang, 7th sister, the fun part has yet to begin. You are elder brother's secret weapon, right now, you still do not need to take part. Stay in the carriage and look after 4th mother and Zhuang Yar. He felt that if they exposed their overpowering strength too early, they wouldn't be able to fight later battles as easily, thus, he did not summon the barbaric cow shadow. He also did not summon the Gold King Beast Bloody Queen, for now there was still no need to use them. He didn't even use the Huijin Magic Blade or the Crescent Blade. He only pulled out a bundle of solid wooden rods from the carriage roof that he had made by chopping a tree and shaping it. They had merely displayed a few battle skills, who didn't know how to do that. Although Yue Yang mainly cultivated the innate invisible sword chi, when it came to comprehending the simple and crude Yue clan spear technique, he was still much better than those of the Yue clan who had immersed themselves in practicing it for decades. Most importantly, Yue Yang was an expert in pretense. He was also selfish, keeping the most formidable part of Yue clan spear technique to himself, unwilling to reveal it because he was afraid that others would secretly try to learn it by watching. He only used pounding, piercing, sweeping, thrusting, hacking, deflecting, jabbing, and spinning techniques that were similar to rod techniques. That's why, he had prepared a bunch of rods, wielding one with each hand. He also had a few more rods on his back, which he could use to replace broken ones and beat these dogs anytime. This way, he could beat others up peacefully and would not need to be worried about getting his spear technique stolen. Having a loud voice does not mean that you are right, but having a bigger fist does. Yue Yang could summon his beasts to beat these people up. However, he didn't do it as he thought that beating people up personally would be more enjoyable. He had never liked to reason, he only liked the notion of returning violence with violence. If he had to reason, wouldn't he be able to do it more efficiently by doing it while trampling on a person's back? Charge! The two red-robed officers waved their hands and the elite troops behind them formed a spearhead formation as they brandished their spears, roaring loudly as they charged towards Yue Yang. If this move was used on the battlefield against normal soldiers, it might be able to forcefully bore a hole through the enemies. However, these elite soldiers were facing a crazily strong and despicable opponent like Yue Yang, practically making their assault a big mistake. Yue Yang loudly exhaled and gathered strength in his arms, before throwing out his rod like a pike. The rod made a fierce, whistling sound as it flew into the abdomen of one of the captains, who was at the forefront of the battle formation. If not for this fellow having a strengthening type beast that protected his body like an iron armor, the rod would probably have pierced through him immediately. The iron armor broke upon the impact and the rod pierced through his abdomen like a spear, almost passed through his back. The elite troop squad leader immediately threw up fresh blood upon receiving the injury. He moaned painfully as he tumbled backwards. The strongest part of their spear formation was broken by Yue Yang with just one move. The troops on the two sides couldn't react in time and continued to charge forward with all their might. The people in the middle were hindered by the fallen squad leader and were not able to keep their formation. As a result, their formation became entangled. If they were normal soldiers, they would probably have collapsed. In the midst of this disorder, Yue Yang appeared like a death god. His body rose up high into the air as he raised his rods to the sky. In the next moment, the rods that held a power of 300,000 kilos smashed down into the ground. There were at least 5 to 6 elites that couldn't react in time and were smashed by Yue Yang's rod. They fell and didn't get up again. Yue Yang, who managed to break into the middle of the battle formation, used the 2 rods in his hands and swung them all over the place. He didn't even need any kind of rod techniques now, there would be people wherever he swung anyway. When one of his rods broke, he took another rod from his back. Look at my dog beating staff technique, it's a technique created especially for beating dogs. Yue Yang thought that this was the most enjoyable beating he had ever given in his lifetime. These guards were all elites, hence most of them had a tall and sturdy physique. They had strengthening type beasts to protect their bodies too. They were not like those kinds of people that were made of tofu, so the feeling Yue Yang would get from his hands while beating them up was extremely invigorating. Shiro, reference to the dog beating staff technique, a martial art skill from Jinyang Wuxia novels. Yue Yang continued to violently beat everyone up, to the point that in the end, all his rods ended up breaking. He waved his fists and gave up on the dog beating staff technique that he had plagiarized, plagiarizing a certain fist of the North Star technique instead, hitting everyone in his path. In just a moment, everything seemed to scatter about. With almost every blow, there would be teeth broken and blood strewn all over like rain. The 2 red-robed officers watched from the back with dumbstruck expressions. It was not until now that they finally realized that the useless third young master, although he couldn't contract beasts, was actually a crazily strong guy in martial arts. Shiro, oh my god, this brat is just like his father, he is an idiot who focuses on training his physical skills. The 2 red-robed officers almost fainted, they had never thought that this trash, that everyone bullied, actually had such fearful strength. Fortunately he couldn't contract with beasts, otherwise, why are you guys still frozen? Take the little girl and Xian down, and this brat would definitely listen to orders like a good boy then. What use would using violence do? Do you want all your beasts to die? The torture chamber elder could finally think clearly. Seeing the whole situation in chaos, he was so angry that his beard started to tremble. He ordered his 2 subordinates to take down the beautiful woman and the little girl immediately, utterly discomfited. But Lady Xian and 9th young mistress can't fight with martial art skills at all. If we were to accidentally slip, the 2 red-robed officers found the elder's orders a little difficult to execute. They were only the descendants of the extended family. It was fine if they had only bullied the 3rd young master, since he was useless and unsuccessful. Furthermore, the 3rd young master's and Miss Shue's engagement made a lot of people jealous. There were many people who liked to bully him in secret, and usually this bullying did not leave any gossips or rumors behind. Lady Xian was the 4th lady. If they endangered her, even if 4th master did not pursue the matter, it was hard to say if the 4th master would not use this matter to threaten them in the future. 9th young mistress was still a kid, and no one could predict what kind of future she would have. What if she succeeded in contracting a grimoire and was fancied by one of the 4 great sects or the royal households? If that really happened, they would be really unlucky. In the Yu clan, it was taboo to attack women and small children. If they received orders to arrest 3rd young master, they would grit their teeth and do it even if it was difficult. But if they attacked women and children, when the clan master knew about it, he would probably explode with anger. He would definitely order them to be killed immediately without a second word. If that time came, how many lives did they have to spare? At that time, who would protect them? Seeing that they didn't listen to his orders, the torture chamber elder was extremely furious. He immediately glared at the 2 red-robed officers, if problems arise, I'll take responsibility for them. Execute my orders immediately, otherwise I'll dispose of you guys. The 2 red-robed officers immediately charged towards the horse carriage. Of course, they still didn't dare to attack the beautiful woman inside the horse carriage. They simply killed the 2 horses outside. The bald torture chamber elder was furious. He personally summoned a powerful iron-clawed bear in order to supplement his strength. In the next moment, he immediately charged towards the horse carriage. He had actually wanted to take down Yue Yang personally, but seeing that Yue Yang's martial arts skills was beyond frightening and extremely quick, he was afraid that he would be cooked alive with one slip-up if he was not careful enough. If he really received this brat's attack, even if he wasn't injured, it would hurt his reputation. He would be humiliated in front of his subordinates and it would probably be difficult to convince the others in the future. Hence, the torture chamber elder decided to take down the women and children first. As for this trash third young master, it wouldn't be too late for him to bind with a rope, make him kneel in front of him and torture him later on. You're asking for death. Yue Yang was furious, even though this was also his ploy. All it takes was for the torture chamber elder to attack the beautiful lady. Playing on this point, no matter if it's skills or justification, he would be able to beat down the vile people of the Yue family completely. However, when he saw the torture chamber elder trying to attack sneakily, he could not suppress the exploding anger in his heart. Moving as fast as lightning, he pounced towards the torture chamber elder. The torture chamber elder had also constantly taken note of Yue Yang's actions and was secretly vigilant. Upon discovering that Yue Yang abandoned the elite guards and rushed over, he laughed coldly. He forcefully threw the pike in his hand towards the carriage, then unleashed his beast's strongest power and returned to face Yue Yang. Regardless whether the thrown pike had killed the beautiful lady and the girl, when the time came, the blame could be pushed to the two elite underlings. As for the trash third young master, how would he be able to endure the provocation of having to watch his mother and sister die? If his will and mental concentration wavered, would he still be a worthwhile opponent? By relying on the bear's humongous strength, together with the strengthened claws, would trash that is unable to contract with any beast or summon a guardian beast be able to go against me? This is the elder's perspective, I suppose. The bald torture chamber elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. Raising his enlarged right bear claw, he heavily struck down on Yue Yang, who had pounced towards him. Die together with your mother and sister. He smiled coldly inside. Trash does not have the right to live in this world. It's just that, what he didn't see that just an inch before his long spear penetrated the tires, it was completely covered with ice. Half a second later, it was smashed into smithereens. This was Xia Wen Li's signature move. Yue Yang was not an idiot. He wouldn't make Yue Bing, who had no guarding experience, be the only one to protect the beautiful woman and little girl, who could not practice any kind of martial arts. He had left Xia Wen Li inside since the beginning and ordered her to protect the horse carriage. Otherwise, he wouldn't stage this trap to entice the torture chamber elder to attack. Yue Yang was even more assured with Xia Wen Li's protecting abilities than his own. Although there wouldn't be a problem, the torture chamber elder's vile actions thoroughly infuriated the guy from another world. A man should fight with his life and his own power to determine win or loss, having no complaints even if he were beaten to death. However, attacking weak women who did not have any battle power and were unarmed, even using a spear to attack them viciously and attempting to kill them, was he still even a human? Yue Yang was completely enraged. Did he want to kill the women he protected? That was equivalent to seeking death. Pay with your life. Let alone becoming enemies with the Yue clan, even if he would make enemies with all the strong rankers in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent, he must kill this fellow. He was simply not fit to be a human. Every beast has its weakness. The biggest difference amongst fighting beasts, was that the weaknesses of powerful beasts could not be found, while it could be easily discerned for inferior beasts. Strengthening type beasts did not seem to have any weaknesses on the surface, neither did they have any attack usage limits like elemental type beasts, nor were they unable to protect their owners while attacking like fighting type beasts. As for special types, most of them belonged to the living category, deemed by many to be the worst of the worst and were even less worthy of comparison. Strengthening type beasts appeared to be the most superior, as they could merge with their owners and augment their strength, but everyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent knew that strengthening category beasts definitely had a fatal weakness. As long as this fatal weakness was attacked, no matter if it was the beast or the owner, they would definitely suffer severe damage. When fighting against enemies that possessed strengthening type beasts, the only thing to be done was to discover its weakness and ruthlessly attack it. This was exactly what Yue Yang was doing. Yue Yang initially had little understanding about strengthening type beasts, but while at the Sky Pavilion, the knowledgeable master of Luo Hua City had been keen on imparting some knowledge regarding beasts to the foolish thief who did not know even the basics. Amongst all the knowledge she had shared, the weakness of an iron-clawed bear had also been mentioned. After invoking support from the iron-clawed bear, the owner would have skin as tough as the iron-clawed bear's hide, bones as solid as iron, claw-like fingernails, would be impervious to weapons, and would also possess extraordinary strength. However, it had an obvious weakness, which was the white, crescent-shaped mark on its chest. If this mark was to be attacked, both the owner and the beast would sustain injuries that were several times greater than normal. Hong, the torture chamber elder's huge bear claws swiped at thin air and heavily smashed down onto the ground. The stone slabs on the road immediately cracked extensively and crumbled. Deep cavities and spider web-shaped cracks appeared on the once level road. Die. The earlier strike had only hit an afterimage of Yue Yang. Yue Yang, who had already went berserk, had a movement speed that far surpassed what the torture chamber elder's eyes could perceive. He did a midair spiral flip, borrowing the spiraling force to drive a chunk of broken spearheads deep into the chest of the transformed torture chamber elder. While the torture chamber elder miserably howled at the pain of having his weakness heavily attacked, Yue Yang's fists followed, throwing left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts, and jabs, relentlessly attacking and sweeping with elbows in all directions. Yue Yang then leapt up like a panther, and tightly pressed the torture chamber elder's bald head with his hands while madly kneeing the torture chamber elder's face, which was gradually reverting back from its transformation. Every single one of the torture chamber elder's teeth were shattered and sent flying out of his mouth. Blood splattered out from the torture chamber elder's face, causing him to look abnormally horrendous. The torture chamber elder felt so much pain that he wanted to die and discovered that his weakness had been broken through, while his beast was nearing death. He immediately panicked, wanting to flee and retreat and not bother about anything else. But in his disoriented state, he started moving towards the beautiful woman inside the horse carriage. The two red-robed officers watched with a dumbstruck expression and could only feel powerless towards their superior. It was fine if he didn't beg for forgiveness or ran away while at death's door, but he instead wanted to kill the fourth mother who Yue Yang wanted to protect the most. Did he want to drag someone down with him in his death? Even if he was violent and vengeful, he couldn't be so contemptible as to do this, right? If he really did this, he was practically forcing his opponent to kill him. Since he could not defeat him head-on, he actually decided to hold his opponent's mother and sister hostage. Wasn't this simply going overboard? In reality, in their opinion, if the torture chamber elder had not forced the situation so stubbornly, this useless third young master would probably not have gone on a rampage. Even if he did, he would probably not become as enraged as he was now, and would probably not be so adamant on killing the torture chamber elder. The situation right now was very clear. The third young master had actually been training his martial art skills diligently all along. He had been training in secret and had always stayed low-key without letting anyone from the clan know of this secret. After he contracted a grimoire, he had probably wanted to return to the clan to wash away his reputation of being a useless person, but he just had to meet with this kind of situation. Hence, it was difficult for him even if he hadn't wanted to go on a rampage. This was simply leaving someone with no choice. Ignis, the original saying is to force the tiger back up the mountain. The author probably meant that it is forcing a situation where there is no other way but to return back. Ha, 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 ha. In order to survive, the torture chamber elder slashed his claws at random in every direction without taking note of his surroundings and ran straight forward. Stubborn chap, I will rip you to pieces. When Yue Yang saw that the elder wanted to drag the beautiful woman along with him to death, his anger rose to the point that it could burn away half the sky. He chased after him with lightning speed, deeply digging his 5 fingers into the torture chamber elder's back. Yue Yang had wanted to dig out his heart and instantly kill him, but the torture chamber elder, not wanting to die, fled from Yue Yang with all his might. That had actually allowed him to escape from Yue Yang's attack, while he rushed to the side of the horse carriage. Yue Yang was so angry that his face was distorted like a demon. He rapidly shot over, wrapping both of his legs around the right leg of the torture chamber elder and did a handstand, driving the torture chamber elder's body into the air. Yue Yang then jackknifed his body forward and flung the torture chamber elder's body into the air. The torture chamber elder flew in a high arc. Even before he hit the ground, the thoroughly angered Yue Yang had drew the crescent blade from the carriage and pounced forward. Vicious, violent, wanting to pull someone along with you in your death, wanting to have someone accompany you in your coffin. Yue Yang yelled, punctuating each phrase by repeatedly slashing the torture chamber elder with his crescent blade, causing flesh and bones to splatter. As soon as the torture chamber elder fell to the ground, the furious Yue Yang hacked away his 4 limbs and madly landed tens of slashes on the seemingly disappearing bare transformed body. The torture chamber elder looked like a dead pig under a butcher's chopper, with his body parts scattered all over the place. When the blood-soaked Yue Yang lifted his crescent blade one last time, preparing to behead the elder, there was a sudden shout from someone in the distance, "Stop! Stop, there is still hope if you stop now." A rosy-faced old man with white hair was quickly riding toward them on a huge deer. He had not yet arrived, but his voice had already reached Yue Yang. Seeing this person, Yu Bing's face turned into joy and her expression turned emotional. "Fifth grandfather, you have to uphold justice for us. We are not wrong, they were the one who forced brother to fight, they bullied us first." The deer-riding old man arrived and saw that the whole area had turned into a slaughterhouse. The strong stench of blood filled the air as countless casualties laid on the ground, moaning and crying. He was speechless and could only stare dumbstruck for a moment. Even though he was someone with an abundance of life experiences, he could not help but jump in fright. How had things become such a mess? It looks like the 4th household had landed themselves in a huge predicament. Sanyar, no matter whose fault this matter was, you should put down your weapon first. If you kill the torture chamber elder now, no matter how right you were in the beginning, and no matter how many grievances you had suffered since the beginning, you would only be in the wrong at the end. Listen to your fifth grandfather's advice, put down your weapon before this matter takes a permanent turn for the worse. Elder Brother Hai, Clan Master, is not around and the three Grand Elders are in isolation. Xian, Yu Shan First Master, is the acting clan leader right now, you wouldn't be able to go against him with brute force. Listen to your fifth grandfather, put down your weapons and wait for me here while I call Elder Brother Hai back. If you feel that you are right and are not afraid of arguing with the others, fifth grandfather will support you guys. However, you must not kill the torture chamber elder. He might just be another pawn. You are a smart kid. I think that you should understand what I just said. The deer riding elder immediately advised Yue Yang. Ignis, Yue Yang is addressed as Sanyar as he is the third young master. It is a more affectionate way of addressing the younger generations. I was once an orphan, as well as trash, bullied by everybody. I had no support and in order to survive, I had to grit my teeth and endure. However, after fourth mother took me in, I once again had a mother and a warm little family. Since then, I was determined that if anyone was to harm my home, or my mother, even if he was the emperor, I will definitely kill him. Yue Yang's gaze was ice cold, and continued, today, let me, this trashy third young master, tell the world using blood. It's fine to bully me, so long as your fist is bigger than mine, and you have sufficient reason to do so. But, whoever thinks of harming my family members, I will kill without regard. Yue Yang lifted his blood-coated crescent blade, and with a determined gaze, slashed it downwards. Fresh blood surged from neck of the torture chamber elder, who had been on the brink of death. The deformed torture chamber elder's head rolled a few meters away on the ground. As the deer-riding old man saw this, he bitterly shut his eyes in grief and shook his head, sighing deeply, San-er, I know that you feel indignant, but is this really worth the trouble? With this one slash of yours, the situation has become difficult to salvage. The demon-like Yue Yang who was soaked with blood from head to toe started laughing maniacally. As a dignified man, would I still be called a man if I couldn't even protect my own family? Don't even mention this torture chamber elder who absolutely deserved his death and is unable to pay for his crimes by dying. Even if it a more powerful person, or the strongest ranker, I would still have killed him without mercy. Whoever wishes to touch a strand of hair on my family would need to step over my dead body first. On hearing what her son said, the beautiful woman was instantly moved and began to cry loudly. Even the usually obstinate little lady, Yu Bing, hid her face and cried. Tears fell like pearl beads from a broken string, through her fingers. As the deer-riding elder heard what Yue Yang said, he nodded his head and sighed. It seemed that he felt very vexed. Finally, he steadied his nerves, and advised, Sanyar, since you have decided, fifth grandfather will not say much. I hope that you will remain here and wait for elder brother Hai to return and take charge of the situation. Sanyar, your temper is like your father's, but being too aggressive is not good. Back then if he had not. You should all just wait here, and not respond to anyone's provocation or fall into others' traps. I will immediately go and find elder brother Hai. Thanks. However, what this useless Xiao San, wants to do right now is not to await death but to use my strength to tell the clan to not treat our tolerance as our weakness. Today, the fourth branch will not tolerate your tyranny anymore. I want to bring forth Mother, Bing Er and Zhuang Er to the Yu clan castle. It does not matter if the Yu clan welcomes us or not, we will still return home and take back the pride that belongs to us. I have said it earlier, regardless of whom it may be, I will treat those that blocked our path as enemies and kill them. Let's see who has the guts to stop me from bringing forth Mother home. Yue Yang bellowed loudly. The Yu clan guards that were watching from a surrounding distance were so frightened that they began to flee in all directions. If you are like this, how could you go to the Yu clan castle? Sanyar, did you know that some of the clan's members actually desire for you to do so? The deer-riding elder painstakingly continued to advise Yue Yang. It does not matter if it's against a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, I will still charge. My fourth mother was very kind and forbearing, but I, as her son, will not simply stand by while watching her getting bullied by others. It is only because fourth mother was there in the past that I am able to stand here today. Hence, today, I will be here for fourth mother. Yue Yang held a blade in one hand, while he pulled the ropes off the corpses of the dead horses with another. Ignis, to climb a mountain of daggers or go through a sea of flame is a Chinese saying that means to go against all odds. He slung the blood-dyed ropes over his shoulders and pulled the horse carriage, trudging forward slowly. Dignity cannot be bestowed upon you by another person. It had to be fought for, using one's own hands and power. Under the complicated gaze of the deer-riding old man, and the supervision of the red-clothed executioners, the blood-soaked Yue Yang pulled the carriage and slowly walked past the Yu clan village, towards the Yu clan castle. Wherever he passed by, all the Yu family guards and kinsmen would disperse quickly in fear. Yue Yang looked up at the majestic Yu clan castle, located halfway up the mountain in the distance. He then looked at the sky, and a burst of passion coursed through his veins. Pitiful guy, are you watching this? I really hope you can see this. Here, I will stand on your behalf and take back the pride that you lost. Yu Bing was unyielding, she wiped her tears away, got down from the carriage and helped Yue Yang pull the carriage. Yue Yang was afraid that there would be people mounting a sneak attack on them, so he advised her to go back into the carriage. But Yue Bing shook her head instead, walked to the back of the carriage and pushed it with all of her might. Silently and determinedly, she tried to show her cherished desire to walk together with her brother and share his burden. Yue Yang knew that she had an unyielding personality, so he didn't say anything much anymore, letting her do as she pleased. The beautiful woman wiped away her tears and hugged the small girl tightly, sitting inside the carriage quietly. She knew that she couldn't go down from the carriage, or she might trouble her son and daughter. Hence, no matter how panicked and frightened she could only bite her lips and sit inside the carriage, letting her children pull and push her up to the Yu clan's castle. Although they would return to Yu clan castle once a year, this year's was the proudest and greatest moment of her life. With a son and daughter like this, she felt that she was the happiest mother in the world. The happiest person currently was actually Yu Shuang, the small girl, who was perfectly sleeping soundly in her mother's embrace. She was still too young to understand. Yue Yang was afraid that she will be too frightened if she saw such violence, so he had earlier bought a fragrant sleeping flower from Green Bamboo City, and induced her into deep sleep. This idea had to be credited to the master of Luohua City. She was extremely knowledgeable about botany and had casually mentioned to Yue Yang about the effects of the fragrant sleeping flower during their journey to the pavilion in the Sky Island. Along the way, there were people who frequently spied on them, while others stalked them from a distance. Yue Yang was unconcerned about the appearance of these people. Contrarily, Hui Tai Lang repeatedly bared his fangs and snarled deeply, seemingly to warn others that he would kill whoever came too close. They had traveled 10 miles over the meandering mountain road. The road had been relatively leveled and had resting points at certain intervals. Even so, it would be unbearable for ordinary warriors to pull a carriage up the mountain. Yue Bing was so tired that she was panting and sweating profusely. She did not train her physical skills often, and coupled with the fact that she did not contract any strengthening type beasts, her physique was no better than an ordinary warrior. She was, however, extremely resolute, and determinedly pushed the carriage despite being exhausted. Even if it was just a little bit, she hoped that she would be able to be of help to her brother. Yue Yang was hardly weary from pulling the carriage. After countless months of diligent training and the enhanced physique from practicing the innate invisible sword qi, it was as if he had the fearsome strength of the barbaric cow shadow. Yue Yang also used his extremely powerful perception and divine vision to scour for information on nearby enemies. The geniuses from the same generation, the first young master Yu Tian and fourth young master Yu Yan might have appeared and passed by, but Yue Yang wouldn't be able to recognize them. However, he felt that amongst the people who had been spying on them earlier, one of them must have been present. Yue Yang saw a figure that was riding atop a flaming lion, who seemed to be imitating Yan Po Jun a little, but was neither as imposing nor as elegant. Yue Yang guessed that the person might have been Yu Yan, but he recalled that Yue Bing mentioned that Yu Tian also had a flaming lion beast, so he was a little unsure. Back then when the Yu clan lavishly purchased the 2 flaming lion beast eggs, the pitiful guy had unsuccessfully tried to contract with one. Yu Yan, who was a few days younger than him, had instead managed to contract with it. And thus, the pitiful guy's pitiful life began. There were also several other more powerful figures, who were probably the elders of the clan. Their strength was not inferior to the torture chamber elder. In fact, if Yue Yang had not grasped and intensely attacked the fatal weakness of the torture chamber elder, it would be difficult to defeat him without using the innate invisible sword qi or his summoned beasts. Though whoever it may be, Yue Yang ignored their spying. He slowly walked while pulling the carriage, along the foot of the mountain and through the wide mountain path, all the way to the entrance of the Yu clan castle. The majestic Yu clan castle was much grander and taller than Iron Fist City on the 3rd level of Tongtian Tower, which the humans had used as a stronghold against the demonic armies. Atop the 30-meter tall and straight mountain rampart, 15-meter walls of black stone were constructed. It was fully equipped with arrow towers, gate towers, guard stations, patrol passages, sentry posts etc., making it a fort that could be easily defended and difficult to conquer. While Yue Yang did not bring any troops, should there be a war and both sides entered a confrontation, it would be futile to even think of gnawing at the Yu clan castle, which was armed to the teeth. In front of the Yu clan castle, there were about 10 dark figures who were waiting quietly for Yue Yang's arrival. The drawbridge was raised and the castle gates were tightly shut, clearly showing their intentions. It looks like they would definitely prevent Yue Yang from bringing the beautiful woman into the Yu clan castle. Yue Yang had long ago predicted this and even felt it was inevitable that a huge fight would break out later. The enemy had already laid down this scheme, and only had to wait for him to act rashly. Now that they achieved this objective, there was no reason to let him off easily. Yue Yang felt that it was all the better, giving him the opportunity to unleash his rampage. Sanyar, Clan Lord Xian said that he is unable to discipline you, yet cannot bear to enforce the clan's law on you and cut off the bloodline of the third and fourth branches. He has personally left to get your grandfather back, so that he could be the judge for this matter. Just wait here and lay out your reasons when the time comes. A white-haired old man holding a green cane emerged from the crowd, and calmly said. He had a peaceful and amicable look around him, but as for his true intentions, nobody knew. Is that so? If that's the case, could it be that all of you, esteemed seniors, are gathered here to welcome this trash third young master back home? When Yue Yang heard what the old man said, he burst into laughter. We may stop pursuing the matter of torture chamber elder's death in the meantime, but we will definitely not allow you to continue injuring people. Another black-clothed man in his 50s strode out, strictly warning Yue Yang with a manner like a stringent and unfriendly character from a traditional play. Don't be angry. We are all from the same family and we are all brothers. This may all be just a misunderstanding. There will be a decision when the clan lord is back. This time a green-robed man stepped out, playing the good guy. Since no one is welcoming me, this trash third young master home, I shall just find my own way around. Yue Yang lifted the crescent blade in his hand, crooked his finger and flicked onto the blade. A surge of innate chi was unleashed and the crescent blade shook with a mysterious wave immediately. The vibrating crescent blade emitted a sweet-sounding buzz that was filled with dense murderous intent. The crescent blade looked like a monster that relished drinking fresh blood, whizzing in excitement. Yue Yang's attitude clearly displayed his intention of forcing his way into the Yu clan castle, fighting to the end. Everybody silently took precautions, afraid that they might be the next one to end up like the torture chamber elder. Everybody knew the capabilities of the torture chamber elder. They understood that this trash third young master, being able to kill him on the spot, was no longer the loser that didn't dare to look up or stand up for himself. The masses were extremely curious. Could it be that before Yu Qiu died in his battle, he had secretly imparted all of his best skills and techniques to his son? Right now, it seemed like this useless third young master who had secretly honed his skills had finally mastered them successfully. Because of that, he had decided to come back home to get back the justice that he deserved and wash away his reputation of a trash. The crowds were especially certain about this as they saw Yue Yang holding his crescent blade, instead of a spear. That was because Yu Qiu, who was the only clansman that managed to reach level 7 overlord at that time, achieved it using his self-created sword technique. He was renowned throughout the world for using this sword technique, and not the traditional Yu clan spear technique. Today, although Yue Yang had initially used rod techniques to fight, he had used the crescent blade to kill the torture chamber elder in the end. This confirmed that Yue Yang had practiced the 8 hungry blades beheading technique, which Yu Qiu self-created back then. Xiao San, you dare to be disrespectful in front of these 4 elders and all these seniors. The black-clothed man roared with rage. I may acknowledge that everyone here is my senior, but this crescent blade in my hands doesn't. I will still say the same old words. I want to go home and whoever blocks me, shall die. Yue Yang replied to him coldly. Since they were going to fight, then he should make it a big and lively battle. His enemies were indeed cunning and treacherous, but this was actually nothing to him. In the face of absolute power, all trickery and schemes were garbage. He wouldn't allow them to lead him by the nose. Right now, they would have to fight him regardless of whether they wanted to or not. It wouldn't make a difference in killing 1 or 2 more people, since he had already killed the torture chamber elder. He had returned with the intention to pick a fight with his clan, so why should he care about being respectful to them? Yue Yang slowly lifted the crescent blade, becoming solemn in an instant. His breathing became indistinct and gradually disappeared. The people on the other side couldn't help but be frightened upon seeing this. This stance looked exactly like one of the stances of Yu Qiu's world-destroying sword technique, earth-splitting slash. Atop the castle walls, 2 figures suddenly appeared at a corner, discreetly observing the entire situation. It's pointless to say any more. Any senior who wants to come at me, must first talk to the crescent blade in my hand. Yue Yang flew like a bird and leapt high in the sky. His arms were drawn out in the air as he gracefully glided for more than 10 meters in distance. The crescent blade in his hands had transformed into a stream of light, looking extremely sharp, as if it had its own mind. With the speed of light, Yue Yang appeared in front of the black-clothed man. In a blink, the cold light of death encroached between the eyebrows of the black-clothed man and he became absolutely terrified, as though he fell into a deep and icy pit. This was the first time in his life that he had come so close to death. Just as the black-clothed was about to be killed, there was a flash of golden light. An orange shield extended from behind him, deflecting the crescent blade at the very last moment. It was the cane-holding elder. He summoned a silver grimoire and raised a halo shield, saving the black-clothed man just in time. Although everyone knew that this useless third master would rise in revolt and attack them, they hadn't imagined that his speed would be so fast. Seeing that the attack hadn't hit, Yue Yang landed down as lightly as if he were flying, his body as agile as a dragonfly touching the surface of water. He shot forward towards the orange shield, and with an even faster speed, jumped into the air, twisted his body and slashed the green-robed man on the other side with his blade. This slash was 10 times stronger than his previous move. In comparison, the previous slash was only a warm-up, while this one was a genuine, fatal strike. Ignis, dragonfly touching the surface of the water is a Chinese idiom to depict an agile and nimble method of moving. It's earth-splitting slash, hurry up and get away. The cane-holding elder could not assist him in time, frantically called out to the green-robed man. The green-robed man's soul had long since escaped his body from fright. He commanded his beast, the armored monitor lizard, to jump up and use its hard body to block Yue Yang's slash. At the same time, he quickly retreated at a tremendous speed. The two elders simultaneously raised their shields with the intent of blocking Yue Yang's fatal strike for the green-robed man. They hoped that their shields would be able to block the Yue Yang's blade, which had an edge that looked like it could split jade. The blade flashed. The floor remained intact, and the spirit beast remained unharmed. But the green-robed man that had fled behind the two shields had an expression of great shock. When everyone saw that he was unaffected, they all inwardly sighed in relief. It was a good thing he had made it, otherwise, that slash definitely would have taken his life. Suddenly, everyone's gazes shifted up. The armored monitor lizard, which had been ordered by its master to jump up, fell flat towards the ground and crashed with a bang. Despite having a metal-like plate of armor, its entire body had been split in half, immediately meeting a tragic end. Everyone's hearts felt a chill, as expected from Yu Chu's world-destroying sword technique. This slash had actually instantly killed a level 3 armored monitor lizard. As the people looked back at the green-robed man, they all felt glad for him. He had fortunately been able to escape this calamity. Otherwise, he would have definitely been instantly killed on the spot, just like the armored monitor lizard. However, a frightened look suddenly colored the green-robed man's face. His hands were twitching a little, as if he wanted to grab his own throat. Everyone watched in fear as a red line on the green-robed man's neck began to expand. The green-robed man clutched his throat tightly, as if he wanted to stop the strong outflow of blood. The cane-holding elder had already taken out his best healing stone, but before he could activate it, the green-robed man's entire torso exploded open with a boom. Everyone caught a glimpse of his inner organs as his blood burst out, splashing into the air. Like his beast, his whole body was cut into two by the edge of Yue Yang's sharp blade, his chest and abdomen were all cut open. The green-robed man, whom everyone thought to have escaped from Yue Yang, was actually killed instantly in one slash. The cane-holding elder and the others looked at Yue Yang, absolutely terrified. They were trying to determine how much of his father's fighting skills this brat had mastered to have such a frightening amount of strength. Suddenly, Yue Yang closed his eyes and started to meditate. Steam emitted from his body and a heavenly glow seemed to appear on his face. It was as if he was exploring the breakthrough to a new realm. Immediately, everyone felt a perilous feeling in their hearts. Could it be that this brat had a breakthrough after unleashing that slash? Could it be that this guy had experienced a new breakthrough of a skill in the midst of the battle? Heavens! If he broke through another layer, wouldn't he become the Yu clan's second Yu Chu? Everybody attack him together. The cane-holding elder no longer cared about his identity. Taking the lead, he pounced forward at lightning speed. He brandished his cane towards Yue Yang's head, attacking ferociously. The attackers did not understand the ridiculing smile that Yue Yang had on his lips. Yue Yang smiled like a hunter who had seen his prey falling into his trap. This is not good. Quickly kill him. The black-clothed man also brandished his long spear, driving it towards Yue Yang's heart like a poisonous dragon. Seeing these vicious and murderous attacks, one of the two figures watching from atop the gate tower seemingly wanted to fly down and assist Yue Yang. However, he was stopped by the other towering dark figure, who said a few words. The figure that initially wanted to assist Yue Yang stopped in his tracks, nodding his head silently. Two people stood on top of the gate tower, quietly observing. At that moment, a bright glow, as bright as a river of stars, flashed with an incomparable brilliance. It became an amazing sight, akin to a spiraling vortex like the expanding Milky Way. Yue Yang, who was initially in a meditative state, suddenly straightened his body. His eyes suddenly glared open, like a demon, his eyes were crimson red in color. The air that his body was emitting suddenly burst like a flash flood, exploding around his body with a loud, thundering boom, shaking all of the earth. The smoke from the explosion immediately surrounded the two people with the weakest abilities, rigidly shrouding them. Yue Yang's crimson eyes were wide open in fury. His entire person seemed to have gone mad, like a demonic god. He stood tall and straight unyieldingly, looking down with a disposition of someone that was unparalleled under the heavens, coldly confronting all of his enemies' combined attacks. His left hand held his crescent blade while his right grasped the Huai Jin magic blade. The glow from the two blades quickly brightened, glowing as fiercely as the sun. This was the real destructive first slash, earth-splitting slash. When Yue Yang brandished the two blades that were shining with the heat of the sun, the four most capable elders immediately retreated as quickly as possible. After all, they were all cunning people who would always leave themselves some room to escape. The two people who had previously been overpowered by Yue Yang were not in life-threatening danger, even though they were rolling on the ground like a gourd. The most unfortunate one, however, was the black-clothed man who still foolishly charged forward, preparing to assassinate Yue Yang. He didn't know that the other four elders had already retreated long ago. He wielded his pike with all his might and flew straight at Yue Yang. By the time he realized that there was a blazing light that blinded his eyes, it was too late to retreat. The steel pike in his hands crumbled and silently turned into metal slags when it collided violently with the explosive blaze. When the first sun flared on his body, the black-clothed man felt that his body was melting from the intense heat of the sun. When the second sun, which was smaller in volume but 10 times stronger, blew up on him, he felt himself being annihilated into nothingness in an instant. The two figures standing atop the castle, who were watching Yue Yang's dual blade slashes, looked considerably stirred. One of the two figures shook his head, as he somberly spoke with an aged voice, "This is not the first slash, earth-splitting slash, it's only just a normal sword technique. Seems like it's a technique that he comprehended by himself. So you are saying that he is just like his father, a genius who can create his own technique?" The other figure questioned. "It could be that someone is teaching him in secret." The aged voice replied, in a suspicious tone. There was another change in the situation below. There were no injuries on the black-clothed man. Even his clothes remained orderly. However, the pupils of his eyes were widely dilated. Although he appeared untouched on the surface, he had already been killed instantly. The remaining four elders, on the other hand, looked quite miserable. There were multiple scars on each of their bodies. Although they had been cunning enough to retreat from the battlefield in time to save themselves, Yue Yang's violent sword technique had left both their bodies and reputations covered in dirt. The tightly shut castle gate slowly opened, and the drawbridge was lowered down. A scholarly-looking man wearing a robe as white as snow strided out from within, walked straight towards Yue Yang, who was composing himself. His face, which looked cultured and refined due to his extremely mature and well-maintained complexion, revealed a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. He nodded courteously, "Saniar, it's really you." When I heard the servant's report, I could not believe my ears. I am more than pleasantly surprised, and had immediately informed father about your arrival. I hoped that he would also receive this news quickly and be happy. He has not had a pleasant surprise for a long time now. This is really a good thing. Third brother, Yue Yang's dad, finally has a qualified successor now. When Yue Yang heard it, he couldn't help but shiver inwardly. This fellow seemed to be the substitute clan master of the Yue clan, Yue Xian. Seeing his all-too-innocent face, it seems like he was planning to cleanly push all the blame away from himself. If Yue Yang had not known from the start that Yue Xian was a ruthless and vicious bastard, who harbored ill intentions behind his refreshing smile, he would probably have mistakenly believed that Yue Xian was a good uncle who cared about the well-being of his nephew. Seeing Yue Xian pretending to give him the sincerest of smiles, Yue Yang thought that even an Oscar wouldn't be sufficient to award him for his talent in acting. Damn! He was really worthy of his reputation as a capable government official of the Xia Empire. He was different than other ordinary villains. In terms of politics, wisdom, and EQ, he was extremely exceptional. With just one look, Yue Yang had already known that Yue Xian was not going to be an easy opponent to handle. This fellow not only had extraordinary capabilities, but he was also extremely forbearing. On the outside, he always pretended to be a modest and refined gentleman. Wasn't he just like the Yu Buchan of this world? Ignis, Yu Buchan is a villain from Xiao Zhonghu, aka the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, a popular wuxia novel by Jin Yang. Pretty much appeared scholarly and refined but was actually a false gentleman. Against such a person, if Yue Yang wanted to play mind games, he would simply be fighting against Yue Xian's specialty. If that really happened, Yue Xian would probably be so happy that he would be too full to eat. The best way to deal with such people was to employ violence, the most brutal, overbearing, and straightforward violence. Yue Yang wanted to ruthlessly beat him to the ground, step on his head, and mock him mercilessly. That would have been the best method treatment for Yue Xian. However, as much as Yue Yang would really have liked to slash his smiling face with his crescent blade, he refrained from doing so. This was because Yue Xian was not simply a man harboring evil intentions behind his smile, but he was also a level 6 elder. Level 6 elder. He was the strongest human opponent that Yue Yang had ever met to date. Saniar, we are all one family. If we live in harmony, all of our endeavors would be successful. Put down your weapons quickly. If there were any misunderstandings, we can talk about it and clear it up. Everyone here are understanding people, there is no reason for them to not hear your explanation. Xian, you shouldn't be afraid too. As long as I live, I will protect the safety of your fourth branch. Other than advising Yue Yang, Yue Xian also courteously bowed towards the beautiful woman who was sitting inside the carriage. Who would have ever thought that the person who was saying all this had been the mastermind behind everything that had happened? Yue Yang thought to himself that if his IQ was a little bit lower, he would probably already have been sold as a slave and even help Yu Shan count the money earned from selling him. Yue Yang felt that if he tried to speak to Yu Shan, this bastard, he would probably be overpowered by his status as the substitute clan master. As his junior, he would definitely be in a disadvantageous position. The only way was to be reckless and get his way with violence. Aren't you a hypocrite who wants to pretend that you cared about your nephew? I'll help you to accomplish that. An intelligent method must be used to deal with a fool. On the other hand, using a foolish method to deal with an intelligent person could sometimes also be effective. The guy from another world arrogantly raised his heroic-looking brows. A slight sneer could be seen at the corner of his mouth, while he took a tone that sounded sincere to the utmost. Lately, this little nephew had been encountering difficulties in his training and was finding it hard to improve his battle skills. I wonder if it is possible for first uncle to provide this nephew with some pointers. He wasn't merely casually speaking, he had already begun to charge his innate chi in the crescent blade. He didn't even need Yu Shan to reply. As long as an opportunity presented itself, the crescent blade would immediately slash towards Yu Shan's head, wanting to compete in scheming? Bring it on! Yue Yang inwardly sneered and knew that he could compete with this guy in scheming. Besides using his barbarous force, he would also be hypocritical. He wanted to see how long Yu Shan could keep that smile on his face. The four elders, as well as the two uncles who had fallen over in shock, were dumbstruck upon hearing what Yue Yang said. They did not dare to believe what they had heard. They looked at each other, thinking that Yue Yang had become insane. In the Yu clan, in terms of strength, the clan master Yu Hai who had reached the pinnacle of a level 6 advanced senior elder's power with the strongest in terms of power. Below him, it would be the three grand elders and his eldest son Yu Shan. The three grand elders were advancing in age and had never bothered about the clan's affairs. Since they only focused on researching the bequeathed techniques of the clan, they could be excluded from the ranking. Thus in the entire Yu clan, the second in terms of strength would be the eldest son Yu Shan, who was a level 6 intermediate elder. If not for the fact that he had that level of strength, how would Yu Shan be able to strongly convince the entire clan and take up the role of substitute clan master? Now, this was something strange. A good-for-nothing, who could not form a contract even with the trashiest of beasts, actually dared to challenge the substitute clan master of the Yu clan? Could it be that Yue Yang thought Yu Shan's rank of a level 6 elder was just a pretext? Or could it be that, by mastering some techniques inherited from his father, Yue Yang had thought he could rise to the heavens? Even Yu Chu back then would not have dared to say that he could easily defeat his older brother Yu Shan, let alone Yue Yang, who was just a kid from the younger generation. Upon reaching level 6, regardless of which type of beast was contracted, a warrior's strength would increase by at least 10 times over that of a level 5 grandmaster. Only somebody who had transcended the realm of a level 6 elder would have the qualifications to be at the apex in the future. He would also be officially recognized by the country. In the eyes of a warrior that is at the apex, anybody at level 6 or lower were all tiny and powerless. Putting aside the fact that this tiny and powerless trash third young master had dared to attack a level 5 elder, he even dared to challenge Yu Shan, who was at level 6. This is all your first uncle's fault. I had been constantly busy with the affairs of the empire and had neglected my nephew. Sanyar, if you say that you have something that you do not understand, I will try my best to help. Although Yu Shan was smiling, Yue Yang could see the killing intent that had flashed deep in his pupils. Yu Shan did not conceal himself as he knew that this brat Yue Yang was also intelligent. Between intelligent people, there was no need for excessive pretense. The words between the two of them were only for others to listen. At this moment, both of them were itching to kill one another. Yet on the surface, one was a modest nephew seeking pointers, while the other was a magnanimous and benevolent uncle teaching his nephew. The moment that Yue Yang begun collecting power in the crescent blade, Yu Shan summoned a gold grimoire with a smile on his face. He then quickly summoned a silver-ranked beast to fuse with his body and slowly retrieved a long sword that was tied to his waist. He spoke with an abnormally gentle tone, "Sanyar, be careful, the blade has no eyes, so take care not to overdo things. Don't try to show off too much and hurt yourself in the end. Then I would also advise first uncle not to be muddle-headed, and be careful too." Yue Yang brandished his crescent blade, slashing it heavily forward. Yue Yang unleashed a slash that could split the heavens and earth, the one he had used to instantly kill the black-clothed man, who was a level 4 intermediate champion. However, Yu Shan simply extended one hand and easily received the blow. Yue Yang raised his eyebrows as he realized that Yu Shan's summon was quite strange. It wasn't simply an ordinary strengthening type beast, it was actually a special type octopus beast. Yu Shan's arms had actually turned into an octopus arms that could receive strong impacts with its softness. Countless suction holes appeared on his arms, and it sucked dry the energy that Yue Yang had charged into his crescent blade. On the other side, the long sword in Yu Shan's hands had also turned into thousands of sharp darts. Countless sharp shadows flew straight towards Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's level 2 divine vision could see that not only Yu Shan's octopus beast could transform his arms into octopus arms, it could also apply poison to Yu Shan's weapons. He definitely couldn't avoid Yu Shan's attack, because if he did, Fourth Mother and the little girl behind him would definitely die if they were shot by the arrows. He was indeed a ruthless bastard, his moves were so savage and malicious. Second slash, heaven and earth collapse. In reality, Yue Yang did not know any of Yu Chu's sword techniques. However, in order to hide the fact that he had the innate invisible sword chi, he drawed everyone's attention towards Yu Chu's sword techniques. When he unleashed his move, he had also tried to imitate the stance of that sword technique. A fierce look flashed across Yu Shan's expression, not bad, but the power was a little bit lacking. Yu Shan seemed to have an idea to break Yue Yang's second slash, heaven and earth collapse. His arms, that had originally transformed into an octopus arms, suddenly underwent a quick transformation. Darkness shrouded him, almost as if he was trying to unleash a sneak attack on Yue Yang. Suddenly, Yu Shan stood tall and upright, and before a second even passed, he had returned his appearance to being the modest and refined man he had been previously. He didn't make a move, allowing Yue Yang to slash at his forehead with the Hui Jin magic blade. However, a large figure suddenly appeared in the middle of Yue Yang and Yu Shan. Yue Yang didn't care about who that was, as he assumed an eager opponent restraining the power was too late and violently slashed down at the figure. The figure neither retreated nor disappeared, it used his strong body to receive the heavy slash from Yue Yang's Hui Jin magic blade. A deafening boom resounded when the figure's body collided with the magic blade. In the next moment, to Yue Yang's surprise, his Hui Jin magic blade had actually bounced back upon impact. That figure, on the other hand, was like a statue of iron. He did not move at all from the impact, and he also did not receive any damage from his attack. Your strength is quite powerful, I felt a little pain just now. That tall figure brushed away his armor that had been broken to pieces with his hands. Ah! Yue Yang thought that this person was really powerful. Wasn't this defense too powerful to be true? When he observed clearly, he saw an old man with white hair, who did not have an arm and a leg. However, his chi was as ferocious as a fierce lion. He had a tall figure, towering as a mountain. He was only standing idly in front of him, yet he gave the feeling that not even an army with thousands of soldiers and horses would be able to pass through him. Yue Yang had never met him, but he could tell that this old man was the Yu clan's clan master with one look. Of course, he was also the great marshal of the Xia Empire that had just retired. He was the pitiful guy's grandfather who had the nickname of one-armed war god, Yu Hai. He had such a frightening chi that was definitely accumulated from his experience in the battlefield. No one would be able to fake such a fierce chi. Yue Yang realized that compared to his son Yu Shan, this Yu Hai had even more abilities that Yue Yang couldn't see through with his level 2 divine vision. However, even with the abilities that Yue Yang could see through with his divine vision, they were enough to make Yue Yang's heart shiver with alarm secretly. This pitiful guy's grandfather, old man Yu Hai, had an extremely strong gold king beast in his arsenal. It was like a strengthening type guardian beast, fusing into the old man's Yu Hai body and living together with its master. However, Yue Yang was definitely sure that this gold king beast wasn't a guardian beast. That was because a guardian beast would never die, and it would always heal back to its original form if it was injured. However, the gold king beast in the old man Yu Hai's body that was incomparably strong was also disabled like his master, lacking a leg and an arm. As for its type, Yue Yang couldn't see through it in the meantime. However, he thought that it could be the legendary Mother Earth Bear. Not only does this old man Yu Hai was a level 6 advanced senior elder, he also had ample experience in war. His killing intent was as sharp as a sword, he was indeed as strong as the rumors. Although Yu Shan was also a level 6 ranker, he was like a teenager compared to Yu Hai, a warrior. The difference was not just a little, it was extremely huge. When Yue Yang looked at the old man Yu Hai, he had a feeling like he was facing against that three-headed chimera in the Ares temple. He was burning with anger, eager with anticipation to fight this strong ranker with all of his power. However, under the condition of not being able to use all of his powers, he wasn't 100% confident that he could defeat him. If he didn't use innate invisible sword chi, Xia Wen Li and the golden beast, and only use Hui Tai Lang and barbarian cow shadow, he would definitely not be able to defeat the old man Yu Hai. He was afraid that even with the bloody queen, it wouldn't be enough to face Yu Hai. After all, Yu Hai was a strong ranker who had trained for many decades, almost nearing 100 years. His skills and abilities was simply too powerful. Yue Yang slowly sighed in his heart. Although he was already in the innate realm, which ranked above the old man Yu Hai, his training time was simply too short. It had not even been half a year since he came to this world. If only he could train for a few more months. Of course, even if they really fight it out, Yue Yang didn't think that he would not be easily defeated by the old man Yu Hai. This is because the old man Yu Hai was only strong, with regards to skills and techniques, the innate invisible sword chi was 100 times stronger than the Yu clan's spear technique. What nonsense are you guys doing? The whole family gathering in front of the house and fought till this extent, what troubles are you guys going to bring next? The old man Yu Hai bellowed with a voice as strong as an entire army. He was extremely charismatic as his large figure overlooked the whole battlefield, scolding everyone bluntly, "I don't know what had happened here, and before I fully understand the situation, nobody talks. I don't have the patience to listen to all of you children's tantrum. I had always thought that the members of the Yue clan are calm and could be reasoned with. Even if you don't want to be reasoned with, I had thought that you would not resort to violence. No matter if you guys wanted to argue or fight, it could all be discussed clearly during the New Year's tournament. Right now, go back to your houses immediately, don't stay here and be a disgrace and become a joke to the public." Yue Yang sweated when he heard this. "You can talk it out if you have an argument, and you can fight it out if you don't want to discuss your argument. Damn, what kind of bandits theory is this? Is this place really one of the 4 great families, Yue clan, Yue clan's castle, or a robber's hideout? How could everyone be more uncivilized than the other?" Yue Yang had thought that he was already quite unreasonable. Who would have thought that this old man Yue Hai was even 100 times more unreasonable than him? Is this old fellow really a marshal of the Empire's army? He really couldn't wait for that clan's New Year's tournament where he could reason with his fists. As the guy from another world thought about this, he smiled. Talking with his fists, wasn't this exactly his forte? Yu Shan and the others stood before Elder Yue Hai like a flock of obedient little sheep. They all nodded their heads in agreement and went back. Only then did the 5th elder, who was riding on his deer, finally rush over. He hurried towards Yue Yang with a smile, as if there was some deeper meaning behind it, but did not utter a single word. When the beautiful woman in the carriage heard that Elder Yue Hai had arrived, she hurriedly carried the little girl, who was still sleeping soundly, out of the carriage and kowtowed to Elder Yue Hai, saying, "This unworthy daughter-in-law pays respect to her grandfather. San Er, Bing Er, come and kowtow as well." Yu Bing glanced at Yue Yang and knelt down as well. Only Yue Yang remained standing in silence with an unwavering expression that looked at him as an equal. He had absolutely no intention of bowing down and kowtowing to him. "What's the matter, San Er? Are you not even going to acknowledge me, your grandfather?" Elder Yue Hai's voice was like the shockwave of a cavalry charge, with a distinctive, charismatic tone that stood out from others. "I did not do anything wrong. There is therefore no need for me to beg for forgiveness." Yue Yang was not the pitiful guy. Not only that, he was also not used to kneeling and bowing his head so easily to someone else. It was a good thing to respect elders, but Yue Yang felt that respect which came from the heart was far more valuable than the superficial respect displayed through the tradition of kowtowing. He had not known Elder Yue Hai before this, so naturally, respecting him was out of the question. He would definitely not kneel towards Elder Yue Hai just because of his identity as clan leader. Of course, he would not foolishly act superior in front of Elder Yue Hai either. Rather, he tried his best to moderate his tone, acting furious as if he was a wronged junior who had been bullied by others. "A man can die standing his ground, but he should not live kneeling to others. I did not do anything wrong, so I will definitely not admit that I'm guilty nor beg for forgiveness. A man can die standing his ground, but he should not live kneeling to others?" These words are really well spoken. Elder Yue Hai seemed to be a little surprised. "San Er, I never expected that you would ever say such things. It seems like I really misjudged you in the past." Yue Yang was speechless. If not for him traveling through dimensions and taking the place of the pitiful guy himself would probably have never had the guts to say these words. "Xian, get up first. No matter how this issue is related to you, I will give you an explanation for it. In our Yue family, it doesn't matter how the men fight or are killed. Relying on their fists and kicks to find out who is stronger, and letting the stronger command the weaker is a very normal thing. However, whoever dares to touch the women or the children are complete trash. If I ever found out about their identities, I will definitely execute them publicly, and will not pardon any of them. Xian, you can rest easy and bring your children to live here. As long as I am alive, nobody will dare to make a move under my nose. 5th Elder, lead Xian and her family into the castle. If anyone has the intention of attacking Xian or her daughters, you can kill them first and report to me afterwards." As Elder Yue Hai finished speaking, he turned around and left in big strides. His body was like a moving mountain. Each step of the metal, prosthetic leg that was attached to him created shockwaves that made the ground tremble. Initially, Yue Yang thought that Elder Yue Hai had also wanted to fight with him and teach him a lesson. He did not expect that this old fellow would console Fourth Mother instead. Although it was really a little outside of his expectations, but this was good too, as there was no need to worry about Fourth Mother and the little girl's lives. He could also show off his strength in front of the family at the New Year's tournament and take back Fourth Mother's dignity. He definitely had to trample those elite geniuses of the family underfoot. It would be very exciting to see the expressions on their faces. A family battle, eh? He had already wanted to find a chance to showcase his talents since the beginning. Let alone himself, he also wanted to show off Yue Bing's capabilities to shock the entire family. When they entered the castle, Yue Yang did not see Fourth Uncle at all. The 5th Elder, Yue Yang's grandfather's 5th brother, handled the accommodation arrangements of the beautiful woman before sighing a little. Actually, this issue is quite complicated. It is not that the fourth master does not want to see you, but rather, the fourth master is currently not in the castle. He was attacked by multiple masked assassins halfway through his trip home after buying the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. He was not severely injured, but he had been poisoned. He was afraid that you would be worried and asked us to keep it a secret from you. Ah! The news came like a bolt from the clear sky to the beautiful woman. Assassination? Poisoned. The more Yue Yang heard about this, the more he felt that this was a conspiracy. Wasn't this too big of a coincidence? How could he meet with assassins right after buying the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill? We aren't experts at detoxification, and the fourth master was afflicted with a slow-acting poison that we were unable to cure, but it happened shortly before the ninth young master's grand celebration for his success in contracting a grimoire. The He Yang Feng family also came to congratulate him. When it comes to detoxification, they are considered experts, but they were also helpless in the face of the poison that fourth master was afflicted with. Finally, we asked for the assistance of the young lady from the Feng family with the inherent skill of detoxification. The detoxification process required Miss Feng and fourth master to embrace each other without their clothes. Only then would she be able to use her guardian beast to remove the poison slowly. Miss Feng is an unmarried woman from a noble family. Had the fourth master not come from a reputable family, she would definitely not have offered to abandon her innocence to save his life. Fourth master had rejected the offer with all his might. He would rather die than accept this kind of detoxification method. However, the poison in his system started to intensify 2 months ago. He fainted and was unconscious for the whole time. After a discussion between us old folks, we could not bear to see the old guy being sent to the Reaper and sent him to the young lady of the Feng family instead. As the elder spoke, Yue Yang felt as if he had heard the sky drop. This was far too coincidental, was it not? A poison, that could not be cured by any medicine, that only the young lady of the Feng family could cure. Not only that, it had to be done in an abnormal manner of embracing each other naked. How could this be called a saving of a life? This was basically being legitimately forced upon. Yue Yang really wondered if he could have the same opportunity to be forced upon by a beautiful lady as an alluring cure for poison. There was no need for him to even use his brain to think, even his toenails could figure out that this was a plot. At the moment, he did not know whether the young lady from the Feng family was an accomplice, but Yue Ling, the husband of the beautiful woman, had definitely been set up to be killed by someone. He had been turned into a pawn, manipulated by others. Perhaps this fourth uncle had also realized this. That was why he refused to be treated, regardless of whether he would live or die. On top of that, with the deep affection that the couple had for each other, knowing that he would have to be pushed down by the young lady of the Feng family would have caused chaos in his family. Thus, before he fell unconscious, he had continued to reject this kind of fate and would rather have died than yield to it. "How's my husband's situation now?" the beautiful woman asked with tears streaming down her face. "We were told that his condition has already improved greatly. However, he is still extremely weak and can only stay conscious for a short amount of time every day. There were no problems with the treatment given by the young lady of the Feng family, but he still needs 3 to 4 months to be nursed back to health." The fifth elder consoled her and said, "I have also gone to see the fourth master and confirmed that his condition has indeed improved greatly. Since he can be completely cured in 3 to 4 months' time, why was his marriage planned so urgently?" Yue Yang could not understand anymore. Cough, this was because Miss Feng is already pregnant. If this wedding happened any later, I'm afraid that he would become the laughing stock of the world. So, we hurriedly planned an auspicious time for them to be wedded. Both the fourth master and Miss Feng could not come back to the castle for the time being. So, we will let virgin boys and girls hold onto a cock and a hen as a substitute for the bride and groom during the rituals to complete the wedding. Now, the most important thing is to give the Miss Feng a status. The fetus in her womb will not wait. Once it is delivered, it would be hard to explain to the public. As the fifth elder spoke, Yue Yang started to get a little angry again. With fourth uncle being unconscious every day, it was hard to say who this baby belonged to. How could they be completely certain that the baby was fourth uncle's? Could it be that because they were embracing each other naked daily, he had to take the blame for this? Yue Yang hoped that this world had something that could check DNA and prove that the fetus in Miss Feng's womb was indeed fourth uncle's flesh and blood. It would not be too late to decide on their wedding afterwards. Otherwise, if fourth uncle were to marry a wife that has an offer of buy one get one free, it could not be said for certain whether the child was the product of an affair with another man. The fifth elder looked at Yue Yang. Perhaps it was because he was able to see that Yue Yang did not believe it, but since it was inappropriate to speak of such things in front of the beautiful woman, he slightly waved his hands, signaling him not to bring up this topic for now. After waiting for the beautiful woman to calm down, he called Yue Yang outside for a chat. "San Er, you're a smart kid, but don't get mixed into the matters regarding your fourth uncle. What's done cannot be undone. Taking the initiative on behalf of Xian is filial piety, but if you oppose the marriage of your fourth uncle, you would just be causing trouble. The poison that the fourth master contracted was the bee emperor's poison. This type of poison causes the person to ejaculate wildly. Not only that, once they start, they cannot stop. It eventually causes the person to die from excessive ejaculation. Thankfully, the young lady of the Feng family was willing to give her life to save him, otherwise your fourth uncle would have been long gone by now. Yue Yang broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. How could there be such a sinister poison in this world? However, it was still a little strange. This Miss Feng was not even Lei Feng, how could she be so noble as to sacrifice herself in order to save fourth uncle? Cephilia, the fifth elder seemed to be able to discern that Yue Yang was puzzled and lightly coughed. It was said that your fourth uncle had saved Miss Feng before, when they were still studying in their academy. Although your fourth uncle had graduated much earlier, married and had children, Miss Feng still could not forget him. She refused to marry someone else even at the age of 30. Perhaps, she was bitterly waiting for your fourth uncle. If not, where would there be a pure lady willing to sacrifice herself to save your fourth uncle? Fine, I won't care about these messy issues. Yue Yang had a headache listening to it all. Indeed, this fourth uncle's love life was not lacking at all. You're still a child, why do you need to care about the relationships between adults? Just stay here for these 2 days. When the new year comes, if you're willing to, then join everyone for the reunion dinner. If not, you can just hide inside your room and eat your dinner. I reckon you won't like to meet the first branch and the second branch family members either. Actually, the more I look at you, the more I thought that you resemble your father. Phew, rest well. The elder suddenly shook his head and sighed before leaving on his own volition. Yue Yang still felt like he was caught in a maze of doubts. For example, who faked the pitiful guy's engagement cancellation letter? Who had poisoned fourth uncle? How did the pitiful guy's father, Yu Qiu, die? Could he still alive? Who was the pitiful guy's mother? From the attitude that everyone faintly showed, the mother of the pitiful guy was a strong and extraordinary woman, perhaps equal to or better than Yu Qiu. But, the thing that caused him to be curious was, why had nobody ever talked about her before? It was impossible for Yue Yang to attend the farce of a wedding between two chickens. It was even more impossible for him to attend a reunion dinner with Xian and those other big, crafty dogs. Rather than wasting his time on that level of idle talk, he would rather count the strands of hairs growing on his legs instead. Conversely, the beautiful woman would bring the little girl with her every day to pay respects to her elders. She would also frequently cook for the elders herself and bring back some delicious meals for Yue Yang and Yu Bing. Yu Bing meditated in her room every day, preparing to join the family's New Year tournament in her peak form to battle against the might of Yu Tian and Yu Yan. However, with regards to Yue Yang, aside from wrecking his brains thinking of a way to sneak into the most restricted puppet palace of the Yu family, he would either be eating or sleeping every day. If he wasn't doing any of these things, then he would accompany the little girl to count the number of ants on the wall or play with sand. Not a single Yu clan's member had even seen him cultivate. Nobody could make heads or tails out of where this fellow's battle skills had come from. Of course, they would never have imagined that Yue Yang's cultivation method did not require him to swing his weapon drenched in sweat like normal people. He could cultivate within the space in his consciousness where the heavenly sword goddess resided. Not only that, cultivating in that space had far greater efficiency than cultivating outside in the real world. Since he had been provoked by the powerful strength that Elder Yu Hai had displayed, Yue Yang was extremely serious when he was training in his consciousness. Furthermore, he had faintly comprehended the massacring heart after his fight with the four elders. Hence, he had gained a lot of experience on the second level of the innate invisible sword chi and was on the verge of breaking through to the third level. Even though he was on the verge of breaking through, he still needed a tipping point to do so. Yue Yang was troubled for a while. What kind of tipping point did he need? Seducing innocent women? Peeking at girls bathing? Stealing the treasures of the Yu family's puppet palace? Or watching the sexual activities of that hypocrite, Yu Xian? When night fell, Yue Yang felt that this would not do. He then started scheming. If he was unable to break through by tomorrow, he would put an aphrodisiac in the tea of that fellow, Yu Xian, and then put an old female pig inside his room. Afterwards, he would set a fire outside and lure thousands of guards here to put out the fire. When the guards arrived, he would then unveil the brutal spectacle of Yu Xian enjoying himself with the pig to the guards. With this imagination in his mind, Yue Yang's mood turned better and before he knew it, he fell asleep. In his dreams, the heavenly sword goddess, whom he had not seen in a long time, suddenly appeared. This had made Yue Yang so moved that his heart turned into a mess. In the end, it was always this woman, whom he had decided to be his main wife in heart without seeking for her approval, who would appear at the time when he needed her the most. What kind of tipping point for a breakthrough would this heavenly sword goddess bring him this time? According to Yue Yang's imagination, the best thing for a breakthrough at this juncture was obviously by being pushed down by this heavenly sword goddess big sister. Of course, the possibility of being pushed down by her was not high. Yue Yang's thoughts were, rather than waiting for her to help him, he should just take the initiative himself and be the one to push her down. As for the difficulty level of pushing her down, it wasn't exactly too high. He reckoned that the difficulty level would probably be just a little lower than instantaneously killing the Demon King Xian. How little is little exactly? It wasn't that much, really. Yue Yang's perception of little meant 99,999 times more than difficult, it's not even 100,000 times. The Heavenly Sword Goddess had a temper of her own. Yue Yang had really wanted to rush over to her, hug her thighs and cry "Wifey, I'm here," while taking advantage of her. However, she did not give him the chance to do anything. With just a point of her beautiful fingers, countless colorful rays of light suddenly burst forth as they gathered and melded together to form the shape of a person. It was a guy. If the Heavenly Sword Goddess had created another guy in this world from her condensed energy, Yue Yang would have probably been mad with jealousy. However, the guy that was created did not make him angry at all. This was because that guy looked exactly like himself. The Heavenly Sword Goddess then disappeared, while the Yue Yang that was created from the condensed energy suddenly flew towards Yue Yang. At the same time, he shot innate invisible sword chi at him. I hate myself the most right now. At this moment, Yue Yang was extremely confused, frantic beyond compare. This was because the Heavenly Sword Goddess had created a clone of himself. A clone that had the exact same abilities as him, who could unleash innate invisible sword chi, mysterious 3 styles, nature's heart, and massacring heart. In any case, whatever Yue Yang could do, this clone could also do. He was a complete carbon copy of himself. The only difference was that this other identity of his had no sentience, the only instincts it had been given was to completely defeat Yue Yang. Right now, Yue Yang finally understood the Heavenly Sword Goddess training purpose. She wanted him to break through the innate invisible sword key 3rd layer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat his copy, that had the exact same abilities as himself. Wifey, I know you meant well, but could you at least welcome me home first the next time you appear? If this is the way you treat me every time I see you, won't my heart stop out of shock? Yue Yang miserably tried to avoid his clone's attacks. However, under his clone's reign of attacks, he was almost left with no chance to counter and fight back. Yue Yang quickly realized that with regards to the use of his skills, be it innate invisible sword chi or mysterious 3 styles, his clone had managed to utilize them at a higher level of proficiency than he was able to. It was only now Yue Yang finally realized how strong he was. Only after being attacked by his clone, who had the same exact abilities as himself, did Yue Yang realize that his skills were simply too awesome. However, both of them fighting spiritually simply had no meaning. It was completely meaningless. No matter how many times Yue Yang injured his clone or his clone injured him, the two would suffer the same exact injuries. The clone's power was also linked to Yue Yang's. Yue Yang would feel exhaustion if his clone used up his power. If he beat up his clone with all his might, Yue Yang would also feel his power consumed. In this space inside his consciousness, there was no real body, so the two identities fought with their spiritual body. Hence, there was no meaning to this fight at all. Heavenly Sword Goddess had only created a clone of Yue Yang to beat him up and force him to break through to a new level. Yue Yang would be able to level up, but his clone, which was just a condensed form of energy without sentience, would never be able to. As long as Yue Yang broke through the 3rd layer, he would be able to defeat his clone easily. Heavens, how am I going to solve this problem today? Yue Yang was deeply regretful in his heart. He thought that if he ever became powerful in the future, he would definitely catch the Heavenly Sword Goddess and spank her little butt hard. Her method of training was simply too vicious. If the Heavenly Sword Goddess had created a beautiful copy of herself instead, Yue Yang would probably be in a much better mood than he was now. As Yue Yang daydreamed in his mind, in a moment of carelessness, he was attacked by his clone, who only had the instinct of attacking him continuously. His clone charged over as he punched, kicked, kneed, and headbutted Yue Yang in a combo attack. Even though it was only Yue Yang's spiritual body in his dream, and he wouldn't be really injured in reality, when he saw his clone's head fly towards him for a headbutt, he couldn't help but to let out a scream as his clone's handsome face was only 2 cm away from his own face. That was because he had never seen his own face at such a short distance. Sanyar, what happened? When he heard the beautiful woman's gentle voice, that sounded like flowing water, Yue Yang immediately withdrew from his dream and opened his eyes. He saw that the beautiful woman was sitting right beside his bed, looking at him. The beautiful woman asked him in a tone full of concern, Sanyar, what happened? Did you have a nightmare? Yue Yang immediately shook his head. He couldn't possibly tell the beautiful woman that he was actually so scared of himself that he woke himself up. Ah, not right, he had woken up because of his own handsomeness. The little girl mischievously reached out her orchid-like little hands, intending to pinch Yue Yang's nose. Seeing this, the beautiful woman hurriedly pulled her hands away. However, she had wriggled out and forced her way under Yue Yang's blanket, wrapping around his body like an octopus. She chirped with her innocent voice, Elder brother Xiao San, I also had a dream just now. There was a really large plum tree that had a lot of ripe, delicious plums hung on its branches. Elder brother, help me pluck the plums on the tree, preserve the plums in your dreams. Wait until it ripens even more before plucking it. Remember to give it a lot of water. When Yue Yang replied this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh heartily. However, with the little girl's mischief, Yue Yang thought of a method to deal with his clone. No matter what, it was all a dream. He wouldn't really die anyway, what did he have to be afraid of? He should just ignore that clone. When Yue Yang, who had made up his mind, slept again and entered into his dream, he found that his clone that was made of condensed energy had disappeared. Seeing this, he laughed heartily. So it turned out that his clone could disappear. If that was the case, he should just exit from this realm of dreams whenever the Heavenly Sword Goddess creates a clone of him again. As long as he didn't fight his clone, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Ha ha ha, a shameless person is truly unmatchable. Yue Yang laughed very happily. However, 3 seconds later, his complacent laughter had turned into a gulping sound. This was because in the consciousness of his mind, a snow-white, untarnished arm had reached out. With the point of the arm's fingers, countless rays of colorful lights had coagulated into a person. However, this time, it wasn't Yue Yang's duplicate, it was a beautiful woman that looked exactly like the Heavenly Sword Goddess. She wore a skin-tight warrior's armor that covered her whole body, wrapping her breasts tight. The woman had a young, fresh and innocent look that awakened Yue Yang's wolfy heart as he gulped down his saliva. As he took a second look, he saw her petite, adorable and exquisite body, accompanied with a slim, rounded waist that begged to be embraced. Her long, beautiful legs had also inspired thousands of imaginations in Yue Yang's mind. Little girl, Uncle Gui is coming for you. Yue Yang immediately threw himself towards her, shamelessly using Wei Xiaobao's ultimate move Hand of the Dragon's Claw catching breasts. Shiro, Uncle Gui internet slang for those type of sleazy old men luring small kids with sweets. Wei Xiaobao protagonist from a well-known Chinese classics, Hong the adorable girl sent him flying with a kick. Apparently, she was similar to Yue Yang's clone which previously had the exact same capabilities as Yue Yang. It was just that the Heavenly Sword Goddess had changed the appearance of the clone from Yue Yang's wolfy look, to a girl with the same features as herself. Yue Yang had not wanted to fight in the beginning, but with a cute girl standing right in front of him, how could he be accountable for his actions if he did not take liberties with her? As for the idea to get out from this realm of dreams, he had already thrown it far away to Cloud9's. With the beauty in front of him, everything else was irrelevant. Happily in pain, this is the life. Yue Yang was beaten up so badly by the beauty that he almost fell flat on the ground, but he was still successful in groping her breasts. Because of the magical, wonderful feeling that he felt in his hands in that very instant, Yue Yang was so moved, that tears streamed down his cheeks. If the Heavenly Sword Goddess was watching the whole scene secretly, she would probably be speechless by Yue Yang's performance. After 3 days, Yue Yang, who had been beaten black and blue by the beauty, finally broke through the innate invisible sword chi 3rd layer. However, he still could not take revenge for the 3 days of beating and push down the beauty. This was because the beauty had leveled up with him, having the same exact capabilities that he had. She then continued to beat up Yue Yang, who had tried groping her breasts and butt, until he couldn't determine which way was north. Other than breaking through to a new realm, Yue Yang, who endured the beauty's countless beatings, had also learned how to use the refined techniques of innate sword chi and mysterious 3 styles. The way that the beauty had used the innate invisible sword chi was extremely exquisite and accurate. The way she used the skill in terms of angle and control had put Yue Yang to shame. Through the beauty, Yue Yang had learned a lot. He had also learned a new skill that he had never seen before, marvelous way of the heart. Due to his quick improvement, Yue Yang, who could only shoot 3 shots of innate sword chi initially, could now shoot 6 shots after the training in his dreams. Yue Yang thought, he could shoot 1 shot when he was at the 1st layer, then gain 2 more shots when he rose to the 2nd layer. Now, he gained additional 3 more shot in the 3rd layer. Of course, this was only his wild guess. What truly was happening, Yue Yang still couldn't figure out right now. Although his number of shots had only increased to 6, Yue Yang was quite satisfied with it. He had broken through a new layer, increased the number of shots of his sword chi, and had the company of a beautiful girl to train with to boot. Such a happy life, if he still felt dissatisfied with it, he would probably be punished by the heavens. Brother, why do you look so happy? Seeing Yue Yang's face that always had a wolfish smile, Yu Bing had even thought that he was thinking about bullying his opponents at the New Year's tournament. Who would have thought that his thoughts were only focused on that beauty in his dreams? Playing the sleazy old man game with the beauty had made him forget about his duties. That's of course. We have to train diligently and defeat all of our enemies so that we can take back the dignity that belonged to the 4th branch. We have to fight to get back our happiness. Yu Yang waved both of his hands like the war madman Adolf Hitler, motivating Yu Bing. His motivational encouragement had boosted the little girl's morale and fighting spirit to the brim. Yue Bing adored her brother and nodded determinedly, "Yet, I won't let elder brother down." With regards to Yue Bing, who was eager to learn, whatever new comprehension Yue Yang had on beasts, or whatever beast strength and weaknesses, battle strategy and cultivation techniques that he heard from the Luohua city mistress before, were all imparted to Yue Bing after Yue Yang adjusted it to meet her needs and capabilities. Yue Bing had also worked very hard and gave it her all, thus improving tremendously. She was even more used to controlling the 100-year-old Treant Defender now, almost reaching the level of controlling her own hands. If her battle power was incomparable to Shen Tuhao, who owned countless strong beasts before, right now, she had far surpassed him. Yue Yang reckoned that amongst the younger people that he had met, other than the three great killing stars Yan Po Jun, Feng Qi Shat, and Xue Tan Lang and that heavenly sword goddess with a cheat-like power, it's now Yue Bing's turn to catch up. Yue Yang had not seen Yu Tian and Yu Yan until now, so he couldn't exactly estimate their strength. However, he thought that they would probably not have an easy time fighting the current Yue Bing. Bronze-ranked level 500-year-old Treant Defender, he believed that the entire Yu clan's eyes would probably pop out their sockets when they saw it. As for the New Year's reunion dinner, Yue Yang didn't join in. The substitute clan master, Xian, had hypocritically sent a servant to invite him over, but Yue Yang rejected the offer with the reason being he was not feeling all that well. The servant saw that Yue Yang, the brat, was so healthy that he could probably beat up a tiger, but he actually said an excuse that not even a fool would believe. The servant couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Yue Yang, thinking that if he couldn't lie, then he shouldn't lie. Saying such an excuse was simply plain stupid. However, Xian seemed to take it for real. He sent another servant with a nourishing medicine for Yue Yang, painting a picture of a noble uncle who was really concerned with his nephew. The second day of New Year's was the Yu clan's New Year's tournament. Yue Yang had been waiting impatiently for it, rolling up his sleeves, eager to get into action as he prepared to bring Yue Bing to the battle, go up on the stage and bully others. However, when the deer-riding fifth elder came and said something, Yue Yang was truly speechless. Turns out that this clan's New Year's tournament was not only a simple tournament within the clan's member. The other three clans from the four great clans would also send a representative to observe the battles. They might not participate in the battle, but they would definitely report what they have seen. This was because there were not many people in the other three clans, so they wouldn't be able to set up a clan's tournament. Hence, they were all here to see the excitement in the Yu clan. Never mind if only the representatives of the four great clans came, even representatives from the royalties of the Xia Empire also came, not wanting to fall behind. This year, it was said that the emperor himself had been so free that his back was aching from too much sitting, so he had prepared to come over and visit too. This news alarmed Yue Yang. Could it be that that old fellow, Jun Wuyu, was really going to turn up? Did he know that he was the person who had just become an innate ranker? Shiro, Jun Wuyu is the name of the emperor and also a pun. It means a worry-free monarch. If not for Jun Wuyu's habit of coming to the Yu clan's tournament every 3 to 4 years, Yue Yang would probably have immediately withdrawn from the tournament. Sanyar, I hope you will work hard and help the third and fourth branch to get back at the others. However, don't become a madman. You can beat people up, but you cannot kill. Don't cause an unfortunate event right at the New Year's, otherwise, I've said enough, you are a smart kid who would know what to do. Fifth elder wouldn't say anything further. Prepare yourself, when you come to the arena later, you can ask the servants if you need anything else. I'll first take Xian and little Shuang Er out. My dear, let this fifth elder carry you, Aya, don't pull my beard, you are going to pull it to the roots. The deer-riding fifth elder looked like he really loved little kids, even when the little girl pulled at his beard, he was all smiles and chuckles. Prepare. Yue Yang had actually wanted to prepare a few aphrodisiacs and pour it down to Yu Tian and Yu Yan's mouth, so that they would do something really shameful in front of the audience later on. Brother, I'm a little nervous. Yue Bing was feeling a little nervous as she tangled her hands. In the end, she couldn't help but throw herself into Yue Yang's embrace, seeking her brother's consolation. Ah, it's okay, don't be nervous. I am not that scary, I'm not Uncle Guino, I mean, they are not that scary. When Yue Bing, the beautiful girl, threw herself to him, Yue Yang immediately threw his hands up in the air. He consoled his sister absent-mindedly as he chanted to himself flusteredly in his heart, I'm not a Siscon, I'm not a Siscon, I'm not a Siscon. However, the more he chanted, the more flustered he became. Even his forehead was damp with bullets of sweat. Thank you, brother, I am feeling so much better now. Brother, why are you sweating so much? Yue Bing was pure-hearted, she never thought that her hug would wield so much power. The weather is too hot. As Yue Yang wiped his sweat secretly, the north wind blew from outside the window into the room. Snow piled up on the grounds outside. In the Yu clan's castle, the clan's New Year tournament had officially begun. It was now Yue Yang's turn to enter the stage. The Yu clan had already completed its grand opening ceremony. The Emperor Jun Wuyu and the clan master, Elder Yue had each given a brief speech, and the various representatives had also ceremonially paid their respects to each other. Towards Yue Yang's wild and impulsive character, not to mention strangers, even the fifth elder and the beautiful woman were worried that he might cause trouble during the opening ceremony. Thus, they had intentionally made him and Yue Bing stay in the lounge to await their turns. Bored, Yue Yang laid down and slept, still trying to sexually harass that big beauty in his dreams. When Yue Yang woke up, the first round of preliminaries was already over. Yue Bing had gone up as well, but she did not summon her 100-year Treant defender out for battle. She had instead followed Yue Yang's shameless tactics that he had taught her before. She rushed towards the opponent, who was in the midst of summoning his beast, delivering a flying kick straight to his face. This surprise attack, aside from interrupting the summon, caused the opponent's mind to suffer backlash from the failed beast summon. Weaker warriors would instantly be knocked unconscious. This move was useless against experts who could summon quickly. It would be extremely dangerous to attempt a surprise attack on such experts, but on beginners, this was a tried and tested move. Therefore, Yue Bing had easily achieved victory. The crowd did not scold her. Rather, they scolded Yue Yang for having been the shameless fellow who instructed her. Because Yue Bing had never attempted this type of sneak attack before, the only reason why she would use one this year would definitely be due to the teachings of that abnormal trash brother of hers. Yue Yang, who was now being called abnormal trash, due to the crazy antics he pulled recently, caused the boy from the clan's outer circle to instantly forfeit. Who would want to fight against that demon-like abnormality? That would not be comparing notes, that was courting death. Even when he heard from the servants that Yue Yang was thoughtlessly sleeping, the fifth elder did not get people to wake him. Xian and the others also agreed to let Yue Yang directly advance to fight in the second round. The draw in the second round was quite coincidental too. The fifth elder, who represented Yue Yang, drew the ninth son Yu Feng. The little genius against the abnormal trash, what would the result be? The crowd eagerly awaited this battle. Although the ninth young master Yu Feng was only 7 years old, his successful contracting of beasts was astounding. Within half a year, it was said that he had contracted with 8 strong beasts, and he was one of the most important individuals of the 4 great sects that was being cultivated by the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect. Yu Feng was definitely a little genius in reality, but Yue Yang on the other hand, or to be precise the tragic guy who had been replaced by Yue Yang, was a real trash. If not for Yue Yang crossing dimensions and taking the tragic guy's place, even if the tragic guy were given another 10 years to practice his skills, he would not be able to win against Yue Feng. Yue Yang walked out. The Yue clan castle's main plaza was extremely big. It was probably larger than a soccer stadium, and its spectator seats were completely packed with the clansmen of the Yue clan. On the east side, there were people with attires different from those of the Yue clan's clansmen. They looked like the people from the Feng, Shui, and Yan clan. At the north grandstand, aside from Elder Yue, Yue Shan, Yue Ling, and the other rankers, the most eye-catching individual was a delicate, sharp-looking, elegant middle-aged man. He wore a set of snow-white warrior's clothing with a fine jade headband on his head. Although he wore a smile on his face, his demeanor showed a kind of angerless might. Yue Yang guessed that this guy was the emperor of the Xia Empire, Jun Wuyu. Judging from his appearance, he looked like a noble swordsman around 40 years old. In reality, Jun Wuyu was already 180 this year and was a famous ranker in the Xia Empire. His strength was measured to be a level 7 intermediate overlord. The person sitting to the right of him was Elder Yue. Elder Yue was only slightly older than Jun Wuyu, but he had fought for many years and his body was far too worn out. Now, he looked incomparably old, with a head of white hair that displayed exactly how old he was. Behind Jun Wuyu stood a gigantic general who wore a golden armor that covered his entire body, including his face. He was built like a bull and was as imposing as a tiger. This man was the commander of the Yulin army, a lunatic referred to by the title of 10,000 Withered Bones. Sitting to the right of Jun Wuyu were the 2 representatives from the Feng and Shui clans. The age of those 2 people did not differ much from Yu Shan. They were probably the 2 people who represented the masters of their houses. Since Yue Yang was transported here, he could not recognize who they were. Moving further on, was Yu Shan and a ferocious guy who was donned in blazing red clothes. His appearance was similar to Yan Po Jun's, but he was far more mature and much more powerful. Yue Yang guessed that this guy was probably Yan Po Jun's father. The few rows in front were the disciples that were directly related to the 3 families. Yue Yang saw that the ice cube guy, Shui Tan Lang, was also present. At this point of time, he was coldly staring at Yue Yang. However, Yan Po Jun and Feng Qixia did not come. The one thing that made Yue Yang most relieved, was that the Imperial Swordswoman was not here either. The person who made Yue Yang's head hurt the most was the Imperial Swordswoman. Thankfully, his counterfeit skill had already risen in level. He did not know if his newly increased counterfeit skill could deceive the Imperial Swordswoman. Yue Yang was not certain and hoped that he could now deceive her. If he could do so, he would be able to take liberties with her when the time came, and cause her to go crazy. Good, Very good. Xiaozhu is the best. Once Yu Feng appeared on stage, he shook the entire place with his Shota appearance, especially those maternal love-filled women who were the craziest. Almost everyone was cheering for him. He politely bowed towards Yue Yang, who was slowly walking up the stage. Although his words were respectful, there was inevitably some traces of arrogance hidden behind them. Brother Xiao-san, please exchange pointers with me. Master and father both reminded me to thank Brother Xiao-san for giving the spirit pill to me. Although he did not say it, he implied that it was better for him to eat the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill, and that Yue Yang was a publicly recognized trash and any amount of pills would be a waste on him. Yu Feng extended his hands and summoned his grimoire. A cheer resounded from the audience. His summoning grimoire was actually a silver grimoire. This really amazed Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang immediately smiled. No matter how much of a genius Yu Feng was, he could not have used his own strength to raise the bronze grimoire into a silver grimoire. Yu Bing, who had attended school for 4 years, only had an advanced bronze grimoire. Furthermore, he had contracted with the grimoire not long ago. How could it be possible for him to possess a silver grimoire? The only reasonable explanation was that the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect found people to challenge Yu Feng every day, intentionally allowing Yu Feng to use his summoned beasts to defeat them. This allowed battle points to be accumulated quickly. This type of method, that pursued instant benefit, did not have any effect on the individual's cultivation. However, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect and the second branch wanted to show off this genius Yu Feng to the world as quickly as possible. They wanted the world to proclaim his prowess, and be in the limelight during the clan's New Year tournament. It was inevitable that that method would be employed to help Yu Feng accumulate battle points and increase the grade of his grimoire. This was a norm amongst the various great families. Initially, the various great families would seek warriors who would voluntarily become failures. They would then be used to bolster the battle points of younger generations members who showed promise. After attaining a certain level of strength, they would then be allowed to go out to experience the real world. Having a silver grimoire from the start would provide extremely huge advantages during the initial period. The only flaw was that the battle points that were pumped into it were not genuine. The benefits of the ancient laws that were granted with the increase in the grimoire's grade would often be inferior, or might not even be granted. Of course, there was only one such individual like Yue Yang who completely received the benefits from the ancient laws when the grade of the grimoire was increased. When the grimoire contractors increased the grade of their grimoires, there was a possibility that they would not get anything. Most people would get a blank page, or a seemingly useless beast. The benefit that most people desired most was for an increase in the grade of their beast. As for the most prized reward in the hearts of contractors, it was the evolution of their beasts, for example turning from a normal beast into a bronze one. Yue Yang was probably the only person in the world who had received abilities for his guardian beast, which was a divine gift granted by the ancient laws. If anyone else was granted one, they would be so happy that they would cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Wow, look! 9th young master's summoning grimoire is already a silver one. A genius! He really is a genius that does not even appear in 100 years. 9th young master, do your best. The audience started clapping resoundingly. Aside from rooting for Yu Feng, there were also countless curses mixed in. Kill that trash, if that trash isn't dead, the pent-up hatred that I have cannot be released, and other similar words were frequently shouted. Yue Yang had recently cut down many Yu clan guards and disciples from other branches. The people who were unrestrainedly cursing him were probably the relatives or the friends of those people. Yue Yang did not even bring Hui Tai Lang up onto the stage. The reason was that uncontracted beasts could not be brought up to the stage. Thankfully, this rule had been set a few hundred years ago, otherwise Yu Bing would have flipped again. The ancestors of the Yu clan were worried that it was easy for people to lose control over uncontracted beasts. When family members fought each other, they might slip and accidentally kill their kin, therefore it was banned. As for this, Yue Yang only smiled and felt that it did not matter. Since he was going to be tyrannical, then he would do it himself. Why would he even need Hui Tai Lang? Yue Yang kicked Hui Tai Lang, who wanted to go up the stage with him, back down, then drew his crescent blade. Yue Yang, who was full of confidence, yawned, "Little Nine, you know that brother Xiao-san is trash. I hope you'll be lenient with me. It's fine to bully me, but at least let me leave here alive, okay?" Countless people looked towards him with hostility. They wished that their eyes could shoot lasers and instantly kill this shameless fellow. Yu Feng repeatedly assured that he would not dare to, but was actually calm and collected on the inside. Since he was wearing an armor, he did not have to be afraid of the crescent blade in Yue Yang's hands. Using his little hand to press onto the book, he took a long time as he concentrated fully on summoning. A bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped war tiger puppet beast was summoned. Although he may be a genius child, he had too short of a time to cultivate. For Yu Feng to summon the bronze-ranked level 3 golden-striped war tiger was the limit of his limits. Yu Feng seemed to be completely drained of his energy. He was sweating profusely and gasping for breath, clutching onto the floating silver grimoire floating. The summon that exceeded his limits caused him to be exhausted. A thunderous applause boomed from the crowds. Being 7 years old and yet was able to summon a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger puppet beast, this was an extremely astonishing feat. Not just for normal people, even Jun Wuyu and the representatives from the various families clapped in admiration. Yu Feng's father, the second branch's master, Yue Ling, was extremely happy. He only lacked a note stuck to his forehead, which would have indicated, "I'm the father of this genius." The surrounding people also stood up and congratulated him, flattering him to no end. As for the 3 representatives from the southern mountains floating mist sect, aside from the elder at level 6 elder, who had his eyes closed from the start and maintained his calm appearance, the other 2 middle-aged men at his sides, who were level 5 Grandmaster S, had smiles plastered onto their faces. They constantly shook hands with the people around them. While the praises piled onto them, these 2 acted humbly and said, "Xiaozhu has really worked hard, but his cultivation time was far too short and thus can only contract with bronze-ranked beasts right now. He still needs to put in more effort in the future. Our plan is to let him contract with silver-ranked beasts next year, then a gold-ranked beast in 5 years' time. We, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist Sect, will definitely spare nothing in grooming Xiaozhu." Wow, listen to this. There's still silver-ranked and gold-ranked beasts waiting for 9th young master to contract with. As expected of the Southern Mountains Floating Mist Sect of the 4 great sects. Beat that trash to death. Go War Tiger. Bite that trash to death. Without that 2-headed demon wolf, that trash is dead for sure. Bite him, rip his guts out. Yu Bing was extremely depressed and furious at those words. She felt that the clan was far too biased. They gave her brother 5, level 1 puppet mice, but they gave Xiaozhu a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger. This was too much. She absolutely did not believe that it was a lousy beast that her father had drawn in the lottery. It was definitely the deliberate work of the eldest and the second clan. The clan actually possessed so many puppet beasts, even if they had just randomly given a level 2 iron bull puppet, it would not make others so frustrated, but, they had actually given not just one, but a set of 5 level 1 puppet mice. She had seen people being bullied before, but not to this extent. If her brother wasn't this capable, those despicable people would definitely be snickering behind their backs. Towards the bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger, Yue Yang faked an extremely terrified expression. His crescent blade was raised high into the air. As quick as lightning, a ray of light penetrated into the air. While the remnants of the ray of light still lingered in people's eyes, the bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger suddenly rumbled and was sent flying 10 meters away by Yue Yang. It fell heavily onto the stage with huge sparks flying out of its mouth, crackling sounds echoed. At first, it looked like it was still able to climb back up, but it began walking lopsidedly as if it was drunk. That bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger is so amazing. It scared the wits out of me. Yue Yang exaggeratedly shouted and kicked down the war tiger puppet that was walking unsteadily. The entire body of the tiger fell onto the ground with a resounding noise. It had fell head first. Within the skull, a compressed exploding sound resonated. The red glow in its crystallized eyes gradually weakened and finally extinguished. Everyone was flabbergasted and could not believe this. A bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped beast was finished off just like this. Yue Yang walked slowly towards Yu Feng with his crescent blade. Walking in front of the terrified Yu Feng, who had just lost his shield, he showed a harmless smile. "Xiaozhu, for brother Xiao San who is like trash, it's fine to bully a little. If you bully me too much, I will cry, you know." As he said it, Yu Feng covered his mouth, and tears started flowing from his eyes. The crowd looked at Yue Yang angrily. They wanted to jump onto the stage and kill this repulsively abnormal trash. Yu Feng's father Yue Ling clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his eyes wanted to burn Yue Yang to ash. However, Yu Bing was especially moved. She could not forget that last year at this time, the children of the eldest and second clan banded together to bully brother. These memories were vividly etched inside her head. Didn't this Yu Feng fellow throw firecrackers at brother's body? If he was not given a little lesson, he would not know how vast the world was, nor how to respect other people. So what if he found people to grant him his silver grimoire? True strength does not rely on external sources. Only by working hard and cultivating could one walk on the real path of climbing and reaching the status of a peak ranker. You, this can't be possible. My beast is a bronze-ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger. How could you defeat it without using a beast? Physical techniques are trash, techniques can't defeat my golden striped war tiger. Yu Feng was acting like a spoiled brat who felt wronged, and started bawling while questioning Yue Yang. It's a little like the earth-splitting slash, but it's not. It was merely a technique. Brother Hai, Xiao San's techniques are not bad at all. He has some charm inherited from his father. Jun Wuyu was smiling as he saw this. As the emperor of the Xia Empire, he was the only emperor who thought highly of techniques. Within the entire Soaring Dragon Continent, many people insulted him, saying that he was an idiot emperor. If not for him being a level 7 overlord with frightening strength, the various city masters would have long since revolted against him. This fellow has endured silently, and not revealed his secret for many years. I misjudged him too. Elder Yu Hai also nodded his head silently. The expert representatives from the 4 great families saw Yue Yang's techniques. Their faces were also a little gloomy. They absolutely did not hope for a second Yu Chu to appear. The third young master, who was the thrashiest in the Soaring Dragon Continent, transformed completely today. It seemed like he had always been cultivating the techniques of his father, Yu Chu, and he had a tinge of maturity in him now. Xue Tanlang furrowed his eyebrows as he saw this. He was not surprised that Yue Yang possessed such power. This was because when they went into the demonic abyss, this trash third young master could even bring back his entire team of trash safely after fighting a demon general. However, he felt that Yue Yang was not just a simple person who possessed only techniques. A ranker who only possessed techniques would definitely have a difficult time killing a demon general. Many demon generals could only be killed with beasts. For example, the Death and Cloud demon generals had no material form. No matter how good a person's technique was, it would be useless against them. This trash third young master definitely possessed beasts. He had just not showed them yet. Xue Tanlang was excited and his heart was full of anticipation. How much of this fellow's strength was still concealed? He had to see clearly before fighting him to the death. Yue Yang did not care how others looked at him. He came up to the stage to be a tyrant and score one for the tragic guy and the beautiful woman. He was acting as the bad guy, and thus was not polite towards Yu Feng at all. He smiled and said, "Xiaoju, your mom is calling you to go back and eat." He kicked Yu Feng, the genius in everyone's eyes, flying. This exaggerated movement by Yue Yang thoroughly caused the 2 beast grandmasters from the southern mountains floating mist sect to be infuriated. They flew out, one holding on to Yu Feng who had been kicked into midair, the other jumping up on stage, rebuking Yue Yang, "Trash Xiao San, you really have guts. Yu Feng is our southern mountains floating mist sect's important grooming disciple, yet you dare to be so evil against him." This grandmaster did not allow any explanation. He instantly summoned his beast in midair and allowed it to merge into his body, turning into a wolfman with sharp claws. The claws ripped the heavens and the earth, and covered the entire sky. Finally, as if a celestial wolf had descended to earth, he pounced towards Yue Yang's head. Ignis, the Sirius star, is known as the star of the celestial wolf in Chinese astronomy. The author probably meant it literally as a giant wolf pouncing on him, heaven and earth collapse. Yue Yang threw the crescent blade towards the wolfman grandmaster in a spiraling manner. He then drew the magic blade Hui Jin from his waist, gathering his innate qi. A deep, golden sun appeared in his hands and blew up in the chest of that wolfman grandmaster. The claws of the grandmaster were dangerously close to Yue Yang's head. However, he would never let it have a chance to get even a single inch closer. The grandmaster let out a miserable howl, and started spurting fresh blood from his mouth while falling backwards. After all, they were rankers who were level 5 grandmasters. When the wolfman grandmaster landed on the ground, he instantly rebounded and prepared to dodge Yue Yang's blade edge, awaiting the assistance of his companion. However, his thinking was too ideal. From the sky above, a foot heavily trampled on his spine, causing his entire body to be stomped back into the stone floor of the stage. Yue Yang rampantly stamped on the head of the wolfman grandmaster and looked down at him with the gaze of the Reaper, Southern Mountains floating mist sect. That scared me to death. You know all too well that I'm trash, and I have a particularly little amount of courage. If you scare me like this, won't I get frightened to death? Yu Bing, look, a level 5 grandmaster. Oh dear, a level 5 grandmaster. He dared to launch a surprise attack under the eyes of the audience against this trash. Do you really want to beat people to death? Sanyar, you should not kill. Fifth Elder hurriedly shouted when he saw Yue Yang lifting his hand up with the magic blade Hui Jin gripped tightly. Sorry Fifth Elder. In my childhood, I was slapped by second uncle. From that day forth, my hearing has been quite bad. Did you say anything? I could not hear you. Yue Yang stepped onto the werewolf grandmaster's head, forcing it down inch by inch. In the end, his head was entirely stuck into the stone floor of the stage. The other grandmaster saw this and shivered uncontrollably in fright. He hurriedly carried Yu Feng away, afraid that he himself might meet the same fate. Although that elder, who was a level 6 elder, was Yu Feng's main teacher, Yue Yang was surprised by his actions. He had watched his disciple being attacked, but his expression did not change at all. Instead he remained calm and stayed seated. As for the werewolf grandmaster being humiliated and having his head stepped on by Yue Yang, he had also ignored it. Yue Ling hurriedly stood up, his face a little nervous. However, seeing that his son had only fainted and was not in any danger, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He took a look at his father and then at the Emperor Junwu Yu of the Xia Empire. It seemed that neither had the intention to stop Yue Yang at all. He hurriedly sat down and did not go to help the werewolf grandmaster. The werewolf Grandmaster had fallen into a deep trouble. He was all by himself and without help. He dug his 2 claws deep into the ground against the slab. When the opportunity arose, he planned to use brute force to shake off Yue Yang's leg that was stepping on his head with a weight that seemed to be more than 1,000 kilograms. He had no expectations of defeating this abnormal trash anymore, he only hoped to get away from the humiliation of getting his head stepped on. As one of the Grandmasters of the 4 great sects, being stepped on his head by someone from the younger generation in front of Junwu Yu and the representatives of the 4 major clans and stuck down into the ground where he couldn't even move if he wanted to, was really his lifetime's biggest embarrassment and humiliation. If it was possible, he would like to immediately kill this brat. But, he couldn't even struggle free from his grasp right now. While his head was being stepped on, the werewolf Grandmaster dug his claws into the stone, vigorously trying to straighten his back and support his body. Despite his bones emitting a series of cracking sounds, he was still incapable of struggling free. Yue Yang's foot was weighing down on him like a huge mountain. Normal warriors were aghast at this sight, thinking that this trash was indeed abnormal. It was no wonder that he could fight his way into the Yue clan castle with just a sword in hand. As for warriors that were powerful enough, most of them were trying to figure out the second slash, heaven and earth collapse that Yue Yang had displayed earlier. Although it was unlike Yu Chu's sword techniques, its strength and intention was real. Could it be that this young fellow had modified and improved his father's techniques? Or had it mutated due to him not having achieved his father's maturity? The crowd did not understand and only hoped to get the chance to see it again, clearly this time. That was the main reason why nobody stepped forward to stop Yue Yang's unbridled provocations. Upon seeing the werewolf Grandmaster struggling with all he had, Yue Yang coldly laughed and reduced the force of his leg by a little. When he felt that the force on his head had lessened, the werewolf Grandmaster felt a great delight. Could it be that the brat's strength had waned? It was time for his retaliation. However, once the werewolf Grandmaster raised his head just a little, another huge burst of force fell. With a bang, his head was once again barbarically stomped into the ground by Yue Yang. It was only now that the werewolf Grandmaster understood, this brat was actually intentionally teasing him in front of the masses and was causing him to suffer an even greater humiliation. He was, after all, a level 5 Grandmaster, it could not be that he had to plead for mercy under the stares of the masses. At the thought of this, the werewolf Grandmaster's pupils became wet with humiliation. He could not do so, he was an instructing Grandmaster of the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect. He could lose his own face, but could not tarnish the prestige of Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect of the 4 big sects. Would he really be killed by this brat just like that? No, he still had his beast, why not stake everything against him? The werewolf Grandmaster was not resigned to this and prepared to summon a beast in order to reverse the situation. Yu Shan's voice suddenly resonated, "Nephew San Er. You cannot be disrespectful towards our honored guests from the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect. Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect is one of the 4 big sects. Their older generations possess many capable people and deserve ours, the younger generation's respect. Moreover, Xiaoju is a disciple of the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect. If you injured his instructing Grandmaster, I'm afraid that Xiaoju's learning would also be affected. Nephew San Er, listen to your first uncle's advice and let the Grandmaster go without delay." The werewolf Grandmaster rained curses in his heart. You obviously knew that Yue Yang, who had been treated unfairly, had a huge resentment towards Yu Feng. Yet you still had to say it this way, isn't this just reminding him to kill me? Since Big Uncle has passed the order, your nephew shall accept the order and kill this swindler who will hamper Xiaoju's future. Yue Yang slashed his demonic blade against the back of the werewolf Grandmaster, causing blood to splash out. The werewolf Grandmaster was initially scared out of his wits. However, when he felt the pain, he realized that despite the heavy, superficial injury, he was not in mortal danger. He instantly understood that this brat was not easy to deal with. It seemed that the reason why he was not killed was actually due to Yue Yang wanting to borrow the opportunity to take revenge against his first uncle Yu Shan. No, San Er had misunderstood. My intentions are for you to release the Grandmaster as soon as possible. Yu Shan advised Yue Yang with seemingly incomparable sincerity. Yes, first uncle, do not worry. Your nephew will definitely heed your orders and humiliate this swindler, who is not in the least capable, yet has pretended to have the ability. He repeatedly slashed and blood splattered. However, none of the slashes were fatal. The crowd was perspiring in madness. It seemed that this little lunatic has decided to meet his big uncle Yu Shan head-on. It looked like this lunatic was prepared to wash his title of trash away in front of the entire Yu clan. He also wanted to demand back everything that he had lost. Towards Yue Yang's actions, many of the other clans secretly rejoiced. Yu clan had too many geniuses and was also flourishing in numbers. If not for them having internal strifes and terrible power struggles, the Yu clan would probably be the strongest amongst the 4 big clans. The fiercer and more intense the conflict between Yu clan's third young master and the Yu clan became, the better it was for the other clans. If this Yu clan's third young master also died early like his father Yu Chu or was eliminated in the midst of the clan's power struggles, it would probably be the best outcome. San Er. It looks like you really misunderstood my intentions. Xian acted like he was grieved beyond compare. With such a great acting skills, even the winner of the Oscars did not have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Please don't talk anymore. The more you plead for me, the more terribly I will be beaten by him. The werewolf Grandmaster was extremely infuriated inside. The werewolf Grandmaster had so many grievances that he couldn't speak out. He felt that if Xian was sincere in saving him, why didn't he just come to the stage and blow this brat away with a punch? Of course, before either the Emperor of the Xia Empire Junwu Yu or the Elder Yu Hai speak, he wouldn't dare to rebuke Xian or the Yu clan. After all, he had gone against the rules of the battle and went up to aid Yu Feng. That was why he ended up being painfully beaten by this abnormal trash. Even normal warriors felt that the werewolf Grandmaster deserved to be beaten up, much less Junwu Yu or Elder Yu Hai. Even if he had wanted to shield Yu Feng, he should have considered his own strength. Even Xiaoju's master and his father did not react. Why would he, a beast instructing Grandmaster, rush up? It was fine if it was just rushing up to mediate. But he had even dared to attempt a sneak attack in the face of so many rancors? This little lunatic had just recently fought his way into the Yu clan castle and nobody could stop his onslaught. If not for the head of the family, Elder Yu Hai, stepping in personally and controlling the situation, a huge amount of blood might have been spilled. For a little lunatic like him brutally beating up an opponent that had gone against the rules, would he be willing to negotiate with anyone? Only one sentence could describe this werewolf Grandmaster: he's seeking his own death. Stop it immediately. San Er, listen to everybody. You can only hit your opponent during the competition and killing is not allowed here. You have already won. Quickly come down so that Yu Bing can go up for her turn. Fifth grandfather knew that Yue Yang was confronting Yu Shan and Yue Ling. But they were as crafty as foxes, so they would definitely not be fooled by this plot. If this carries on, there would be no way of salvaging the situation. Yes, yes. Nephew, you should not show disrespect in front of the Emperor and the clan master. Yu Feng's father, Yue Ling also stood up, playing the good guy role. I can't hear anything. What are you all saying? Yue Yang intensely stomped down onto the werewolf Grandmaster's back, as if he was stepping on a shameless toad. Xian, he listens to you, so advise him. No matter what, you have to quickly get him down. Fifth grandfather turned towards the beautiful woman and pleaded. San Er, come down. The beautiful woman initially would not bother about Yue Yang's matters, but she could not reject the elder's plea. Yes. Only my fourth mother speaks loudly enough. I could hear clearly as soon as she spoke. Yue Yang relieved the force of his leg, carrying the werewolf Grandmaster up. He tidied up the torn clothes of the werewolf Grandmaster and said in a sincere tone, Grandmaster, please forgive a trash like me. You are a level 5 ranker and also an instructing Grandmaster of the Floating Mist sect, while I am just a trash that anyone can bully easily. Aside from fourth mother who dotes on me, there is nobody else who cares for me. Please be magnanimous and let me off. Things such as the medical fees for you beating me up, slashing my back and stepping on my head, I will not dare to mention it at all. It all can only be blamed on the fact that I'm a piece of trash. You see, I am now drenched in blood and my clothes are in pieces. I'm in such a sorry state, so could you please spare my life and allow me to go back down and reunite with my family? The werewolf Grandmaster did not cry, but he knew that the expression on his face was worse than a crying one. If he could, he would rather smash his own head and die. However, his life was now still in the hands of this lunatic and he could not do anything. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he was afraid that he had to wait for Yue Yang to finish speaking. The werewolf Grandmaster only hoped that he could pass out, but he could not do so no matter how he tried. Yue Yang let go of the werewolf Grandmaster and waved away his hands. Thank you, Grandmaster, for sparing my life. I knew from the start that you who is drenched in blood, oh no. Such an impressive Grandmaster like you, will definitely not pick on such a weakling like me. Thank you, Grandmaster, I will now send the Grandmaster down the stage. With a kick, he sent the Grandmaster flying over 10 meters as he hummed, I'll send you away, 1,000 miles away. He was by the side of the beautiful woman in a jiffy and appeared like an obedient child. He bowed courteously and said, Fourth Mother, I have returned. It was fortunate that everybody had pleaded for me and that the Grandmaster was benevolent enough to spare my life. It was only due to this that I escaped from danger. I realized my mistakes and I do not dare to not listen to you again. Ignis, I'll send you away, 1,000 miles away is the chorus for Qian Li Jiwei, a song by Jie Zhou and Fei Yuqing. You silly child, the beautiful lady understood that Yue Yang was purposely trying to make her look important with his words. She was moved to tears at this instant. The crowd did not know what to say as they looked at the weird actions of this kid. While it was crazy for him to be so confrontational in front of everybody, he acted logically the entire time. Be it in scheming or in his words, there was not a trace of him losing himself in aggression. But his actions were not logical either, since he had overestimated himself and made an enemy out of everyone. He was even bold enough to confront the Southern Mountain Hidden Mist sect, one of the 4 great sects. While he went against his clan and was a rebel by being disobedient towards his elders, he was incomparably filial towards his 4th mother. It was to the point that everything he had done was to raise the importance of his 4th mother. There were so many contradictions with regards to this little lunatic. For this kid who had the imbalanced mixture of madness and logic, rebelliousness and piety, he was a weird person indeed. Brother Hai. Your clan's 3rd young master is really interesting and pretty good. He is more interesting than his father who had that stubborn attitude. If only I had such a filial son, how good would that be? Jun Wu Yu burst into laughter and patted Elder Yu Ha's shoulder. Isn't Princess Xian very filial? Elder Yu Hai only laughed indifferently and looked at Yue Yang with an odd gaze. It could be that he was reminded of his late son Yu Chu whom he felt the most pleased and proud of before. His expression was a little solemn. Jun Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed and became as solemn as Elder Yu Hai. It is a pity that girl is not male. Such a pity. Yes, it's a pity. Although Elder Yu Hai said that it was a pity, it was unclear if he meant it towards Princess Xian or his son Yu Chu who had already died fighting in battle. Yu Tian, Yu Yan and the others looked at Yue Yang from afar. Although Yue Yang had been very showy with his techniques, they were still very confident that they would be able to defeat Yue Yang. There were some beasts that could be used against people who only fought with physical skills, and both of them had such beasts in their arsenal. Furthermore, they were unlike Yue Yang who could only summon one beast. They had gone through many years of training. Other than the 3 great killing stars, Yu Tian and Yu Yan did not feel that there would be anyone that could be their opponents. This trash 3rd young master? Although he was extremely skilled in physical skills, wouldn't he be tired in the end? With just the grimoire that he only contracted half a year ago, that contained 0 beasts inside, how could he possibly be their opponent? Furthermore, after getting those things 3 days ago, this trash 3rd young master was doomed to be defeated by their hands. They let him be arrogant now, so that they would receive more honor when they defeat him later. The higher he rose up now, the harder he would fall later on. With regards to Yu Tian and Yu Yan's hateful thoughts, Yue Yang only laughed brilliantly. He believed that the reason why these 2 people were so calm and collected was because they had a way to deal with him. However, unfortunately, they didn't know that his skill was innate ranked, and that he did not have the need to use any beasts. Let alone innate ranked skills, Yue Yang was really looking forward to what kind of expressions would they have when he released the barbarian cow shadow during their battle later on. If he summoned the Bloody Queen and slaughtered all of their beasts completely, leaving them with nothing at the end of the day, what kind of wonderful expressions would they have on their faces? In front of the Yu clan castle, the reason why Yue Yang stopped fighting, stopped trying to do a death match with Yu Xian, was because he was afraid that Yu Tian and Yu Yan would be so scared that they'd forfeit their match. They have been arrogant for far too long. Yue Yang decided to eliminate them amongst the ranks of the genius, talented younger generation, leaving them with nothing at all. Thus, he had endured his anger until this moment, the clan's New Year's tournament. He planned to violently bully them in front of the public during the tournament, and leave everyone dumbstruck and speechless while they watch them return to mediocrity, crying pitifully. Brother, it's my turn now. I'll definitely defeat them with everything you've taught me. Yu Bing clenched her hands into fists. Helping her brother raise the prestige of their entire clan was her greatest wish. No matter who the opponent in front of her was, she would be merciless. She had to achieve the smoothest and most enjoyable victory to show her brother. It would be just like she had given him a gift for the New Year's. I understand, my sister is really the best. Even if there were any dogs looking down on you, it wouldn't change this fact. You should tell them what the word genius really means. Go, Bing Er, and let all of your enemies shudder in front of you. With Yue Yang's motivation, Yu Bing's eyes glowed with a warm light, burning brightly like a Sunday. Yes, brother. I won't disappoint you. Yue Bing's fists clenched even tighter. She gave a loud shout, her lovable cry ringing through the air and soaring up towards the heavens. Shiro, characters in Yu Clan are getting confusing, click the link below if you want to understand better. It was Yue Bing's turn to fight. However, it turned out that all the participants from the extended family, who had been organized as her opponents, had all withdrawn from the match. Therefore, her opponent right now was the 6th young master, Yu Bao. Yu Bao was Yu Shan's 3rd son, born after Yu Tian and Yu Ting. However, he wasn't as well known as his brother Yu Tian, and he was also unlike his brother Yu Ting, who entered the palace to work at a young age, becoming the princess' personal guard. Yu Bao had always stayed within the Yu clan and was also the one who had bullied the pitiful guy the most and the worst. Unlike Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who plotted in secret or bullied by ridiculing, Yu Bao was often the brainless brawn who was responsible for beating Yu Yang up. Of course, Yu Bao wasn't exactly an idiot. On the contrary, he was very cunning. It was just that he had felt secure because he had his family's backing and never thought that the pitiful guy would have such a large turnaround in his life. If he were to go up against the current Yue Yang, Yue Bao would definitely not dare to fight him. However, against Yue Bing, he was fully confident that he would win. He had the assurance that he had Yue Bing's treant in the palm of his hands. Plant-type beasts? Those were the weakest type of beasts and were the most easily bullied. Yue Yang observed that this Yue Bao didn't really look like Yue Xian, who was his father. Although his looks were not too bad, he had a sharp, crooked nose, thin lips, and narrow eyes. He looked a bit like a villain, an appearance that did not endear him to people's affection. In reality, this brat had a really narrow and petty mind, and was actually vengeful, fickle, and treacherous. Amongst the young masters in the Yue clan, he was the most hateful one. Seventh sister, sixth brother is slow-witted and can't compare to a genius like you. I hope that you will have mercy on me and not let me lose too badly. Yue Bao hypocritically, but modestly saluted. I have already promised third brother that I will fight to the best of my ability no matter who my opponent is. I will never have mercy on you, Yue Bing coldly humphed. She definitely would not fall for her opponent's hypocritical act. Her will and resolution remained strong. You really think you can defeat me? When Yue Bao heard her words, he started laughing out loud. Abruptly, his face darkened as his smile disappeared. Don't be too arrogant. Do you think with just your stupid plant-type treant, you would be able to fight on equal grounds with me? What a joke. Yue Bing completely ignored him as she closed her eyes and began to meditate. She wanted to reach an optimal state and defeat this extremely annoying sixth brother. As long as she used what her brother had taught her earlier, she would definitely shock everyone in the whole clan to the point where their eyeballs would almost pop out. She wanted to show her brother the results of his tutelage and her diligent training, and at the same time, give her mother the ultimate surprise. Amongst the clansmen, no one looked favorably upon Yue Bing. She was indeed a genius, but plant-type beasts were simply too weak. As long as Yue Bao managed to summon his iron puppet, it should be able to defeat her treant easily. And if Yue Bao summoned another beast with a fire attribute, then Yue Bing's treant would definitely lose. Yue Bao's guardian beast, Fire Fox, had already reached bronze rank level 3, and was well known in the clan as a pyromaniac. Since Yue Bao could control his beast freely, Yue Bing's treant's chances of winning were close to zero. Let alone others, even the fifth elder, who sided with the fourth branch, was not optimistic about Yue Bing's chances at victory. This is to prove it to the audience. Seeing Yue Bing closing her eyes in meditation, Yue Bao summoned a silver grimoire. Pointing at Yue Bing, a slim, red figure with a large fiery tail charged right at her, launching a surprise attack to break Yue Bing's meditation. If that happened, her mental concentration would receive a heavy blow and she would probably lose consciousness. Previously in Yue Bing's first match, she had used a surprise attack and immediately knocked a guy from the extended family unconscious. Right now, Yue Bao was obviously copying her tactics and used it against her instead. But Yue Bing, with her eyes still closed and seemingly lost in meditation, extended her beautiful hands lightly in front of her. An advanced bronze-ranked grimoire was immediately summoned, and a halo shield erected just in time, launching the red figure into the air. Seeing that his surprise attack had failed, Yue Bao ordered his Fire Fox, that had been thrown into the air, to shoot a ball of fire. He understood Yue Bing's battle tactics very well. In the next moment, she would definitely summon her treant, and this ball of fire would be there just in time to attack the treant's head that was full of leaves and branches. The next step would be very simple. He would only need to order his Fire Fox to parade around the arena and wait for the treant to be burnt to death. If he saw that the treant wasn't burnt enough, he could make his Fire Fox spit another fireball. Thinking about this, a treacherous smile appeared on Yue Bao's face. Boom! A deafening, explosive sound suddenly resounded in the arena. Everyone in the audience were shocked. What had actually happened? A gigantic figure suddenly rose into the sky above. Its two arms that were spread wide apart almost covered the entire sky. The Fire Fox still wagged its tail complacently, spitting fireballs down below. Little did it realize that there was a huge palm swinging down towards its forehead. Like a squished pellet, the Fire Fox crashed into the slab heavily with a loud boom, embedding deep into the hard, stone surface. A huge, green, mountain-like figure then appeared. Just in time, its two legs stepped on the Fire Fox's head, which had just peeked out, hence burying it even deeper into the stone slab. It was only then that the audience finally saw it. This was a giant treant that was more than 6 meters tall. Both of its hands were filled with branches and leaves. Its tree palms were as large as a king's parasol. The black-colored tree trunk looked as solid and hard as steel, decorated with powerful-looking muscles. It looked extremely powerful and shocking. Every single joint was as sharp as a thorn, and the green eyes on its huge face were burning with an extremely angry expression. Ah, what's this thing? Most of the audience couldn't recognize Yue Bing's beast. It looked a little like a treant, but wasn't it too big? It's a 100-year-old treant defender. There were also some rankers who recognized the beast, and when they recognized it, they were shocked beyond compare. Bronze ranked level 5, even the true rankers who were seated amongst the audience, such as Jun Wuyu and Elder Hai, twitched their expressions a little. Xian, Yue Ling and the 3 representatives from the 3 other great clans were so shocked, that they immediately stood up, staring intently at this bronze-ranked level 500-year-old treant defender. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. They all knew that leveling up plant-type beasts was extremely difficult. Plant-type beasts were beasts that were the slowest to grow and the weakest in the beginning. Their slow growth rate was the biggest weakness for plant-type beasts. At the same level, almost no beast-type or bird-type beasts would suffer great losses when fighting a plant-type beast. Previously, Yu Bing, who had managed to train her treant to bronze-ranked level 3, was already perceived as a genius by others. Although it was hard for plant-type beasts to grow, the power that they had after leveling would definitely be greater than beast-type and bird-type beasts that were of the same level. It was already amazing for Yu Bing to raise her treant to bronze-ranked level 3. Now that she had raised it to bronze-ranked level 5, it was practically an inconceivable improvement. Furthermore, she even evolved her treant into a 100-year-old treant defender with a special evolution, which was a prerequisite for evolving it into a 1000-year-old treant general and 10,000-year-old treant emperor. Her future was immeasurable. This girl, how could she have done this? It's impossible, impossible. Her treant was only a bronze-ranked level 3 treant just 1 month ago. How could it have leveled up twice in just a month, and even undergone a special evolution, turning into a 100-year-old treant defender? That's impossible. Yue Yang stood up and cried out emotionally. He couldn't believe the facts that had been laid before him. Yu Tian didn't speak up, but his complexion had become really bad. Yu Bing had always battled alone. She had had neither her family's support, nor a friend's help. She even fell victim to traps and bullying a lot of times, hence it was already a miracle that her treant could reach bronze-ranked level 3. How could her treant have evolved into a 100-year-old treant defender in such a short period of time? Could this be because of the abnormal trash's guidance? Yu Tian looked towards Yue Yang and observed him closely. Yue Yang pretended not to notice him and dug his ears with his little finger. He even whistled leisurely, as if showing an appearance of "Could you please not be such an idiot?" Yu Tian's humphed loudly through his nose as he turned away from Yue Yang, returning his gaze to Yu Bing's 100-year-old treant defender in the arena. Yu Tian started to plan out different methods to figure out how to face Yu Bing in his Hiert. Sister is simply too awesome. This is really great. The little girl was the master of fearlessness. Seeing the gigantic 100-year-old treant defender, she didn't feel an ounce of fear, she was cheering and clapping her hands instead. Bing this child. Why didn't she tell me about this? The beautiful woman was extremely moved in her heart. Not only her son had improved a lot, even her daughter had also worked hard to improve. The 2 siblings were always looked down upon by the members of the clan and were backstabbed so many times. Today, they could finally pay back all the enmity that they had towards all of the clan's people. Be resolved. Although her 2 children weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouths, they were extremely sensible. They even improved so much that they reached such a point all for today. Seeing such a huge improvement in both of her children, Fourth Mother thought that even if she died, she could die peacefully. Tears flowed down the beautiful woman's face without her realizing it, but those tears were definitely not because she was sad. It was because she couldn't stop the joy in her heart, and ended up crying tears of joy. This is nothing. Even if it's a big treant, it's still useless. Yu Bao's face was distorted badly as he ordered his fire fox to use its earth drilling ability. Even in stone, the fire fox could still smoothly escape from under the treant's feet. It moved along the arena's ground and escaped. Rumble. The 100-year-old treant defender raised its gigantic arms and pounded the arena with its fist, smashing the arena's stone slabs and making the fire fox confused and disoriented. It shot out a sharp thorny branch which dug into the ground, splitting the stone slabs apart. When the thorny branch came out again, it had penetrated the fire fox's body, holding its suspended body in the air. If the fire fox wasn't Yu Bao's guardian beast, it would definitely have died. Yu Bing controlled the 100-year-old treant defender in her mind to grab the fire fox's tails and raise it up high. Then, she ordered it to smash it to the ground violently. The fire fox didn't even have the time to cry out as it turned into golden rays of light and returned to Yu Bao's grimoire. Don't think that you can defeat me just like this. Dream on. Yu Bao immediately summoned an extremely heavyweight, 4-meter-high battle mammoth. Although it wasn't a bronze-ranked beast, it was still level 5. He planned to use this humongous beast as a meat shield to fight against the 100-year-old treant defender, then attack it with his secret weapon. That saw-toothed wheel puppet, that was made especially to counter treants, was the nemesis of all treants. No matter how strong a treant was, under its rotating wheels, it would definitely be defeated. Seeing the battle mammoth and the saw-toothed wheel puppet rushing towards her, Yu Bing coldly humphed, "This move is now useless against me." She raised her hands and immediately, a bunch of thistles and thorns burst from the ground. Although the thistles and thorns couldn't bind the battle mammoth's humongous body, it successfully locked one of the mammoth's legs down. The charging mammoth immediately stumbled. Although the thistles and thorns had been torn off from the impact, the mammoth's humongous body had lost its balance and it fell down to the ground with a loud boom. On the ground, no one knew when or how they got there, but an area of 1 meter had already been filled with sharp thorns. When the mammoth fell down, every single thorn pierced into the mammoth's body. The battle mammoth cried out painfully as it struggled to get up, its body covered with the treant's thorns. Seeing that the mammoth had suffered a grave injury, Yue Bao immediately tried to unsummon it, thinking of recalling it back into the grimoire. Who would have thought that the battle mammoth would let out a cry before it suddenly fell to the ground? This is impossible. It couldn't have died just like that. My battle mammoth is a beast with the strongest vitality, how could it die with just a fall? This is definitely impossible. Yue Bao almost went crazy. Fire Fox was his guardian beast, so it wouldn't really die, but the battle mammoth could. Since he had failed to recall it, this would mean the battle mammoth had truly died. He didn't even have the chance to bring it to the beast medical hall anymore. It's poison. Seeing this, Yu Tian felt a cold breath blowing in his heart. You are saying that Yu Bing could bring out her intense poison inherent skill through the treant's thorns. Yue Yang clenched his fists tightly, trying to clamp down on the fear in his heart with all his might. It's not like that. It's the thistles and thorns. When the thistles and thorns wounded its body, intense poison had already entered the battle mammoth's body. Otherwise, the battle mammoth's skin wouldn't be pricked so easily by the thorns, and it wouldn't die. Yue Ling patted his son's Yue Yan's shoulders a little and warned lightly, Yan when you fight against Yu Bing, you must keep her treant at a distance. Use long-range fire attacks, that would be the best method. Spitting high-temperature flame shot. The method that Yue Bao was currently using was indeed that method. The saw-toothed wheel spat out a flaming dragon while its other arms started rotating at a frightening speed. The saws on its wheels had turned into a frightening tree-cutting machine. When a treant caught fire, it would immediately be in panic. Yu Bing would lose her control over it, so the next plan of attack was to slice the treant right down the middle with the rotating saw wheel. Amongst all puppet-type beasts, saw-toothed wheel puppets were specially made to counter treants. It was so effective, that it was extremely disadvantageous for treants to ever meet one. The only weakness it had was that it had to replenish its energy and change its gears once it had unleashed its attack. However, Yue Bao didn't care about much anymore, he just wanted revenge. He wanted to use the saw-toothed wheel puppet to kill this treant, then kill Yu Bing. Otherwise, he would probably explode with hatred and anger. Yue Yang, who was standing below the arena, sent a hand gesture to Yu Bing to finish the battle. Seeing that, Yu Bing grasped his intention and nodded. She ordered the 100-year-old treant defender to leap up high, boom. It trampled the saw-toothed wheel puppet with the entire force of its body, trampling it to pieces. Parts of the saw-toothed wheel puppet flew about, scattering like fireworks. Countless roots spread out from the 100-year-old treant defender's body, tightly twining around the saw-toothed wheel puppet's body. The saw-toothed wheel puppet couldn't even budge an inch as its internal parts produced a series of caw-caw-caw sounds. The 100-year-old treant defender then raised both of its humongous hands and grabbed the saw-toothed wheel puppet's humongous metal head. It twisted its head ruthlessly, pinching its whole head off. In just a moment, sparks of fire splurted out from the saw-toothed wheel puppet's neck as buzzing of electricity resounded. Pang! The 100-year-old treant defender dropped the metal head onto the ground, then raised its tree legs and stomped on it heavily. The saw-toothed wheel puppet was immediately destroyed, thoroughly finished. As every single one of Yue Bao's summoned beasts had died, his halo shield disappeared. He looked at the 100-year-old treant defender and was extremely terrified. Looking at it raising its tall arms, he immediately shrieked loudly as his pants became wet. His eyes turned white and he immediately fainted from fright. Yu Bing did not order the 100-year-old treant defender to kill Yue Bao. Instead, she ordered it to stretch out one of its arms, that was even thicker than a normal tree's trunk, and swung it, swatting Yue Bao out of the arena as if he was a fly. Brother Hai, this young lady of your family is also pretty good. Brambles, trees, thorns, poison, and coiling roots. Not many elites have all of these skills. In the future, I reckon that whoever fights against her will probably die of depression. Haha, I like this young lady. How about I adopt her as my daughter? No, I cannot mix up the seniority in the family. How about I adopt her as my granddaughter? The Xia Empire's emperor, Jun Wuyu, laughed as he spoke to the clan master Yu Hai. It was a common knowledge in the empire that the emperor was one that did not behave like his position indicated he should. However, Jun Wuyu's position was sturdy and unbreakable, he had been the emperor incumbent for over 100 years. Even until now, there was still no one who could shake his position. Bing Er's fate reading is not that good, this has really put her at a disadvantage. Elder Yu Hai was also overjoyed. He would never have thought that other than Yue Yang, Yu Bing would also give him such a big surprise. Elder Hai, every genius of your family is stronger than the one before. We, the three clans can't even compare to you. It's really envious. The three representatives from the other clans immediately congratulated Elder Yu Hai one by one. It's my son's bad luck. they could have been a perfect couple, the Feng clan's representative, Feng clan master Feng Xiaoyun said as he looked at Yue Bing. Remembering his son, who died instantly at the hands of a golden king beast during his training, he couldn't help but to let out a long sigh. It turned out that other than Feng Qisha, the Feng clan master also had hopes on his son. Who would have thought that his son would meet with such a disaster? Maybe there was a mistake in the fate reading. How about asking the Grand Master of the kingdom to read it again? A few clans members asked. Where else could they find such a good daughter-in-law like Yue Bing? If it was really a mistake in the fate readings, if the other clans could connect to the Yue clan through marriage and take this little girl, Yue Bing, as their daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law, their clan would definitely rise a lot in power. In just a moment, an expression of greed flashed across countless clans' representatives' eyes. Elder Yu Hai saw all this, but remained quiet. Although Yue Bing won, she didn't come down from the arena immediately. Instead, she turned around and challenged Yue Yang, seventh sister's next opponent is fourth brother. Since I am already here, if fourth brother is willing, we can fight our battle now. If fourth brother agrees, I would like to team up with third brother and we, the fourth branch, would like to challenge both of you, the first branch and second branch. I invite first brother, fourth brother and fifth brother to fight us all together. No, we are all ignorant fools. We still need instructions from our elders. First uncle and second uncle, please fight us all together too. When Yue Yang spoke this sentence, everyone present all thought that he had already gone completely mad. Fighting against Yu Tian, Yu Yan and Yu Ting was still fine, he was even overestimating his abilities and challenged first uncle and second uncle to fight. It must be known that the first uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yue Ling were both well-known rankers in this world. Yu Shan was a level 6 intermediate elder, while Yue Ling was a level 6 beginner junior elder. This brat had actually wanted to fight against the two of them alone? Could it be that he already had the strength of a level 7 overlord? But how could he defeat two elders with just physical skills alone? He was really indulging in his fantasy. Everyone in the audience felt that if this brat was not insane, then they must have been the ones that had already gone mad. When Xuetan Lang heard this, his eyes opened wide with shock. He could guess that Yue Yang would challenge Yu Tian and Yu Yan, but he never thought that Yue Yang would actually be so daring to challenge even his first uncle, Yu Shan, and second uncle, Yue Ling. Could it be that this brat's balls were made of steel? He had seen mad fellows, but they had never seen such a mad fellow. Xuetan Lang felt a bubble of impulse bursting in his heart. He really wanted to charge over and fight with Yue Yang too. He wanted to see whether this madman's physical skills, or his element-type beasts, were stronger. Jun Wuyu and Elder Hai were extremely shocked. They looked at each other for quite a while, before a smile appeared in the corner of their lips. Similar, this brat was really too similar to his father, Yu Qiu. Yu Qiu's temperament was also like this. He wasn't afraid of anything. But Yu Qiu wasn't as cunning nor as glib as this brat. Like father like son, indeed. Seeing his useless son become so amazing, become an unyielding rancor in the world, Chuiar's spirit in heaven would probably also be smiling with happiness, right? When Elder Yu Hai thought of that, his eyes, that had never shown any expression or concern seeing hundreds of thousands people dying in battle, started to get a little wet. When he looked at Yue Yang, a little more warmth filled his eyes. Right now, everyone's gazes were on Yu Shan and Yue Ling facing this kind of challenge that their insane nephew had issued. As his uncle, what kind of reaction would they give? Would they reject it? Or would they agree to it? Every single person in the audience waited with bated breath, waiting for the two people's answers. At first, Uncle Yu Shan acted like a kind-hearted and modest nobleman. He pasted a smile on his face, looking refined and courteous as he bowed towards Jun Wuyu and his father. He then cupped his hands to show his respect to the three clans' representatives and finally nodded towards Yue Yang. Sanyar, I understand your thirst for knowledge, but not everything that you wish for can be fulfilled. You must guard against pride and impatience during your training, and by no means should you act with undue haste. You should first train your basics, and understand it fully to set up a strong foundation. This is the way to climb the path to become a true, powerful warrior. Seeing you so full of heroic ambitions, I am also very happy for you. It is as if I'm seeing third brother appear before me again. Your second uncle and I will definitely do our utmost to support you, and we will also certainly help you to become as powerful as third brother. Although it won't be now, in another time, no matter where or when, if you have any difficulties, you can simply find your second uncle or me. We will give everything we have to help you. Just say all that you want and speak without reserve. Clap clap clap. Hearing these sincere words, the audience couldn't help but applaud Yu Shan, the uncle who cared about his nephew so much. Yue Bing fell into silence. Other than those outsiders, who did not know what was happening in the Yu clan internally, who wouldn't know that his heart was as poisonous as a snake's venom. Seeing him enacting such a hypocritical act so calmly made her really want to vomit. He had really raised his hypocritical act to a whole new realm and heights. Indeed, Yu Shan had actually wanted to agree to Yu Yang's challenge. He simply wanted to kill Yue Yang, that brat, immediately. Xian definitely did not wish for a second Yu Chu to appear, especially when he saw that this brat was completely different from his father. He was arrogant as hell, and was also unusually cunning. He was even more troublesome than the upright and outspoken, bold, and heroic Yu Chu. If he didn't challenge him purposely like this, he would have sought for an opportunity to kill him secretly. Now it was impossible to do so. Everyone, including the Xia Emperor Junwu and his father, had already noted down and understood his words and actions. Even if he killed Yue Yang, it would be useless to try to cover it up. They would be able to guess that he was the one who killed Yue Yang. Most importantly, this brat's improvement was extremely fast. He advanced by leaps and bounds from the moment he contracted a grimoire. He was like a completely different person from the spineless, useless coward that he was a year ago. If he didn't kill Yue Yang now, perhaps in just a short period of time in the future, he wouldn't be able to kill him easily, even if he wanted to. How could he kill Yue Yang now, in front of thousands of people, under the audience's onlooking eyes of the whole audience? Not even mentioning Junwu who loved talents like his own life, even his own father, who had always been suspicious that he was the one who killed third brother, would probably never let him off. All these years, Yu Hai had always been investigating the matter, seeking evidence. If he really killed this useless trash, then the consequences would really be inconceivable. He even thought that his second brother, who had always drooled over their family's treasures and his position, would benefit in the end. First brother is right. Nephew Sanyar, we all know that you have improved by leaps and bounds and are anxious to show it to the clan. However, after all, your training period had been too short. If by any chance we accidentally harmed you and caused you serious injury, what would happen? Our third and fourth brother are relying on you to inherit their names. How would we be able to fight seriously against you? On the arena, we should compare our skills and improve together. This is the law that our ancestors have set for us, and this is also the foundation for our clan to improve and become top-class warriors. If Sanyar wants to improve, why don't you fight against Tian Er, Yan Er, and Ting Er to test your skills? This way you could offer a good show for us in this New Year's tournament. Second uncle Yue Ling also did not dare to fight Yue Yang, talking non-stop instead, showing that he was also an uncle who cherished and loved his nephew, Yue Yang. Clap clap clap, when the audience heard it, they thought that these two uncles were indeed the role model uncles. They deserved a standing ovation and cheers. What the two of you said are truly right, even the three other clans' representatives expressed their praises. In reality, they already knew that the Yu clan's internal strife was extremely bad. However, they pretended to know nothing. However, Yu clan was not the only one who had internal strifes. In the other clans, unless there was only one inheritor, sons would definitely fight over each other even if there were only two of them. It's just that each clan had covered it up and would never speak about it. They were unlike the Yu clan who would have a tournament amongst the younger generations every year. Their conflicts could be seen very clearly, everyone could tell with just one look. If they were really compared with each other, the other clans' undercurrent internal strifes between brothers fighting for power, destroying each other, would probably be 10 times more intense than the Yu clan. A wise man once said, it was not that the Soaring Dragon Continent did not have talents, it was just that these talents all died due to internal strifes. These words might not be known to common folks, but amongst the clans, it was known to everyone. The most talented one would receive the most jealousy and hatred. In reality, Yue Yang had already known that his first uncle Xian and second uncle Yue Ling, these two cunning old foxes, wouldn't agree to his challenge. He only wanted to provoke them purposely, and announce the internal strife between the fourth branch against the first and second branch out to the public. In passing, he would also be able to paint the good-hearted faces of those two black. Even if there were many applauding hands, those people would probably gossip despicably about Xian's and Yue Ling's hypocritical acts when they got back home. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were in hesitation. Facing against his challenge, should they accept it or not? Just facing up against Yu Bing, who had a bronze-ranked level 500-year-old Treant defender, was already troublesome enough. If they also had to fight against a madman who was an expert in physical skills. Yu Tian and Yu Yan didn't think that the other party could work together perfectly and fight against their enemy. They felt that it was very likely that the other party might even hit a person who was down and harm themselves. Hence, with regards to Yu Bing's open challenge, the two only stayed quiet. Only Yu Ting, who had a large, muscular physique, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, a face full of honesty and straightforwardness, jumped up to the arena and bowed towards Yu Yang and Yu Bing. Third brother, seventh sister, I only have one beast, but it has 3 different kinds of abilities. They are Giant Bear's Palm, Rock Bear's Body and Violent Bear's Wrath. They are all extremely powerful, so please be careful. I'm afraid that I will accidentally injure you. With these simple-minded words from Yu Ting, Yu Yang suddenly realized something in his heart. He had always felt that something wasn't right. That elder Yu Hai was already very old, but why hasn't he prepared the next clan master yet? Although Yu Tian and Yue Yang were talented, the two of them had bad conducts on the outside, so they weren't exactly a good clan master material. However, Yu Ting wasn't that talented, and the pitiful guy was trash. Yu Bing and Yu Shuang were both girls, and the little nine, Yu Feng, was still too young. Could it be that the Yu clan really had no plans to prepare for the next clan master? The Yu clan was not the same as other noble families. They were well known for their machine puppets, spear technique and art of wars in this world. This had continued without stopping for thousands of years. No matter how much of a storm they had gone through, no one could shake the Yu clan's position. Everyone thought that the Yu clan had the most advantage in producing a talented younger generation, and that they understood how to teach and nurture the next clan master well. It was said that every single clan master would have a gold-ranked beast called Mother Earth Bear that would be passed down each generation. This would ensure the capabilities of the clan master. It would stabilize the clan, and also deter enemies everywhere from attacking. Previously, although Yu Chu had become famous throughout the world, Yu Hai still had not chosen him to be the next clan master. Everyone had thought it was extremely weird, even Yue Yang couldn't figure out why. Afterwards, in one conversation, the beautiful woman had mentioned it accidentally. Yu clan had never required a genius to be the clan master. They required the clan master to be kind-hearted and simple, a clan master who could tolerate his brothers and extended families. The person eligible for the Yu clan master selection could be strong, but he must also be kind-hearted and tolerant. He shouldn't kill all of his brothers and sisters the moment he became the clan master, leaving only himself as the inheritor for the next generation. The Yu clan master must at least have the support of 12 elders. He did not need to be extremely strong, but he must be able to lead the whole clan forward. It was fine as long as he had the ability to maintain the Yu clan's glory, legacy, and traditions. Yue Yang had always pondered. Who would the next Yu clan master be? Only after Yu Ting came up to the stage, and after Yue Yang used his divine vision to check, was Yue Yang 90% sure that the next clan master that Elder Yu Hai had chosen and was nurturing was this fifth brother, Yu Ting. He had only contracted one beast, and that beast was a great bear. This clearly showed that this was in preparation to contract the gold-ranked Mother Earth Bear that was only passed down to clan masters in the future. Furthermore, Yu Ting was already sent to the palace at an early age and became the princess bodyguard. This way, he could build a good relation with the royal family as he trained his abilities. He would also be far from the clan's internal strife, and he could stay and grow stronger in a safe environment. Yue Yang had a great revelation. So, it turned out that Yu Tian and Yue Yang were just pawns that Elder Yu Hai had used to catch the public's attention. This old cunning fox, he had already chosen Yu Ting as the next clan master from the start. Previously, when he went out and did not manage the clan for a few months, Yue Yang reckoned that it was in order to train Yu Ting in secret. Strengthening type, bronze ranked level 5 violent bear. Yu Bing was extremely shocked when she heard the name of her fifth brother's beast. Her 100-year-old Treant Defender was only bronze ranked level 3 originally. She had trained diligently in order to raise it to bronze ranked level 4, and it rising to bronze ranked level 5 was due to her brother giving her the Tree of Life's lustrous branch. She would never have thought that her fifth brother Yu Ting could also train his beast to bronze rank level 5. A golden light flashed as the figure of a crimson-colored great bear was summoned by Yu Ting. It fused with his body, and after a loud howl, Yu Ting's figure slowly changed. He grew larger and stronger as his growing muscles tore off the leather armor he was wearing on his body, revealing a shocking amount of muscles underneath. Bear's fur immediately grew on his torso, and his hands had also turned into bear's paws. His eyes had slowly turned red. Yu Ting, who had almost completely turned into a bear, raised his large palms and roared loudly. A golden glow that appeared like a halo suddenly appeared from his body. In the end, the golden halo condensed at the palms of both his hands. The golden-colored bear's paw seemed to be storing an extremely huge amount of strength. When Yu Ting stomped his foot, the whole arena shook. Even amongst the audience, the weakest warriors felt a little faint under Yu Ting's heavy, imposing atmosphere. They almost fell unconscious, as they involuntarily became pale with fright. Third brother, my skin is extremely thick after my bear transformation. It won't be cut easily. You can spare no efforts in attacking me, don't worry about my body. When Yu Ting finished speaking, he raised his large paws. Step by step he walked, shaking the whole arena and making it rumble. Yu Bing was so frightened that color left her face. She looked at her third brother, Yue Yang, hurriedly and hoped that he had a way to deal with Yu Ting. Seventh sister, a strong warrior would not only have power alone. That wouldn't be enough. He must also have speed, a godlike speed. Saying this, Yue Yang's figure had immediately disappeared. When he appeared again, it turned out that he had already moved behind Yu Ting. His two fists fell down like a hammer towards the back of Yu Ting's head. Yu Ting reached out and countered madly, uncaring about anything else. Instead, Yue Yang cleverly moved down, avoiding Yu Ting's counterattack, and at the same time swung both of his legs as fast as pinwheels, kicking them towards Yu Ting's large physique, pushing him back. When Yue Ting's bare paws came down to attack his legs, Yue Yang was already flying in the air, his two legs kicking towards the back of Yue Ting's head. With a magnificent, flying, roundhouse kick, he sent Yue Ting out of the arena like a cannonball shooting out from a cannon. Yue Ting fell on the ground with a loud boom, his large physique almost entirely buried into the ground. He looked like he was in an extremely sorry state. Third brother is so awesome. It was the first time for me to be beaten up without being able to retaliate at all, however, I'm not injured at all. Let's go at it again. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the audience, Yue Ting climbed up and entered into the arena again with a flying jump. According to rules, he should have lost. But it seemed like he couldn't accept his loss, and wanted to come at Yue Yang again. Everyone remained silent. How could every single Yue clan member be stronger than the one before? Let alone Yue Tian and Yue Yan, it was already inconceivable for the Yue clan to have Yue Bing with her extremely powerful plant-type beast. Now, another Yue clan member, Yue Ting, who was unafraid of beatings, had also appeared. In addition, there was also the abnormal trash, this third young master. This family, none of them was normal. They were all monsters with frightening capabilities. You just can't accept your loss, right? Yue Yang did not use his sword. If he accidentally killed Yue Ting, perhaps Elder Yue Hai, who had his efforts wasted and was left with no successors, would be so depressed that he would kill himself. If that really happened, the Yue clan would be completely finished. Fourth Mother and Yue Bing would also not dream of living a good life in the future, as they would be filled with guilt. However, teaching this stupid bear a lesson was still not a problem. Yue Yang moved with a speed as fast as lightning and used his fists to beat Yue Ting up until he couldn't recognize which way was north. In the end, he used a violent kick to send Yue Ting flying out of the arena again. Third brother, I feel a little pain, but I'm still not injured. Let's go at it again. Yue Ting, this fellow, seemed to be a living creature in the same category as Hui Tai Lang, a cockroach that wouldn't die no matter how much it was beaten. In reality, Yue Ting's power was extremely frightening, but he just couldn't land a hit on Yue Yang. Otherwise, Yue Yang's small body would probably not be able to withstand Yue Ting's bare paws. Yue Yang had totally suppressed the limitlessly powerful Yue Ting with his speed and skills. Yue Yang had utterly beaten up his fifth brother, even more brilliantly than when he had beaten up the beauty inside his dreams. It was almost to the point where the fight blew to his tune. I want to fight too, Xue Tan Lang, who had a cold demeanor but owned a passionate heart, and who was also a fellow addicted to battles, couldn't control himself and finally shouted emotionally, although I am a guest, but I want to fight for my sister's justice. So, third young master, receive my attack. He summoned a tornado-like figure that covered the whole arena with coldness. The audience couldn't help but to shiver in the cold. As they saw Xue Tan Lang focusing all of his concentration to grow his tornado 10 times bigger and condensing it even more, the audience immediately scattered in all directions. This was no joke. If they got caught up in that frightening tornado, they would definitely die without even a trace of their bones left. The whole arena was filled with a coldness that penetrated right to the bone as countless amounts of frost began to form. Even Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade that was filled with demonic chi had slowly frozen over. Seeing this, Yue Tian and Yue Yan immediately flew down and landed on the arena. Summoning his grimoire, Yue Tian hypocritically said, "Brother Tan Lang, this is our brother's fight. It's a fight within our clan, so why do you need to interfere?" "Yes, yes. Brother Tan Lang, please stop. Please get down from the arena and return to your seat, so that we can observe the battle." Although the both of them spoke those words, their actions spoke otherwise. They had both summoned a flaming lion and a golden condor respectively, prepared to pincer attack Yue Yang. With regards to killing Yue Yang, they didn't hope too much. Furthermore, under the onlooking eyes of the audience, it would be difficult to explain themselves if they really did such a thing. However, they were determined to defeat the unbridled Yue Yang. They wanted Yue Yang to learn that no matter how much he had improved, he was still far behind the two of them, who had been geniuses for a long time. With Yue Ting as their meat shield and Xue Tan Lang with his frightening killing power, they felt that the opportunity for them to defeat Yue Yang had finally arrived. "Seventh sister, what do you think of a brother who fight against 4 people alone?" Yue Yang suddenly asked. "Brother is the strongest, forever the strongest, obviously. I will also help brother." Yue Bing clenched her small fist tightly, her expression incomparably resolute, expressing no fear at all while fighting against one of the 3 great killing stars, Xue Tan Lang. She was definitely confident in her brother's capabilities. "Good girl, but you should just stand there and cheer for your brother. Wait until I've won, then you can shout to those self-interested people that you have the strongest brother in the world. With your brother here, no one would be able to bully you. Curse all those who look down upon your brother." Yue Yang reached out his hands, summoned out his silver grimoire and called forth the barbarian cow shadow. He also added a phantom shadow that increases her abilities by 100 times. Barbarian cow shadow howled loudly as she sent the charging flaming lion flying with a punch. Fire emitted from her nose as her eyes flashed with a red, furious look. The secret weapon that Yue Yang had been saving finally appeared. Even the golden condor in the air, that was trying to escape, cried miserably and immediately fell headfirst to the ground, dying instantly. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai both stood up. They never thought that Yue Yang, this mad brat who focused on his physical skills, could actually have such a strong beast. Bronze ranked level 5 guardian beast? Didn't he just contract a grimoire not long ago? How could he level it up to this level? Without anyone helping him, he had already turned the grimoire in his hands to silver ranked. What had this mad brat been doing all this while? How could he level up so quickly? How many battles had he gone through exactly, to be able to level up to this level? It had not even been half a year, and he already managed to have a silver ranked grimoire. He had even raised his guardian beast's level to bronze ranked level 5. This was simply unbelievable. This is impossible. How could you have a bronze ranked level 5 beast? You had only just contracted a grimoire. Yue Yang, who hated the pitiful guy the most, almost went mad with fury. I made a mistake. Excuse me, I had only contracted a grimoire not too long ago, so I wasn't that familiar with summoning. I have accidentally summoned the wrong beast. I clearly wanted to summon a gold-ranked bloody queen, why did I summon this low-leveled bronze-ranked barbarian cow shadow? Such a failure, seems like I am really a naturally born trash. I can't even summon the right beast. When Yue Yang said this, Yue Yang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Are you dreaming? You would never be able to have a gold-ranked beast. Yue Yang really wanted to swallow Yue Yang whole, eat his flesh and drink his blood. I was seen through. You are indeed a genius, you have a brilliant pair of eyes. I don't have a gold-ranked beast indeed, but I do have a golden king beast. When Yue Yang summoned the bloody queen, everyone present in the whole place immediately petrified into stone. There was at least a third of the audience who immediately vomited blood and fainted to the ground. Yue Yang was one of them. But it was not due to fright, it was due to anger. In their whole life, they had never seen someone so abnormal. Yue Yang had not even contracted a grimoire for half a year, and he already had a bronze-ranked level 5 guardian beast and a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen. Furthermore, this bloody queen was a golden king beast. This was a beast that not a ranker under the rank of elder could ever dream to have. They never thought that this trash could control such a powerful beast in less than half a year. Another third of the people had started crying. Yu Tian was one of them. This trash, how could he bully others so much? It was more than enough that he summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow shadow to kill his golden condor instantly. Couldn't he be more low-key or hide his abilities a little? Must he make everyone so jealous of him? Couldn't he be more magnanimous and refrain from making everyone feel so inferior, so helpless? This brat was simply too powerful and too much of a bully. He ought to receive divine punishment. He ought to be struck by lightning. There was also another third of the people who couldn't believe their own eyes, and Yu Ting was one of them. They were all rubbing their eyes. They felt like they should just bang their heads into the ground and die. No matter what, they wouldn't believe this reality. And a small minority such as Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yue Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Xuetan Lang, Fifth Elder, and the beautiful woman, these few people, maintained their stupefied, petrified expressions. They really did not know what to say. The Golden King Beast, Bloody Queen, was an intelligent beast, but it had actually contracted an apprentice that had just contracted a grimoire less than half a year ago. If they told this story to other people, would they even believe it? Not even a fool would believe that. However, the truth was laid down right in front of their eyes, against all of their expectations. Is this an illusion or reality? If it's real, then where had this brat gotten such a strong beast? On the other side, Yue Yang was calm and unperturbed. Wasn't it just a barbarian cow shadow and bloody queen? Compared to Xiao Wen Li, who had a diamond grimoire and the mysterious golden beast, compared to the beast that he had inside the divine grimoire, they were only the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Let alone Xiao Wen Li, even the future golden crown Thorny Flower Queen would also be many times stronger than this bloody queen. How could they be dumbstruck with just seeing these? How could they vomit blood and faint at only this level? How could they cry endlessly with just this? Alright, he'll just let them use all of their efforts to cry, vomit blood, and be jealous. When the bloody queen was summoned, perhaps it was because she was still angry at Yue Yang for not caring about her previous objections, she forcefully tried to return back to the silver grimoire. Unlike the barbaric cow shadow, who showed great prowess and charisma, she even used her golden wings to wrap around her body, unwilling to let her face be shown to people. It seemed to set itself in contrast against Yue Yang's boasting. With her appearance on the stage, all the other small beasts on the stage were scared to the point where they laid down on the ground, not daring to move. If not for seeing the golden waves of light emanating from her perfect wings, which was extending outwards forming a king's halo, a symbol unique to golden king beasts, they would not have known that she was a golden king beast. Of course, Rankers with sharp senses would not even need to look at the Bloody Queen in order to sense how strong this Bloody Queen was the instant she was summoned. Gold ranked level 3. For rankers like Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, it might not be that high, but she was, after all, a Golden King beast. There would be no limits in the future once she grew. Most importantly, this Bloody Queen was a humanoid beast. She was a beast that possessed intelligence. What did this mean? This meant that there was a possibility of increasing her rank even further. Perhaps she could turn into a platinum-ranked beast, or even the legendary diamond rank. If the person who had summoned her was a well-known and well-established sect elder or overlord, then Xian and Yue Ling would not have been so jealous. However, the person who summoned the Bloody Queen was merely a person who, half a year ago, did not even have a grimoire. It was the trash who had never even succeeded in contracting with a beast. Xian and Yue Ling were jealous to the point where they felt like their blood pressure was causing them to bleed from all 7 orifices. Yue Yang had even summoned it right in front of Jun Wuyu and their father. Now they could not try to kill him anymore. With a fellow like Jun Wuyu, who loved talented people as if they were his own life and blood, he would most definitely take a fancy to this abnormal trash. If they wanted to kill him in front of Jun Wuyu, then their days of prosperity would be over. The year when Yu Qiu died in battle, Jun Wuyu was thunderously furious. Aside from killing the dozens of generals who could not arrive in time to support Yu Qiu, he led people into the demon abyss, killing hundreds of demon generals to accompany Yu Qiu's journey in the afterlife. However, Jun Wuyu was unable to find Yu Qiu's corpse even after all this time. The entire situation became a mystery, and it also gave a tiny strand of hope to Jun Wuyu that Yu Qiu was still alive. If not for this situation, Jun Wuyu would probably have killed even more people. Although Jun Wuyu was normally a magnanimous emperor, who treated his subjects and people so well that he was often called the Smiling Emperor by the others, this did not mean that he would not kill people. In truth, both Xian and Yue Ling knew that among the emperors of the 3 great powers, or perhaps even amongst all the emperors in Soaring Dragon Continent, Zhu Wuyu was the emperor who had killed the most people during his reign as a monarch. Don't be angry. Just use your queen's presence and help me tyrannize them all. I'll buy you candy apples later once you're done. Yue Yang retrieved the silver grimoire in his hands. Once his shield disappeared, he walked over to the Bloody Queen's side, stroking her wings lightly while coaxing her. The crowd was sweating intensely, speechless. There would be no way that this Bloody Queen liked candy apples. At number $, the Bloody Queen stretched out a hand from beneath her wings. Then, she said a string of demon abyss language that nobody could understand, as if requesting something from Yue Yang. Ah, she can speak too. I'm going to faint. What did it mean for beasts to speak? Even a fool would know that the beast possessed a high level of intelligence. It's not that there weren't gold-ranked beasts in the world. However, gold-ranked beasts who had a high enough level of intelligence to speak were extremely few in numbers. Xian and Yue Ling had the urge to commit suicide. They really did not want to live, this was far too much for them to handle. How could all the luck in the world gather itself to this trash? Heaven was really unfair. Even if they combine the luck of all the geniuses in the world, they would be nowhere near as lucky as this brat was, now that all the luck had gathered onto this trash. What was the point of turning a trash into a powerful entity? Wouldn't it be better to turn a genius into an even greater genius? It was not fair. It was not fair. The heavens treated this piece of trash far too well. You want Huijin? Don't kid around, that is my equipment. Didn't you steal the dragon-slaying dagger already? Even if you use it, you'd still fight the same way. Forget it. I'll lend you the crescent blade for you to use. Remember, I'm only lending it to you. Yue Yang stuffed the crescent blade into the slender hand of the Bloody Queen. He thought that he had settled the problem. He did not expect the Bloody Queen's other hand to extend out as well. At number % and, number, she spoke extremely quickly again. Nobody could understand what her words meant. You still want a reward to fight? Hey, don't you have any awareness that you're a beast now? Look at Hui Tai Lang, it never brought up the matter of being rewarded by me at all. Yue Yang warned the Bloody Queen not to be pampered. She should learn from Hui Tai Lang, who worked hard like a laborer. Wang. Hui Tai Lang was happy when he heard it and wagged his tail excitedly. However, the Bloody Queen stubbornly extended her hands and refused to withdraw them. Yue Yang had no choice but to stuff the wyvern's magic core into her other palm. He felt that this girl was extorting him in front of the crowd. He must not lose any more than this, no matter what she said next. However, although this girl didn't have any money, her figure wasn't too bad. This would not do, she should compensate with her body instead. But she was a beast. If a human and a beast had sex, wouldn't that be a little evil? He was a good and innocent boy after all. Although Yue Yang thought he was a good boy, somewhere down below had already turned shamefully hard. Ah yeah. When the Bloody Queen received the wyvern magic core, she suddenly spread her wings animatedly. With a beat of the wings, she flew high up into the sky and screamed with extreme excitement. Although this was not the banshee scream, it was the shout of a golden king beast, which caused the weak little beasts to be scared witless. On the arena, amongst the beasts that Yutian and Yue Yang had summoned, aside from puppet-type beasts, the other beasts were all shaking from head to toe. They almost wanted to abandon their masters and flee. If not for Yutian and Yue Yang controlling them as much as they could, these beasts would have already fled off stage. It was not surprising after all. Although they were powerful existences as bronze ranked compared to normal beasts, in the face of a golden king beast, they were nothing. The Bloody Queen did not care about how others reacted to her. She was beaming with delight and looped around the sky excitedly. From her mouth came waves of delightful screams, as if it was a great accomplishment to get the crescent blades and the wyvern magic core from Yue Yang's hands. I'm going to faint. So this girl was a gold digger after all. Yue Yang felt that if this girl needed a wyvern magic core every time she was summoned, it would spell the end for him. Seems like he could not let this go on for too long. He had to train her properly when he got back. She should be an obedient slave who would only open her mouth to say yes master and not talk about her desires at all. This abnormal guy, even his beast is abnormal. Xuetan Lang was absolutely speechless. Birds of a feather really flocked together. Boom. When everyone was completely focused on the Bloody Queen, an ear-splitting sound rang out. Everyone was startled, and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw that the barbaric cow shadow was raising her extremely huge demon blade and was cutting down the many steel puppet beasts that Yutian had summoned, into half. On the other side, Yue Yan's Hydra puppet came over to assist the fight, but it was stopped by the barbaric cow shadow, who had extended her arm and clenched tightly onto the head of the Hydra puppet. Sparks flew and electricity crackled. Under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, the barbaric cow shadow barbarically pulled off one of the long heads of that Hydra puppet, not caring about the attacks that came from the other 8 heads. After that, she used her hands to force a hole within the puppet little by little, then proceeded to rip the metallic body of the Hydra puppet in half. Finally, she took out the huge magic core within the precious machine. Yue Yang almost cried himself to death. That was the magic core of a Hydra, his most precious magic core. It had taken him incredible amounts of blood and sweat to finally acquire that core. He did not expect that before the Hydra puppet could even use its secret weapon, its magic core had already been taken away by the opposition. Hui Tai Lang was extremely fast. As if it were lightning, it had already stolen the Hydra's magic core from the barbaric cow shadow. However fast it was though, it could not be faster than Yue Yang. Yue Yang kicked it flying and took the Hydra core into his arms. On the other side, the Bloody Queen had already come down at some point of time. She was appreciating the magic cores dug out from the many puppet-type beasts' heads. However, her little butt was also sent flying by Yue Yang, and she was thrown out of the arena. Who dares to steal from me? Yue Yang went mad. If him as the master did not say it was okay for others to have something, then nobody could take it on their own accord. The crowd was sweating like mad, stupefied at the scene before them. Other people would have treated their bronze-ranked beasts like their own, most cherished baby. They took their utmost care for them and would not even bear to scold them even once. This fellow, on the other hand, even dared to use his foot to kick a golden king beast. What made people split their sides laughing, on the other hand, was Hui Tai Lang's actions. When it crawled back up from the ground, it did not betray its master like people thought it would. Instead, it had run back to Yue Yang's feet, acting adorably as it wagged its tail. Yue Yang kicked it flying down the stage again. Give me a break from this. I've never even seen this Hydra core before, there's none for you. The Bloody Queen, on the other hand, was very angry at Yue Yang for kicking her. However, even though she had a temper, she did not dare to attack Yue Yang, and could only scream madly. The sound of her scream reverberated through the arena. Everyone felt like their heads were hit by a hammer, and the low-ranked beasts instantly fell unconscious. Normal warriors had their visions turned black and began to see stars twirling around their heads as they nearly fell over onto the ground. Yutian and Yue Yang felt danger. They wanted to run, but it was too late. The Bloody Queen took the crescent blades and pounced viciously at the two of them. The two people were preparing to muster their courage and order their beasts to meet the foe. They did not expect that the Bloody Queen would scream another time. Their minds were completely shaken, and their heads went completely blank. If not for them being protected by the grimoire shield, their heads would probably have exploded from the terrifying scream. With their shields protecting them, they did not suffer much of an impact. However, their beasts, such as the Flame Lion, the Thunder Leopard, and the Flame Guard had miserable fates. The 3 beasts, who would ordinarily have showed off their might, were twitching in unimaginable pain. Their ears were bleeding as they were crying out pitifully. Their 4 limbs were trembling, and their power was greatly diminished. As if a tiger had been let loose on a flock of sheep, the Bloody Queen rushed forward, brandishing the crescent blade and slashed it towards the Thunder Leopard that was closest to her. Blood flew out wildly. Within half a minute, the 3 bronze-rank beasts had been completely slaughtered by her in the most bloody fashion. None of them had a complete corpse. The beasts' heads were severed, their bodies ripped into pieces. Due to the bloody queen forcefully digging the magic cores out of their bodies, blood and white brain matter was splattered everywhere. Everyone's teeth were chattering while they looked aghastly at the bloody queen, whose body was completely covered with fresh blood and brain matter. Watching her taking the 3 magic cores, which were still stained with fresh blood, and seeing her bloodied face showing a contented expression, they could not help but shudder. As expected of the bloody queen that was only spoken of in legends. These kinds of killing techniques were truly bloody enough, befitting her name. It was too terrifying. It's all over. Yue Tian saw that all of his strongest beasts had died and their magic cores had been dug out by the bloody queen. The feeling of despair from turning into trash from a genius rancor caused his eyes to roll and faint straight away. How could this happen? No, no. Yue Yang listlessly knelt on the floor, painfully looking at the remains of his most beloved flame lion. He could not even speak properly while crying. "Ah man, barbarian cow shadow, send eldest brother and fourth brother respectfully down the stage." With a wave of Yue Yang's hands, the barbaric cow shadow pounced towards the unconscious Yue Tian and Yue Yan, who was kneeling and crying viciously. Now that they were no longer protected by a shield, would there ever be a better time to beat them up violently? Yue Ling was very protective of his son. He had already given advance orders for people to wait to rescue his son. Upon seeing Yue Yan's shield disappear, they were to go up immediately and rescue him. The barbaric cow shadow did not care about anyone who came up. She bombarded them regardless with her gigantic fists, indiscriminately hitting everything around her like the rain. The clan guard, who went up first to try and rescue Yue Yan, could not dodge as he was blocked by the others behind. As a result, he was sent flying by a punch, crying out pitifully as he was thrown more than 10 meters backwards. Another clan guard was crafty and made use of a flying beast. He leapt in quickly and took Yue Yan. However, before he could even feel pleased with himself, he was surprised by the bloody queen that arrived at lightning speed to intercept him in midair. The crescent blade in the bloody queen's hands whirled like the wind. Wherever the crescent blade passed, without caring if it was the flying battle eagle or the clan guard, or whether the clan guard was carrying Yue Yan or not, they would receive bloody injuries, their blood splattering into the air. In the end, Yue Ling had to come forward personally and use his iron arm to forcefully block the crescent blade, thereby rescuing his son. He coldly snorted and a strange black light flashed in his right hand. Danger! The bloody queen immediately flapped her wings and flew back. She was incomparably agile, flying into the air to distance herself from the sinister Yue Ling. Yue Ling discovered that his son was covered with injuries and was beyond furious. He glared at Yue Yang, but that brat only assumed an "I don't know anything" look of innocence, causing him to almost explode in anger. Under the attention of the masses, Yue Ling could not openly attack Yue Yang. He could only swallow his hatred and proceeded to carry the seriously injured Yue Yan off the stage, returning to where the rest of the clansmen were. As for the big uncle Yue Shan, who wanted to maintain his position and refused to act to save his son, a smile remained on his face. It was as though whether his son lived or died had nothing to do with him. As soon as another clan guard carried off the unconscious Yue Tian, the barbaric cow shadow chased after them, hitting out with her fist. The clan guard was heavily injured and had almost fractured his spine. The fainted Yue Tian, upon receiving such a huge impact from the attack, spewed blood and probably sustained heavy trauma. It was fortunate that the clan guard, who possessed a strengthening type beast, had sacrificed himself to protect him. If not, Yue Tian's life would have definitely ended then and there. The injured clan guard miserably fell off the stage, while his partner hurriedly fled for his life, leaving his iron-tailed crocodile behind as an obstruction. The iron-tailed crocodile lifted its long tail, preparing itself to strike at the barbaric cow shadow with all its might. It wanted to meet force with force to prevent her pursuit. Unknowingly, Yue Yang's position had risen by a large degree that very day. The barbaric cow shadow's nose blazed, and the red light in its eyes emerged again. The iron-tailed crocodile, which was famed for its iron tail and bite, was instantly killed, just like the other beasts. Boom! Boom! A huge battle also erupted on the other side between Yu Ting and Yu Bing. Yu Ting had initially wanted to go over to help save his older brother, but Yu Bing watched him continuously. She also wanted to help her own brother, even if it was just a little. Thus, as soon as Yu Ting moved, she controlled her 100-year-old treant defender to attack him. The two siblings had met their adversaries and were evenly matched in power. Yu Ting, who possessed the strengthening type Violent Bear, had thick skin and thick flesh, which made him unafraid of getting hit. The 100-year-old treant defender was likewise a valiant beast that could sweep across battlefields, and wasn't the least afraid of head-on battles. Moreover, it had its coiling roots and brambles for support. Yu Bing saw that she could not subdue her fifth brother Yu Ting and summoned another 100-year-old treant defender to join the fight, turning the slightly disadvantaged situation around. The audience watched as the 200-year-old treant defender used their brambles and coiling roots to bind the bear-transformed Yu Ting. They then waved their 4 tree limbs and viciously pounded. Although the bear-transformed Yu Ting felt pain, he was not injured. He also waved his bare paws and madly counterattacked. In the end, this battle had turned into a wild wrestle of strength. While the fifth brother Yue Ting fought using his own body, seventh sister Yue Bing on the contrary fought by controlling the 100-year-old Treant defenders. Both sides were confronting each other unyieldingly, with the intention of thoroughly defeating each other. The strength of both siblings, Yue Ting and Yue Bing, had little difference and was difficult to discern in such a short period. At the moment, Yue Bing had a slight upper hand. However, wanting to quickly defeat the bear-transformed Yue Ting, who possessed boundless strength, was probably difficult. "We're coming too." Xue Tanlang had stored up his power for a long time and summoned a level 4 silver-ranked storm giant. The storm giant's upper half was like a living being, while its lower half was a tornado which was turning at an unusually fast speed. The stone surface of the stage was cut apart by the storm giant's tornado lower half. Deep indentation marks as if it was slashed by sharp blades appeared on the stone surface. Xue Tanlang was the one Yue Yang did not want to fight the most. Unless Yue Yang used his full strength, it would be difficult to kill him off. Furthermore, this brat was most definitely the future clan leader of the Xue clan. If he was killed, the whole Xue clan would probably come after his life. Fighting him had absolutely no benefits and was simply asking for trouble. Yue Yang was prepared to use some shameless methods. When the storm giant arrived in front of him, he would just jump off the stage and directly concede. Anyway, the people he wanted to oppress was not Xue Tanlang, but Yu Tian and Yu Yan. Since their beasts were already destroyed and they had been beaten to the point of having heavy injuries and were vomiting blood, there was nothing else that could be done at this point. They could be spared for now so that he could slowly oppress them in the future. There would be plenty of opportunities ahead, and Yu Tian and Yu Yan would definitely vomit blood and die. As for Xue Tanlang, who cares about him? Yue Yang was too lazy to fight against this battle-hungry guy. Why should he fight it out with him when he could save the energy to slowly train the Bloody Queen? Just when Yue Yang was about to concede, a golden light shot towards the stage. There was a loud sound and the whole place shook. Yue Yang composed himself and looked, but he could not refrain from feeling faint. The person that arrived was the royal swordswoman, decked in armor. She drew the large golden sword from her back, and heroically shouted at Yue Yang, "I just heard that you, the little liar, had some good skills. I made an oversight last time. Come, let's have a battle." When Yue Yang heard it, he rolled his eyes. He thought to himself that this royal sister should explore betting techniques with him if she had nothing better to do. Why would she ask for a fight? The royal swordswoman had a lovable yet explosive voice. The large sword flickered, and a golden light flashed like an exploding sun. Xue Tanlang's storm giant had previously frozen over the entire stage. However, the flames from the royal swordswoman's sword instantly thawed half the arena. Around the royal swordswoman, snow melted and began to emit steam. The large sword was like a burning sun, shooting rays that made people unable to open their eyes. On the other side, Xue Tanlang's storm giant did not show any signs of weakening, continuing to spin around in wind and snow. Together with the blazing large sword of the royal swordswoman, the entire stage was half cold and half hot, which was a sight to marvel. Only the small area around with Yue Yang in the center was somewhat different. "Little liar, what are you waiting for? I will go all out for real once I start and won't hold back against you." Upon saying this, she did not care if Yue Yang agreed or not and directly pressed forward. "I didn't even provoke you to, but both of you just want to make me angry." Yue Yang became furious and agitated, while his killing intentions began to arise madly. The Huijin magic blade in his hand was raised. Under the prompting of his innate qi, the energies of the demon dragon's crystal and the molten core condensed as a deep golden flame. They ignited on the magic blade, extending outwards by more than a meter. Flaming remnants swept across the stage, splitting the stone slabs like tofu being cut up by a knife. Black smoke arose. At the edges of the blade marks were traces of burning and corrosion. Normal warriors would not be able to see it, but rankers like Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai could discern it clearly. The two people were excited. The kid's magic blade was also a treasure and furthermore, its strength could instantly be increased by several times under his control. It looks like this kid had an extremely effective control of qi and was not simply a trash who bullied his family that only possessed a gold king beast. He was actually a hidden physical technique practitioner genius that had been secretly cultivating for more than 10 years. Without more than 10 years of consistent cultivation, it would be impossible to adeptly control qi like this. Could it be that this kid had a ranker behind him that had been secretly instructing him from young? Maybe his father Yu Qiu had really not died? The two exchanged a glance and had the same suspicion in their hearts. Not only Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai had this thought. Even Yu Shan, Yue Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, and Feng Kuang, as well as the others, held similar suspicions. Without a ranker instructing and supporting him, this trashy guy would definitely not be able to succeed on his own. Furthermore, the technique used to control the energy was definitely not something that a trash that recently contracted with a grimoire could possess. This could only mean that this kid had always been secretly cultivating. He had already been a ranker for a long time, but pretended to be a foolish and pathetic person that anyone could bully. Even when the whole world was mocking him, he had continued to conceal his abilities. As Xian and Yue Ling thought about how their nephew had the patience and tolerance, as well as possessing such wisdom, they could not help but shiver. Could it be that he knew of the truth behind certain things? So this kid had always been storing this strength in secret, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? To prevent any accidental injuries, everyone please leave the practice grounds and proceed to a safe place. Elder Yu Hai saw the true situation, but he did not prevent it. He only shouted at the clansmen and ordered them to keep away. In fact, even before he ordered, the clansmen and the other family representatives had already started to scamper away in fright. They did not dare to stay near that terrifying and murderous area for a moment more. Not bad, it's been long since I last saw such an exciting battle. Jun Wuyu remained leisurely and contented in his seat. Aside from Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yue Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Yan Po Jun's father Yan Qianzhong, Ku Ming elder of the Southern Mountain Floating Mist sect who was in charge of training Yu Feng, the Shui clan's representative Shui Wendao, and other rankers of the elder rank and above, none could stay seated and remain safe. Even level 5 Grandmaster leveled rankers all stood up and took guard, to prevent being accidentally hurt by the three people, who could erupt into a huge battle at any time. To the west, Shui Tanlang had frozen the west side of the stage into a frozen hell. To the east, the royal swordswoman had turned her side into flames. With the royal swordsman's large sword blazing like an intense sun, everything it passed was ignited into flames. The two siblings Yuting and Yubing saw that it was not a good situation and coincidentally stopped to leave the area, so as not to affect Yue Yang. In the center of the stage, under the intense pressure from both sides, Yue Yang suddenly had a sudden comprehension and closed his eyes. He cut at the surroundings with the Huijin magic blade, initially at a fast pace, but gradually rotating slower and more circularly. Every time he rotated, his actions became more and more perfect. The initial feeling he gave at first was that his rotations were conscious and deliberate actions. However, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai gradually discovered that this kid had improved in battle. He seemed to comprehend something and improved. His deliberate actions became more gentle and slow, finally becoming too wonderful for words, giving off a feeling that was like melding with the heavens. The rotations were in agreement with heaven and earth. It was like the wind in the air or the clouds in the sky, naturally beautiful and formless while being without motive or intention. It was so natural, as if his movements were made by the heavens. Yue Yang felt that he could comprehend the true essence soon, but it still lacked a little. The feeling was like seeing a naked young beautiful girl running ahead of him, and he was a hair's breadth away from catching her, but she was dodging agilely away from being pushed down. Yue Yang felt that he had to fight in a proper battle in order to truly comprehend, he needed to grow in battle. He thus decided to have a big battle with the royal swordswoman and Shui Tanlang. Anyway, this battle could not be avoided, so why not let it make it a battle where he could use to train himself. The guy who came from a different world suppressed his impatience, controlling the magic blade with even more patience. With his innate chi, he created a ball of flame and a ball of black gas, allowing them to beautifully revolve and mix with each other. They formed two incomparably beautiful semicircles and intertwined, appearing like a flaming fish and a devilish fish swimming together. All the flames or cold air in the surrounding air was swallowed by this twin fish circle. The thing that also surprised Yue Yang greatly was indeed the profoundness of his recent comprehension. The storm giant and the royal swordswoman performed a pincer attack. The sudden attack from both sides caused the twin fish circle, which was slow-moving and beautiful beyond words balancing the attacks from two sides, to suddenly shoot out in all direction without any warning. The royal swordswoman somersaulted more than 10 times before landing easily on the stage. She had a startled expression on her face. This was the first time in her life that she had been sent flying before even coming into contact with the opponent's weapon. The storm giant was in an even more disorderly state. Its strength was completely diverted and it lost its balance, falling onto the stage with a loud boom. It lifted up mud, bricks, countless tables and chairs with its tornado, then clumsily fell more than 10 meters away before barely collecting itself. Shui Tanlang felt fearful. He thought that it would make sense if this ingenious rebounding strength knocked away normal warriors. But his storm giant was made of elemental energy and was not even corporeal, so how could it be rebounded? And how could the rebound strength be so intense? What a good kid! Who knows if this skill was his own comprehension or imparted by an expert, but these two yin and yang fishes are really a wonder. Jun Wuyu slapped the table in praise. This is truly a miraculous technique that can neutralize the energy of any strong enemies. Wonderful! The Ku Ming elder that had not opened his eyes nor said a word throughout the whole battle, suddenly revealed an odd light in his eyes and nodded in praise. He was Yu Feng's instructor from the Southern Mountain Floating Mist sect and was an elder-ranked individual. I am also currently unable to unravel this. The Imperial Guard Commander Feng Kuang, who had the title of Thousand Withering Bones, also spoke for the first time. He also felt that he could not understand the battle situation as it was too complex. This is definitely not Yu Chu's sword technique. Yan clan's substitute clan head Yan Qianzhong, Shui Wendao, and Feng Xiaoyun exchanged glances, with hints of jealousy in their eyes. The geniuses in the Yu clan were far too many. With these techniques that nobody recognized, no matter if they were secretly imparted by Yu Chu, or comprehended on his own by this little lunatic, this kid was already a universally shocking genius. It looked like after Yu Chu, another combat genius had appeared. Without having to wait for too many years, a second Yu Chu would appear in the Yu clan. Yue Yang was not inferior in any way to Yu Chu back then. The trash third young master, that the world had ridiculed, was actually a true genius that had even surpassed his father. Interesting. It looks like I have to use my beasts as well. The royal swordswoman raised her large sword, shouting with a high intention to battle. Qian, don't fool around. Jun Wuyu spurted tea when he heard her. Princess Qian, please do not summon your beasts here. The three of you go out and stop fighting here. If not, then the entire Yu clan's home will be torn down by you three. As soon as Elder Yu Hai heard that the royal swordswoman wanted to summon her beasts, he hurriedly stood up and shouted to stop them. He wanted the three of them to fight outside of the Yu clan castle, and not at the grounds within the castle. Yue Yang felt curious. What kind of beast could this royal swordswoman possibly have, that was so fierce to even make Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai to be so worried? Okay, let's head out to fight. It's too small here, we couldn't fight to our fullest potential. The swordswoman cancelled her summon, picked up her large sword, and was about to invite Yue Yang out for another 300 bouts of fight. Unfortunately, when Yue Yang saw the expression on Yu Shan's face, he immediately had a change of mind. Once he left, he couldn't ensure that these two fellows would not secretly harm Fourth Mother. If Fourth Mother did not leave, he too would absolutely not leave. Moreover, if by any chance, the battle against the swordswoman and Shui Tanlang ended up with the three of them becoming seriously injured, he couldn't be sure that he would not be taken advantage of by first Uncle Yu Shan and second Uncle Yu Ling. Yue Yang decided that it was more important to preserve his life than fighting and killing. Although Yue Yang was indeed curious about the royal swordswoman's beast, he changed his mind and immediately held back. He recalled the barbaric cow shadow and the bloody queen, and greased his heels. He stealthily jumped off the stage and swiftly ran off. Shui Tanlang and the royal swordswoman were people that he found difficult to deal with, thus it was better not to engage them. As for the new battle skill that he comprehended, he would have to go back and refine it. At most he would only use it in his dreams and have the beautiful goddess to help him revise the skill, which should not be a problem. Only an idiot would reveal his full strength. Since they were more or less done with the fight, it would only be proper to know when to stop. Furthermore, he could not be too far from Fourth Mother, as he could not afford to be careless and put the little girl and Fourth Mother in danger. Even if their lives were not in danger, if they were poisoned by some incurable poison like Fourth Uncle Yu Ling, then what could he do? At this point in time, he could not leave their sides no matter what. As for the new battle skills, he could find an opportunity to practice it later. Stop running, little brat. Both the royal swordswoman and Shui Tanlang were confused. Why did Yue Yang flee when the battle had just started? If they could not fight here, they could go and fight outside instead. Fourth Mother, I've paid respect to the ancestors already, let's head home. Both Shui Tanlang and the royal swordswoman were in hot pursuit. However, Yue Yang shamelessly leaned over and carried the little girl. The two, who were prepared to attack, could no longer do so as they were afraid of hurting the little girl accidentally. I'm looking forward to the day where you and I can battle without restraint. I still have 10 times, 20 times, even 30 times stronger blizzard-type summons. The next time we meet, we have to decide who is the victor. The Ice Cube guy Shui Tanlang was not satisfied, he felt that he was the most outstanding male of all the gifted ones. Although he did not deny that the shameless Yue Yang was also outstanding, in his heart he still hoped to prove that he was a little more outstanding. When summer arrives, I'll request you to organize an Ice Cube summer party. As Yue Yang spoke, Shui Tanlang immediately turned around and left. Yu Bing covered her mouth as she giggled. Hey, you are not allowed to leave things unfinished. Let us fight again. The royal swordswoman extremely detested this type of rascal. She wished she could use her large sword and smash the brat's head to pieces. He actually ran away as soon as the fight begun. Did he not have any of the pride or dignity of a man? Yue Yang felt extremely disdained. One could have honor, but it could not be eaten. When a male was trying to chase after a beauty, he would use a stronger sense of honor, but in a normal fight, why should one have such an unyielding sense of honor? Carrying the little girl, Yue Yang deliberately shook his head and sighed, I've lost, I'm just a piece of trash. If it was just somebody bullying me on any day, I'll just let it be, but you are a princess. Shouldn't you be taking off your clothes and having a bath by the lake? Instead, you choose to come out and bully a piece of trash. Please have mercy and give us a way out. We have been bullied till it is almost impossible to continue living on. Fourth Mother, let's go. The beautiful woman shook her head gently and said, let's stay here for another 2 days. I wish to meet Miss Feng and ask about your uncle's situation. She took the little girl from Yue Yang and gently stroked the top of Yue Yang's head. Unknowingly, my son has grown so tall. San Er is so capable. Fourth mother is happy. I'll talk to you more later. Now, you should accompany Princess Xian. As the head of our branch, you should not neglect such an important guest like Princess Xian. Yue Yang displayed an appearance of a filial son and nodded his head earnestly. Of course, fourth mother walked slowly. I'll take care of Princess Xian properly. I'll make sure she drowns in happiness, sexual pleasure. Naturally, he did not dare to say the second part of that phrase. The royal swordswoman raised her brows and wondered if her 6 record skill had deteriorated a little. Why couldn't she hear the few of the words that Yue Yang said? Was it due to confusion, or was it because she was used to the nonsense of Yue Yang? Strange. She didn't know that in this world, there was a certain shameless guy with a cheat skill called counterfeit. If her 6 record skill wasn't so strong, she reckoned that she would be thoroughly deceived. Faced with the level 2 counterfeit, for her to feel confused on hearing the words of Yue Yang was indeed normal. If she continued to listen without having any suspicions, then it would be disastrous. She would have long been deceived endlessly by him if it happened. Your words are incorrect, it seems like you wish to take advantage of me. Are you thinking about something bad? The royal swordswoman had good perception and Yue Yang muttered that it was a close call. Fortunately the counterfeit skill had ranked up, so she could now only make sense of a few lies and wasn't as sure as she was in the past. Haha, the time to dupe her had arrived. Wasn't she just a princess? If she was disciplined, Yue Yang believed that there was a good chance for her to become an obedient female slave. Yue Yang felt tickled, but faked a dignified appearance. Come on, my thoughtfulness for the princess is unquestionable, and my admiration for you is as endless and unceasing as a flowing river. I am preparing to slaughter a chicken and burn yellow paper to become heterosexual sworn brothers with the princess. Thus, how could I be disrespectful to the princess? If I were ever disrespectful, then let lightning strike that Whitestone City Tavern's boss. How is this related to Whitestone City Tavern's boss? The swordswoman became increasingly confused as she heard Yue Yang's words. Why was her 6 records failing? Nonsense, it is very related. Yue Yang said mysteriously, I won't tell this to just anybody, but since it is you, then it is fine, because you are my sworn brother. No wait. You are my princess. Don't you know about the tavern's boss at the east of Whitestone City? He is a ruthless merchant that lacks conscience, and is more ruthless compared to those merchants producing cotton goods and sweatshops. People, who are tavern bosses, often put a little water in wine, but he goes even further. He puts a little wine into a bottle of water and sell it just like that San Lu group putting milk powder into a bottle filled with melamine. If lightning doesn't strike on him, is there even justice in this world? Shiro, what kind of beast is this melamine? What San Lu to what milk? The swordswoman became increasingly confused and could not comprehend a single thing. You don't know what is San Lu? It is a mythical beast that possesses the ability to turn things into stone. Haven't you heard of this phrase, drink San Lu and it will petrify a generation? Yue Yang appeared startled when he asked, with a facial expression of someone who was dumbfounded by an idiot. The look on Yue Yang's face exceptionally demanded a beating. I've never heard of it. The swordswoman wished she could give a fierce beating to the overly exaggerated face of Yue Yang's. Friend, I know that you pay no attention to outside matters. You're preoccupied with being a girl, but you can't be unaware of even San Lu. Let me tell you, San Lu is just like a mistress, both of them have milk. Yue Yang said resolutely. I feel that you are trying to deceive me, you are deliberately trying to trick me. The swordswoman felt that she had listened to so much nonsense that she felt dizzy. She could feel that something wasn't right, yet couldn't tell what was wrong. How would I dare to deceive you? You are the princess. I'm just a commoner who is just a piece of trash. How could I have the guts to deceive you, the princess? Naturally, I wouldn't dare to do so. Moreover, I'm just an honest, noble gentleman. Throughout my entire life, I've treated others with sincerity, spoken with honesty, did genuine acts, and cultivated to become a good person. So how could I have lied? I'll tell you this responsibly, I've never told a lie before in my entire life. As Yue Yang said this sentence, even he could not believe what he had just said. Why don't you say that you are a saint that would faint at the sight of blood? The swordswoman shrieked angrily. The sight of blood, which makes me feel sick, is my only weakness in life. I'm naturally timid. No, I was born kind-hearted. Yue Yang, who was covered from head to toe by others' fresh blood, was now smiling brilliantly as if he was enjoying the gentle spring breeze. I'm dizzy. You are the most shameless person I've ever met in my entire life. The royal swordswoman's head was hurting. Once you discover that you have misunderstood me this whole time, you will definitely feel guilty. However, it's not an issue, I'll forgive you. In addition, Having tolerance is also one of my merits. Furthermore, it is my biggest merit in life. A few days ago, he was slaughtering his way into the Yu clan castle to seek revenge. Today, he had just knocked Yu Tian, Yue Yang and even the 7-year-old Yu Feng off the stage to avenge himself. Yet, this was the way he evaluated himself. Forget it, let's not talk about you now. I reckon that if the world's most shameless person met you, he would probably feel inferior and commit suicide, but I still couldn't make any sense of what you were previously saying. The swordswoman felt a bit confused, and decided not to talk to this brat any longer. It would just make her become infuriated and, at the same time, kill her from a headache. Let's explore it together, then you can understand everything thoroughly. Where do you plan on getting started? Yue Yang spoke sincerely. Ignis, another word play. The word for exploring in Mandarin also means doing it, you. The royal swordswoman understood what he implied and was furious. She grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar and scolded, "You dare to take liberties and molest me? Injustice. I think even a blind person can see who is actually taking liberties and molesting who." Yue Yang, whose collar had been grabbed, shouted with grievance, and looked like he wanted to jump into a river to commit suicide. Once he saw the royal swordswoman glaring at him, he revealed a smile, "I indeed want to molest you, but I'm just saying it casually and did not even do it. Princess, you do not have any evidence, yet you forcefully labeled me as a molester." This civilian feels indignant. "Why don't you wait until I have molested you? Once it becomes a reality, then it wouldn't be too late for the princess to be angry. Don't you feel what I've said is a little reasonable?" "Your head." The swordswoman was angry, but in the end had laughed instead. This brat could be honest at times and occasionally, he also spoke some truths. "Thank you, princess, for your mercy. This civilian shall take his leave." Yue Yang hastily tried to slip away. "Wait, previously you said that I should strip and take a bath by the lakeside. How do you explain that? If you are unable to do so, then I would have to charge you for slander." The royal swordswoman had a good memory. She could still clearly recall the nonsense that Yue Yang had previously spouted. "Do you really have such a hobby?" Yue Yang blinked his large eyes and asked curiously. "I don't have such a perverted hobby." The swordswoman was about to pass out. Who would be so bored as to run to the lakeside for a bath? But it is clearly written in novels that princesses would compete and try to outdo each other by running to lakesides to take baths. Then those who picked up the princess clothes could earn their affection. "I was initially planning to go and prepare an ambush at the lakeside, to see if there were any princesses going there for a bath." Yue Yang spoke with a tone of disappointment, and had a hint of hopelessness. "Idiot, those stories are fictional. Moreover, I haven't read any novels that have such senseless stuff written in it." The royal swordswoman punched at Yue Yang's chest heavily. "I would rather wish that it was true." Yue Yang seemed as if he was going to cry. "You are already incorrigible." The royal swordswoman was speechless. Just then, Junwu Yu sent a few people to ask Yue Yang to come over and meet him. Who would have known that Yue Yang rejected the offer with an excuse that could make everybody sweat in nervousness? Yue Yang touched his chest and acted like he was about to collapse from injury, telling the Imperial Guard, "I'm honored that the Emperor summoned a useless piece of trash like me over to have a talk, but just few days ago, I've suddenly caught the chills and I have yet to recover. Furthermore, I've overestimated my capabilities and participated in this competition, which resulted in me being seriously injured. Look at me, I'm covered in blood. It appears that I do not have much time left to live. I've to go back immediately and write my will, and pay my last association fee to the organization." "Wrong, it is the club fee. Oh, I forgot that I am not in any club. I'm just a member of the Young Pioneers. Oh heavens, I have too many regrets. This won't do, I am going to commit suicide. Nobody should try to stop me." "Ignis, Young Pioneers of China." Before he finished his sentence, Yue Yang had already swiftly disappeared. The royal swordswoman was dumbstruck at the sight of this, only mumbling after a period of time, "Is some part of this little brat's brain damaged? Why is he so disorderly?" Ha 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 ha. After Junwu Yu listened to the guard's report, he started to laugh merrily. "This little brat is really rude. It seems that we have to quickly catch him and punish him properly. If he is not punished heavily, I reckon that it would be impossible to change his mischievous nature." Elder Yu Hai also laughed. "Young people nowadays are really daring. Back when I was young, whenever my old man called me for some admonishing, there were times that I really didn't want to go. I wanted to tell my old man that I had enough of his daily lecturing. However, I could not bring myself to say it." "Brother Hai, so what do you intend on doing? Let him be wild for 2 years or discipline him a little. Why not find him something to do, lest he thinks that we old folks are muddle-headed or are turning blind? Otherwise, we can always send him to that place for experience. I believe that this little brat will definitely not disappoint us." Junwu Yu chuckled. Although what Junwu Yu said seemed casual, it was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. It made Feng Xiaoyun, Su Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Yu Shan, Yue Ling and the others who were seated become put to bed. They were all shocked and stood up immediately. What? Your Highness? To send a child to that place to train, isn't it too early? Yan Qianzhong stood up hurriedly, carrying a look of anxiety. Absolutely, that place is far too dangerous. Su Wendao nodded in agreement. Your Highness, why don't we let him train in the third level of Tongtian Tower for a while to let him accumulate experience first? That place is simply too unpredictable. Feng Xiaoyun had some doubts too. Yu Shan and Yue Ling exchanged glances, but did not speak. In any case, both Yu Tian and Yu Yan were now crippled, thus they had no chance to go. Sending him to that place is indeed slightly early, but we are only temporarily going to the outskirts of that place. They would probably be unable to enter the inner circle within 2 whole years, so it should be fine. You should not underestimate the kids nowadays. Po Jun, Qi Sha, Tan Lang and also that little lunatic from before, all of them are outstanding talents whom I think highly of. After they have attained that realm and meet the requirements, I will recommend them to that old geezer above. There's no need for all of you to be worried. I'm certain that their achievements will certainly surpass yours. They belong to the Xia Empire and are also the 4 major clans' future prospects. Let them go, the sky is vast for the birds to fly and the sea is wide for the fish to swim. It couldn't be that all of you wish to shelter them and cause them to become incapable of overcoming any hardships in life? The strong are produced from grindstones, the greater the hardship, the stronger they will become. Jun Wuyu comforted them in speech and pledged, please be assured that the imperial household of the Xia Empire will not be stingy. Any map, notes, treasures, etc. will be taken out for them to use. Do you think that I do not wish for them to become talented? Or that I'm not worried about their safety? As long as you people are willing to send them, I can provide everything that is needed. Since your Highness has granted us such a favor, your subjects are absolutely gratified. Yan Qianzhong, Shui Wendao, and Feng Xiaoyun bowed and thanked Jun Wuyu for his favor. I'll give you 3 months to prepare. Yu Tian and Yu Yan will also go. Even if their beasts have died, they can still contract with other beasts. Furthermore, they still have their guardian beasts. The guardian beasts are actually the most important, so let's just forget about the other beasts. Furthermore, their strength can be improved. As for the huge losses this time, the imperial household shall bestow upon both of them a bronze-ranked beast to increase their strengths. But from today onwards, you people have to ensure unity and prevent another tragedy of having the geniuses die. Jun Wuyu gave a small benefit to Yu Shan and Yue Ling and at the same time, warned them not to harbor any ill intentions towards Yue Yang. They should absolutely not repeat Yu Chu's tragedy, if not, he would start killing people. We thank you, the Emperor, for your favor. Yu Shan and Yue Ling naturally agreed respectfully on the surface, but nobody knew what they were thinking about in their hearts. At the wave of Jun Wuyu's hand, the crowd swiftly took their leave and retired. After he had dismissed everybody, Jun Wuyu conversed with Elder Yu Hai again. Brother Hai, I'm okay with it. Seems like he was certain that he does not wish to see me. You, as his grandfather, should go and talk to that little lunatic. I feel that he seems to be proficient in battle skills, yet his knowledge of beasts seems to be superficial. How about letting him attend 3 months of school to beef up his basic knowledge? What do you think? Jun Wuyu's perceptiveness was incomparably sharp. He could read people extremely accurately. Most of the words he spoke were targeted towards the fact that he understood that Yue Yang had never experienced proper grooming as he was of no importance to his clan. This little lunatic had always hidden at home and had neither received a good basic training, nor proper education. By relying simply on his reckless strength would not be a good thing for his growth. I'm thinking of giving Chui'er's stuff to him, hopefully it would benefit him. Aish, this child certainly has some endurance, but he is nonetheless young and cannot restrain himself for long. Having it accumulated, and becoming famous too early, this is not very good. If he were given a couple of years to step into the realm of a level 6 elder, or possibly even a level 7 overlord, it will not be too late for him to become famous. Now he has become famous too early, I'm afraid that he would provoke the envy and jealousy of people. Elder Yu Hai sighed lightly. It's no use to ponder over it now. This kid is smarter than his father and also extremely cunning. He is someone that is capable of accomplishing great things. Oh right. If you want me to hand over that stuff to him, it must certainly come with conditions. You have to let him handle a task for me. That thing was something that I had painstakingly managed to retrieve from the old geezer back then. It can't be handed over to that kid for free. Jun Wuyu immediately raised his tone and laughed as he saw the swordswoman walk over. Qian, how was it? What did that kid talk to you about? That little brat deceived me, but I could not catch him. My 6 record skill has lost its effectiveness against him. The royal swordswoman replied gloomily. Ah, it couldn't be possible, right? Ju Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai could not believe what they had just heard. Yu Clan's castle. In the middle of the night, Yu Yan sat blankly in his room for a long time. Even until now, he still could not accept reality. The most detestable trash that he had ever met in his entire life had really experienced a reversal of fortune. He could still endure it if that trash only mastered his father Yu Chu's martial arts skills, but Yue Yang also possessed a Golden King beast to boot. It was almost impossible to pursue and make up for the gap. No matter how much effort he put in, it would be hopeless. What kind of cruel reality allowed that trash to have a Golden King beast? Why could it not be him? If he could also possess a gold-ranked fighting beast, how good would that be? Why was heaven so fond of that trash? Why not him? Why couldn't someone like him, who was so outstanding and hard-working, have a Golden King beast? Why did heaven let this kind of trash have such a treasure? Every time Yue Yang recalled the tournament during the day, of how he had been shamed so much by this trash and suffered such a crushing defeat, how he had to have his father rescue him in order to come out alive. He felt extreme hatred in his heart. As long as he was still alive, he vowed that he would kill that trash someday. However, that trash had already possessed a Golden King beast that increased his strength tremendously. How could he kill him? Fourth young master. Are you sleeping? Can I have a chat with you? Suddenly, an old, wizened voice sounded out from the outside of the window. Who is it? Yue Yang was alarmed. He felt a terribly sinister, demonic aura had entered into his room from the window. It was as if a devil king had descended. Out of fright, Yue Yang tried to hurriedly summon his strongest beast, but just as he was raising his hand, he suddenly realized that both of his strongest beasts, the Flame Lion and Flame Guard, had already been killed by that trash's bloody queen. His forehead immediately started to drip with sweat. Fortunately he still had his guardian beast the Flame Wolf, otherwise he would have been engulfed by this demonic aura. The bronze level 3 Flame Wolf came out, but it clamped its tail in fear. It wailed in a low voice, seemingly terrified by this terrible demonic aura. If it weren't for the fact that it was a guardian beast, who would never betray its master, then this Flame Wolf would probably already be running away, abandoning its master like normal beasts. Yue Yang was drenched with cold sweat. How could there be such a frightful enemy hidden in this Yu clan's castle? He was just about to speak, when all of a sudden, a burst of dark light flickered. That voice that was filled with demonic aura sounded out, Yu clan's fourth master, you are a clever child. I think you should already know that shouting for help is not a wise move. I could kill you easily before any reinforcements arrive. Certainly, if you could stop being hostile and have a talk with me, I believe that we will have a lot of opportunity to work together. Moreover, this collaboration could be very pleasing to you. No, you are a demon follower. I am one of the Yu clan's younger generation. I will absolutely not be bewitched by a demon. Don't even dream about it. Yue Yang's jaw was trembling unceasingly. It seems that you have been deceived by the education system. Whoever told you that demons must be mankind's enemy? At the higher level of Tongtian Tower, at the extreme region realm, there are numerous powerful human rankers who joined forces with powerful demon rankers to repel their enemies. I believe that you heard of the place called the Heaven Realm? Do you know what kind of place is that? That's the place where both demons and humans coexist together. Of course, there are even more different types of species living there, and there are even stronger and more formidable enemies. Currently, you are as weak as an ant. Do you wish to pursue the highest realm of power possible? Do you wish to pursue a much greater power? Look at you, so weak and pathetic, so dejected after only losing 3 of your useless, bronze-ranked beasts. Even I feel sad for you as you are now. You could never come to know how strong the extreme region is. Over there, even if you possess a gold-ranked beast, you would still only be trash. If you still desire to be a weak ant, then I shall leave. However, if you have even a little desire to forge ahead and become stronger, then we can have a chat. The demonic figure spoke softly outside the window as he gently tempted Yue Yang. Can you give me a gold-ranked beast? Yue Yang clenched his fists tightly. He knew that if he accepted the demon's enticement, he would be thoroughly done for. However, he was unresilient. He could lose to any person, but he absolutely could not be defeated by that trash. Right now, rather than continuing as an inferior, weak ant that was not even worth mentioning, he would rather own a strong beast and turn into a powerful ranker that could sweep away everything on his path. As long as he had a gold-ranked beast, he could become as strong as that piece of trash. Defeating that garbage then would not just be a dream, but a reality. This was an opportunity, an extremely good opportunity. However, if he really received the demon's present, there would really be no turning back for him. He would lose his position in the Yu clan, and might even become a demon follower that everyone in the world would hunt down to kill. Do I really have to do this? As Yue Yang pondered about it, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Now, Yue Yang was standing on the cliff's edge, where the only option was to either fall into the dark abyss and become a demon's follower, or choose to continue living as a loser. Should he continue to be a weak ant, or should he choose to become depraved? Child, you are too impatient. Based on your current strength, you wouldn't be able to form a contract with it, even if I did give you a gold-ranked beast. Of course, I can give you a silver-ranked beast. After you form a contract with it, you could slowly cultivate it. When the time is ripe, we can use a secret art to convert it into a gold-ranked beast or higher. Regarding this matter, you don't have to worry, as nothing is impossible for us. The demon shadow outside the window chuckled lightly. If you give me a silver-ranked beast instead of a gold-ranked beast, then how can I defeat that piece of trash? I must defeat that piece of trash, I must definitely kill him. Yue Yang gnashed his teeth tightly the moment he thought of Yue Yang, hatred filling him all the way to his bones. Impatient people won't be able to achieve great things in life. Of course, I understand the hatred in your heart. This being the case, how about I send an envoy to teach that trash a lesson for you? I will send an envoy to cripple him and make him unable to progress for a few years. As for you, you would take this opportunity to improve greatly, then you could kill him very easily. I guarantee that once you have become stronger, defeating him will be as effortless as squishing a bug. The demon shadow near the window continued to entice Yue Yang again. Since you are a demon follower, I could not trust you. You must be trying to deceive me. Yue Yang's mind was in a state of conflict. He wouldn't believe that he would have a glorious future without a gold-ranked beast egg. If the demon follower was deceiving him by any chance, then what would he, who had no way of undoing what he had done, do? Fourth young master, I've mentioned it earlier. You are indeed smart, but you will never be able to comprehend just how formidable our capabilities are. Nothing is impossible for us. Just listen for the news tomorrow. That piece of trash will acquire serious injuries, and this is us holding our strength back to let you enjoy the taste of victory. Smart lad, I am not anxious for your reply. Once you have made up your mind, I will come to look for you again. Or perhaps, you can go to the Black River Valley on the 3rd level of Tongtian Tower to look for me. Young one, when good fortune arrives at your doorstep, as you stand at the intersection of your destiny, I hope you will not miss this opportunity and make the foolish choice of walking down the wrong path in life. As a breeze blew through the window, that demonic shadow had already faded away. What now, what now? Yue Yang muttered to himself as beads of sweats trickled down his face. What Yue Yang did not know, was that half an hour earlier, that exact same demon shadow had appeared in front of Yue Tian's window, and given him the exact same speech. 5 minutes later, that demon shadow appeared in front of Yue Yang's window. However, before he could even speak, Yue Yang's voice resounded from inside, I am still awake, what do you wish to talk about? If you wish to use a silver-ranked beast to entice me like Yue Yang, then I am sorry to tell you that I have no interest in silver-ranked beasts at all. What do you wish to talk to me about? You, a demon follower, who has yet to cross over to the heaven realm, yet still dare to casually dupe people to become demon followers, who is your master? Is it Demon King Baruth, Demon King Ha Xian, or Lich King Grun? You. This was the first time someone was able to see through the demon shadow's concealment. The demonic shadow asked bewilderedly, how could you know? Were you following me just now? Excuse me, but I had initially wanted to go over to that brat, Yue Yan's place and beat him up again, as well as reminding him that it is time to pee. I didn't expect to hear you delivering your speech. Your flattering speech almost made me want to applaud you for it. I reckoned that you may come and look for me for a chat, therefore I specifically rushed back and waited for you. Why? Don't you have something to talk to me about? Yue Yang spoke magnanimously as he openly opened the door and stood there, making a gesture to invite the demon shadow in. It seems that I have underestimated you, third young master. We will meet again in the future. The demon shadow spoke as he held a black transportation orb. The same move that you used would not work on a Saint Xia. I mean, the same escaping move that you used would not work on me, Yue Yang laughed brilliantly. The demon shadow, who had just wanted to use the black transportation orb to escape, suddenly found himself not able to move. An unshakable binding strength had chained his whole body to the ground. A small, exquisite pair of dual icicle blades came from his rear and easily slashed the arms of the demon shadow that was holding the black transportation orb. At the same time, the sliced arm and shoulder of the demon shadow began to freeze over. There was an assailant behind him, a very strong one at that. Could this person be the person that master had ever said before? Could this be the expert that was teaching this trash third young master in secret? It was true as expected. There was indeed an expert supporting that piece of trash from the shadows. As the demon shadow's hand reached out to summon his grimoire, there was a sudden whoosh sound, and a golden arrow edged deeply into his right shoulder. Immediately, his right shoulder began to turn to stone. The demon shadow was so shocked, that his soul almost left his body. Stone Element Medusa. There was no need to guess, this was the work of Stone Element Medusa's petrifying ability. Thankfully, he did not turn around, otherwise he would have turned into a stone. His blood sprayed out as a golden trident penetrated right through the chest of the demon shadow. At the tip of the trident, there appeared to be a demon heart that looked like a black core emitting dark energies. The demon shadow started to sway, so agonized that he almost collapsed onto the ground. I will be back to take my revenge. The demon shadow hatefully stepped onto the dark teleportation orb that laid on the ground. He knew that he was a goner. Even if he could make it out, he reckoned that with his current injuries, his body would not be able to survive for long. Nevertheless, as long as there was still a breath left in him, he would pass on the important message to his master that the garbage third young master has the protection of several powerful people. Yue Yang dashed forward faster than lightning and joined his fingers as he pierced through the demon shadow's right chest. I know that certain demon races have 2 demon hearts, thus this trick is no longer effective against me. Die. In a flash, the innate sword chi stabbed into the remaining heart of the demon shadow. The demon shadow's body began to rumble and exploded with a boom. A silver grimoire appeared, and fell to the ground, emitting an endless stream of demonic energy. Just as the demon shadow's corpse began to fade away in the teleportation pillar that arose from the teleportation orb, the hidden Xiao Wen Li swiftly severed the demon shadow's neck with her dual icicle blades. Her attack was even faster than the teleportation light. Neither the stone element Medusa nor the storm mermaid, who was holding a golden trident, were able to react and attack a second time. But since this was the first coordinated surprise attack, it could be considered a success. If they were really fighting against that demon shadow, it would be very difficult to defeat a strong enemy that owned a grimoire. Even if the demon shadow was heavily injured, he could still escape using the transportation orb. Employing his strategies, Yue Yang was able to execute his well-coordinated plan to surround and kill the demon shadow. In the end, the demon shadow was killed in seconds. This was the power obtained through the usage of one's intellect and strength. No matter if it was at the Yue clan village, at the Yue clan's castle entrance, or even the Yue clan's tournament, Yue Yang had yet to fully display his abilities. However, once there was nobody around, Yue Yang did not show any restraint and killed the demon shadow in seconds. At the same time, he deliberately created an image that he was protected by an expert. This also gave the demon shadow's master a warning. Other than the silver grimoire and the demon heart at the tip of the storm mermaid's golden trident, the rest of the demon shadow's body was teleported away, even his severed arm that was slashed by Xiao Wen Li's blade. Everybody did a good job, especially Xiao Wen Li, your strength is the best. Yue Yang praised. Xiao Wen Li was beaming with joy and went on to grab Yue Yang's leg with her 6 arms and started acting coquettishly. Yue Yang immediately went over to pick up the silver grimoire. This thing still has some research value, maybe he would suddenly be lucky again someday and contract a third grimoire. That would have been awesome. As for the stone element Medusa and the storm mermaid, they were recalled into Xiao Wen Li's diamond grimoire. Xiao Wen Li was disgusted by the sight of the impaled demon heart as if she had seen something dirty. On the contrary, Hui Tai Lang was drooling at the sight of the demon heart, but before Yue Yang gave him the permission to eat, he would not dare to eat it. You did not do anything today and yet you still want to eat this. Yue Yang reprimanded Hui Tai Lang angrily at first, but in the end, seeing Hui Tai Lang's pathetic look, whose drool had almost turned into waterfall, Yue Yang finally gave Hui Tai Lang the permission to devour the demon heart. Forget it, it was just a broken demon heart that was of no use to the greedy dimension traveler. The seldom act of generosity made Hui Tai Lang so overjoyed as he gobbled up the demon heart and wagged his tail happily. Seeing that Hui Tai Lang's demonic aura started increasing unceasingly after he had consumed the demon heart, Yue Yang reckoned that it would not be long till Hui Tai Lang broke through to a new level. If Hui Tai Lang could turn into a silver-ranked beast, then he wouldn't mind giving it a few more demon hearts or some innate chi anyway. Could it be that this guy's final evolution was a 3-headed dog, like the gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus? With regards to Hui Tai Lang's future evolution, Yue Yang had only had a passing thought. He did not give it much thought as no matter how much it would improve, it was bound to be his weakest beast. 10 kilometers away, in a small forest, a man dressed in white stood under the shadow of a tree with his hands on his back, silently waiting. A black transportation spell flashed on the ground, and with a flash, a portal with a diameter of about 10 meters opened. Have you accomplished your mission? The white-robed man asked unenthusiastically. However, there was no reply from the demon shadow as he appeared from the portal. Then, his head fell off from his neck and rolled towards the white-robed man's feet. Although the demon shadow had already died, his eyes had yet to close and were bloodshot. A second later, the refined white-robed man turned around in astonishment, revealing a face that no one could have thought of. He was actually Yue family's substitute head, Yue Xian. The white-robed Yue Xian's expression was extremely complicated as he carefully observed the corpse of the demon shadow for a long time. Yue Xian carefully examined the severed head of the demon shadow, his pierced chest, his petrified arm and frozen shoulder. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Xiao San did indeed have an expert behind him. It was this expert that stealthily attacked and killed the demon shadow in seconds. Furthermore, this expert was not only proficient in battle skills, but also had extremely strong beasts in his arsenal. He should at least have a stone element Medusa. As for the freezing ability, it seemed to be caused by a treasure weapon owned by the expert. The first heart seemed to be crushed, while the second heart was taken away forcibly. The expert must have realized that the demon shadow had a second heart after he crushed the first heart. Hence, the expert then swiftly dug out the second heart. Even so, the expert was still able to slice the head of the demon spectre as he was about to escape. The last, but the most important point was that, the expert must have initially wanted to capture the demon shadow alive, but once the demon shadow activated the transportation orb, the expert decided to kill him. The transportation orb only required a second to be activated, but during that 1 second, the expert had made numerous fatal wounds to the demon shadow. That expert was too formidable. A demon shadow, who possessed a grimoire, was instantly killed, unable to summon his grimoire. What level was this expert at? Level 7 Overlord or level 8 Emperor? Xian looked towards the sky and sighed silently. It seems that I'll have to continue to endure patiently. At Yu Clan's castle, Yue Yang, who had instantly killed the demon shadow with Fei Wen Li, opened the silver grimoire and began to study it. Previously, he could successfully form a contract with the silver grimoire when he obtained a secondary grimoire. But could he form a contract with this silver grimoire too? If he was unable to form a contract with the silver grimoire now, then should he hold on to it and see if he was able to do so when he reached a higher realm? What kind of secrets would another person's grimoire have? As Yue Yang pondered over this issue, his heart was filled with a strange feeling that if he obtained more grimoires, it would bring him more benefits in the future. Now, what use would he have for this silver grimoire? Yue Yang reached his hand out and placed it on the silver grimoire lightly. There was a delicate reaction in his heart. It was as if an extremely delicate thing had buried itself deeply within the silver grimoire. It seemed to be an unknown energy that was faintly discernible, yet extremely capricious. It gave Yue Yang an unfathomable feeling of an illusion. It was like a bare-naked beauty was standing right in front of him, but she just had to be behind a glass wall. No matter how much he stretched out his hand wanting to grab her, he was unable to. The only thing that Yue Yang could be sure of was that this silver grimoire must be hiding some kind of secret from him. He just could not dig it out right now. As long as he could analyze it completely, he believed that he would have a much deeper knowledge regarding summoning grimoires. He would be much smoother and at ease when using summoning grimoires as well. Fei Wen Li batted her large, cute eyes. Looking at Yue Yang's stupidity, being unable to analyze it after sensing it for half a day, she seemed to want to help Yue Yang a little. It was too bad that she could not speak and could only use her little hands to lightly pull at Yue Yang's arm. What's the matter? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that this little loli had a better idea? Fei Wen Li pointed with her delicate finger and summoned her diamond grimoire. How did you do it? Yue Yang had wanted to learn this move for a long time. He knew how to summon his grimoire without a single word already. 2 months ago, he had imitated the little loli's summoning and learned how to summon silently. However, he took as much time as he would to summon it while saying it out. Not only that, it required even more concentration to perform a silent summon. Yue Yang did not have the ability to summon instantly at a snap of his finger. If he had already silently chanted earlier, and moved his hands more confidently, he could of course act as if it was an instant summon, but to instantly summon without former preparation, this was a technique that he had not grasped yet. Moreover, after seeing so many human rankers, aside from Luo Hua City's mistress, Yue Yang had not met anyone else who possessed this ability. Instantly summoning a summoning grimoire was different from quick summoning. No matter how fast quick summoning was, it still took time to silently chant. However, this type of instant summoning definitely didn't need any chanting or time. The thing that made Yue Yang feel shameful most was that with a light touch of her finger, Fei Wen Li could summon her diamond grimoire. With another touch, she could keep it. She could also summon anything at will. This was unlike Yu Bing, who had to rest for at least half a day to summon her grimoire a second time. If she was not fighting, she also would need at least an hour to recover. She was definitely unable to repeatedly summon it like how Fei Wen Li could. Yu Bing was a genius with abundant spiritual qi in her body, and yet it took her 1 hour to be able to summon her grimoire again. If it was another warrior, they would most likely have to rest a full day before being able to summon their grimoire again. Of course, it wasn't like Fei Wen Li did not have limits either. Yue Yang had seen someone even more mystical than Fei Wen Li, and that was Empress Fei Wen Li. She did not even need to summon her grimoire to take things out from it. More miraculously, she could change the summoning grimoire, which could not be changed or damaged easily, into a crystal coffin. Yue Yang reckoned that it was impossible for him to possess this type of power at the moment. However, Yue Yang still wished to learn this technique of instant summoning. After carefully looking at Fei Wen Li, he stretched his hand onto her head to feel the movements of her brainwaves, then finally sensing the way she moved her spiritual qi within her body. The dimensional traveler guy found out that at the moment Fei Wen Li summoned the grimoire, her body's spiritual qi automatically resonated with the summoning grimoire. It was as natural as someone eating or walking. It was completely natural, and did not require a single ounce of energy to summon. If the normal method of summoning a grimoire were compared to her method, it would be equivalent to someone crawling on the ground stupidly. If this were to be given as an analogy, Xia Wen Li would be running, while the normal contractor's summoning would be a turtle walking. It was on a completely different level. After sensing it for a long time, Yue Yang felt that he had a fair understanding and excitedly started to imitate it. With his whole body and soul resonating with the contract in his summoned grimoire, he extended his hands, moving his spiritual chi with his finger while his whole body resonated with the summoning grimoire. Boom! An explosion rang out in his head, and he nearly fainted. His mind shook. The backlash of failing to summon the grimoire caused Yue Yang's head to be buzzing afterwards. He did not know that it would feel this bad to fail a summon. No wonder normal warriors, who were cut off while summoning their beasts, would feel so much pain until they fainted on the ground. So it was this unpleasant. Yue Yang felt that this sensation was like taking a wrong step when walking up a flight of stairs. If it were someone else, they would definitely be scared off by the intense pain after failing once. They would not ask for trouble and get hit by the mental backlash after failing to summon again. However, although Yue Yang usually liked to tell lies, he had some extremely slight merits. That would be that he was extremely stubborn to the point where he would not admit defeat. Boom, 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 boom. Yue Yang clenched his teeth and persevered on as he practiced. His heart was fierce and was determined to grasp this technique. He found that learning this technique of instant summoning was akin to learning how to walk or ride a bicycle when he was young. He would always fall over, but each time he fell over, he would gain a little experience and improve little by little. As his mind became more coordinated, the resonating effect between his body and the summoning grimoire gradually became greater. The waves of mental backlash became lighter and lighter. Finally, Yue Yang did not feel his head hurting anymore. Instead, he felt a kind of fluctuating comfort that comes and goes, as if his mind was sobering up. His whole body entered into a mental state that was too wonderful to describe with words. The experience he had received after failing countless times had accumulated into a brand new realization. So the realm of man and grimoire as one, that he could not perceive originally, was right in front of his eyes all along. Finally, after failing who knows how many times, Yue Yang reached his hands out again. This time was different from the previous times when his summoning failed. He now brimmed with confidence, and with a slight touch. That silver grimoire was finally perfectly summoned in an instant. It succeeded. It really succeeded. However, Yue Yang was so amazed that he couldn't think of anything for a moment. He still could not believe his eyes for a long time. Wah, I succeeded. Yue Yang was so excited that he jumped and hopped around. He felt extremely delighted. Yue Yang thought that he was a genius, and was too awesome. It was such a difficult technique, yet he had finally managed to grasp it. Xia Wen Li stealthily yawned in an extremely cute manner. Perhaps she felt that Yue Yang was an idiot who had to take such a long time just to practice such a simple thing. Luckily, she still could not speak. Thus, the blow was not dealt to Yue Yang, letting him feel a little delighted for 3 minutes. Yue Yang fiercely kissed her on the face and threw her up into the air. He then caught her and swung her around, saying, "Little cutie, teach me again. How did you put the twin icicle blades into your diamond grimoire? There must be a technique for it, right? Come, tell me how to do it. How do I store things inside the grimoire?" Xia Wen Li batted her bright eyes, as if preparing to tell Yue Yang the technique, but her eyes suddenly turned and she transformed into a rainbow light, floating into his body. Instantly, Yue Yang also heard the sound of footsteps coming over from outside the house. "Is it fifth grandfather?" Yue Yang opened the door to look and found the dear riding elder dashing towards him, happily handing over a package to him. "These are some of the things that your father left behind. After Brother Has' proposal, and the discussion between the 3 great elders and the 9 elders, we decided to give you a part of your father's possessions to you for safekeeping. These are your father's battle techniques. It might be a bit useful for you. As these techniques require the contracting of special beasts, Brother Hai and I both feel that you might not be suited to cultivate them as they are. You may want to use them as a slight reference to receive some inspiration, perhaps that would be better for you. As for the other item, this is the blade that your father left behind. It's already broken. Take a look at it, maybe you can find some clues. And lastly, this is a key." Amongst the things that the 5th elder gave him, Yue Yang did not find any key. "Where's the key?" Yue Yang was curious. Could this key be transparent? "Little fellow, do you know the greatest difference between the clan head of the Yue family and of the other clans in the world? It's how fair they have to be. No matter how much they favor a single son or grandson, he must treat everyone fairly and ensure that everyone also maintains fairness. Before the competition, it was not that he did not want to help you. Rather, the more he helped you, the more people would resent you in jealousy. It would be even harder for you to preserve your life. It's the same now. You've risen suddenly and want revenge, to return the debt to Yu Tian and Yu Yan and the rest. He will not stop that either. As long as you don't kill them, you can enjoy the privileges of the strong. You can taunt them and hit them all you want, just like they did to you back then. The Soaring Dragon Continent is a world that respects power over anything. It's the same within the Yue family. If you're weak, then you should go about your life in a low-profile manner and spend your life in Whitestone City. That would be the smartest decision. Conversely, if you have power, then you can rampage as you please like how you are doing now. Little fellow, don't be resentful of reality. This world is full of competition. If you can't even outdo your own people, how would you be able to compete against the people outside? You must be a strong person, stronger than anyone else, in order to earn recognition in the family and the world's respect. After the fifth elder spoke, he paused for a while, and said, "The key that Brother Hai gave you was a single sentence." A single sentence? Yue Yang thought, could it be the password to open the puppet palace? Brother Hai said, that when you feel that you possess the strength of a level 6 elder, you may look for him. He will give you the location of the real puppet palace. Stored within it is the true secret of the Yue family. When you have the strength of a level 7 overlord, he will give the map of the godly ruins that the Yue clan's ancestors once explored. Only then will he tell you about another powerful existence in the world of rancors that common people don't know about. San this is just the start of the road of cultivation. Don't think that level 6 Elder S and level 7 Overlord S are the peak of existence. On the contrary, for a true rancor, level 7 Overlord is merely the beginning. After 5th Elder finished his speech, Yue Yang fell silent. The stronger existence that the 5th Elder spoke about was definitely the innate realm. How was the innate realm divided then? What was its relation between it and the normal ranks that warriors of the world used? What made Yue Yang more curious was, the true location of the puppet palace that 5th Elder spoke about. Was it not at the base of the Yue family's castle? The whole of the Soaring Dragon Continent knew that there was a puppet palace below the Yue family's castle. The reason why the entire Yue family prospered was due to this mysterious puppet palace that continuously produced countless puppet-type beasts. Could it be that the true puppet palace was not there? Don't be too hasty, San There's no need to worry for Fourth Lady's safety either. I dare say that as long as you are alive, they will not be harmed in any way. The stronger you are, the better their life will be. This is a reality. You can't change the opinion of every single person. The only thing you can change is yourself. You can become stronger, and make everyone have no choice but to revere you. The 5th Elder patted Yue Yang's shoulder, climbed up onto his deer and went off while laughing heartily. As Yue Yang wanted to start pondering over what the 5th Elder had said, he suddenly saw the royal swordswoman carrying her large sword on her back, flying towards him noisily. He immediately closed the door. This royal swordswoman was obviously not here to warm the bed or serve him. It was better to have nothing to do with her. Oi, I'm not here to pick a fight with you. I'm finding you to form a party. At Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou*, a royal scouting party mysteriously disappeared. The advisor's revelation gift traced it and found out that there was a gigantic energy reaction from there. Let's go take a look together. If we find out what's happening and get treasures from there, we can distribute them according to our needs. Yue Yang was stunned when he heard what the royal swordswoman said. Could it be that the Soaring Dragon Continent had adopted communism? Sephilia, the name of the mountain range, is a pun on worrying about seeing ghosts. Distribution according to need, such a good deal? Seeing that Yue Yang's heart was moved, the royal swordswoman struck while the iron was hot, persuading Yue Yang, if we aren't able to get treasures, I can also request from the state treasury to reward you with an water-avoiding pearl. This way you can summon beasts underwater. Water-avoiding pearl? Yue Yang immediately bounced up from his bed when he heard it. No problem, I was born to scout Eagle's Cry Valley. The royal swordswoman began to suspect that she had found the wrong person. Wrong person? Guijianzhou was a mountain range with continuous ups and downs, covered in a thick fog that would not dissipate throughout the year. Here, sunlight was considered a luxury. Not to mention normal people, even the wildest bandits in the Xia Empire would not come to this kind of damned place. As the place was so deserted and not many people came here, the mountains in Guijianzhou contained various rare, precious medicines and minerals, as well as many rare beasts that could not be found in many other regions. Of the rare beasts that existed in this place, they were mostly plant-type beasts and insect-type beasts. It was said that there was even an extremely terrifying insect-type beast, Reaper Mantis, that liked to prey on wyverns for food. Of course, this was only a legend. In this millennium, not a single soul had ever seen any sign of the Reaper Mantis existence. This terrifying insect-type beast had probably been extinct for 1,000 years already. The royal swordswoman highly suspected that the royal scouting party had met a strong beast like the Reaper Mantis, and was wiped out by a surprise attack done by such an extremely strong beast. Be careful. Although there normally won't be wild beasts above level 3 roaming about, because they're all plant-type and insect-type beasts, they usually appear in groups. Not only that, they bring about lots of negative effects such as weakness, dizziness, poison, hypnosis, parasites, and others. It's better to be safe than sorry. You, little liar, need to be more careful. Don't let some parasitic bee or parasitic spider latch onto you and make you grow a body full of parasitic insects. The royal swordswoman felt extremely baffled. This brat had always liked to chatter and crack jokes before this. Why did he suddenly become mute after teleporting to Guijianzhou? There are no signs of people ever walking past here at all. Are you absolutely sure that there really was a royal scouting party that got lost here? Yue Yang was slightly doubtful in his heart. Surrounding both sides of the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou were mysterious peaks that shot straight up to the sky. They were perfectly straight as if they were sliced and chopped with blades and hatchets. The iron-clawed cliff eagles lived on top of the valley had wingspans of over 5 meters. At the bottom of the valley was a terrifying bug-infested valley that was surrounded by a thick, dense fog that never cleared. Various types of bugs could be found everywhere, and even the plants in the valley were all strange as well. They were all brightly colored and eye-catching. There were red, yellow, purple, black, some with multiple colors, and some were even luminous. The only thing that this place did not have was normal green plants. Yue Yang was carefully looking around along the road, but he did not find any traces of humans anywhere. The royal swordswoman also felt that it was odd. However, towards the doubt that Yue Yang showed, she used a noble gaze to glare at him, saying, "Did you think that I would lie about everything like you? If nobody went missing, why would I come here? Something's not right." Yue Yang found that on top of a strange blood-red plant's ugly branches, was a perching crow with blood-red eyes. What's the matter? The royal swordswoman did not understand. Was it not just a crow? Wait, let me open the beast encyclopedia to check. Yue Yang took out an illustrated beast encyclopedia from his bag that was as thick as the new Chinese language dictionary on earth. As he was preparing to check the species of this crow, the royal swordswoman felt like fainting. She facepalmed and said, "Don't bother, it's such a basic thing. I'm telling you that this is a flesh-eating crow. The species of this crow is the red-eyed iron-winged crow. Its body is twice as large as a normal crow, with a flight speed of 300 km per hour. It's proficient in flying for short bursts and is extremely smart. It can open any capped bottles to drink water, and differentiate between 36 different colors and 50 different numbers. Its ability to resist poison is a 100 to 150 times that of a human, as it mostly feeds on rotting meat. Its body carries a venom that has various diseases, and peck wounds caused by it will cause humans to be poisoned with a slow-acting poison. Its grade is level 2 bird-type flying beast, and they prefers to live in small groups. There are 3 subspecies and 2 variants. They live everywhere in the Soaring Dragon Continent, and are most common within our area, the Xia Empire. Third young master, do you still want to know anything else? Your memory isn't bad at all." As Yue Yang flipped the encyclopedia, he found out that the royal swordswoman was absolutely correct. "Do you think that there is a problem with this crow?" The royal swordswoman fainted as she heard this. These were the basics of basics. Everyone who had attended school would know. However, she did not overly criticize Yue Yang. The reason was that this fellow had never attended school to begin with. It is a flesh-eating life form. Why is it following us? I noticed it when it was 10 kilometers away. It has been following us secretly ever since. Yue Yang expressed his doubts. Does it think that we will die? The royal swordswoman was smart and got his point instantly. I have a suspicion that it saw the royal scouting party before. Not only that, it has already eaten their meat. It should feel that we will end up more or less like the royal scouting party's members sooner or later, turning into corpses. That's why it has been constantly following us so that it can devour flesh when we are down. Yue Yang explained his own theory. How can you be so sure with just by a single crow? The royal swordswoman really had a little admiration for this little liar. She felt that although Yue Yang had completely no basic knowledge, his mental capabilities was definitely top-notch. It really seemed like finding him as a partner for this was the right decision. Of course, Yue Yang would not tell this girl that even though he had his suspicions, the most important thing was what his divine vision had analyzed. Under the analysis of the divine vision, there was something that was definitely wrong in this crow. It was not merely a simple, ordinary red-eyed iron-winged crow. On the body of this red-eyed crow, a kind of evil chi was present. It was different from demonic chi and was extremely peculiar. Initially, Yue Yang had thought that it was the corpse's chi due to corpses rotting in its intestine after feeding on them for a long time. However, analyzing it more closely with divine vision, he found out that this was not the case. His divine vision could faintly see that this crow was a bird being controlled by a person that was far away from here. Although it was not a contracted beast, but it was being controlled by a person. It was a surveillance tool just like the drone planes on Earth that were equipped with radars. I think the crow is being controlled by someone. Hopefully my gut feeling is wrong. Yue Yang felt that in time to come, he would face an inevitable huge battle. Controlling an uncontracted crow was not something an ordinary warrior could do. If you're right, then what kind of people would be hiding in Guijianzhou? Hearing Yue Yang's answer, the royal swordswoman was greatly shocked. She was able to discern that he was speaking the truth. To be more accurate, this fellow's actions were completely different from before. He was currently not lying at all, and was extremely serious. Could it be that there was a hidden power somewhere expanding secretly in this place? I believe that there will be an answer to this question in a short time. Yue Yang took out a piece of hard rations and bit down on it, pretending to eat. That crow immediately soared up high into the sky. Clearly, it seemed to know that in the hands of a warrior, even a piece of dry rations could also be a fatal weapon. However, as Yue Yang ate and drank, it quietly came down from the sky and landed on a tree branch farther away. It followed the two of them from a distance away. The royal swordswoman's eyes displayed a light of comprehension. Actually, Yue Yang's previous movements was a test. If this crow was not controlled by someone, then it would not have flown up just now. Normal crows would pick up humans' food strewn on the ground. It would not be so smart as to feel danger and fly up just by seeing rations being taken out. Since it had flown up, then, aside from being able to prove that someone was controlling it from behind, it had also proved his second point. If this crow's master could hear the conversation between Yue Yang and the sister, then it would not have ordered the crow to come down again. This was because the words that Yue Yang had just said clearly showed that he was suspicious of the crow. Now that the crow had settled back onto the branch, it proved that the person controlling the crow could probably only see the movements of Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman, but not hear what they were saying. He did not know that Yue Yang was about to kill off the crow either. The person had thought that he was hungry and was preparing to eat some rations to fill his stomach. The royal swordswoman batted her eyelids that were layered with a red blush on, and asked Yue Yang, "What do we do now?" Yue Yang handed over the water to her, and showed her a brilliant smile, saying, "I think that if we embraced each other and do some intimate actions like touching, grabbing, kneading, and so on, perhaps we can lure this crow over to kill it. Although if we do that, I will suffer more losses, so I oppose this idea." The royal swordswoman almost fainted on the ground from this. How would he be the one who would suffer more losses from them embracing each other? "If you dare to touch me once, I will chop off your hands." The royal swordswoman angrily raised her little fist at him. "Then what about touching you twice?" With a tiger-like pounce from Yue Yang, he pinned the royal swordswoman down onto the ground completely. Not waiting for the royal swordswoman to resist, he quickly took off the armor on her body. As he kissed her lightly like raindrops falling, he also took off his own clothes at the same time. That crow suddenly flew closer carefully and finally landed on a branch that was a few meters away from Yue Yang. It stared at the wild Yue Yang without turning its eyes away, as if it was extremely curious towards his wicked actions of pushing the royal swordswoman down. Although the royal swordswoman was resisting with all her might, Yue Yang was much faster with his wolfy paws and had already taken her large breastplate out, throwing it to one side. In front of her chest, a large portion of her unblemished, snow-white skin was exposed, showcasing a soft, tender, and beautiful flesh. The tube top that covered her chest area almost seemed to be unable to wrap around those great mountains of flesh. Yue Yang excitedly gave a wolfy howl, and reached out with his wicked wolfy paws, aiming straight towards those two mounds. "Caught you!" Yue Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already on the branch. With both hands, he caught that red-eyed crow that was losing its head out of fear. Yue Yang wore a grin on his face, but his eyes were as cold as the devil. He looked straight into the crow's eyes and said, "Curious? Don't rush, little friend. When I find you later, I'll perform the show slowly in front of you." After saying this, Yue Yang wrung the crow with force and snapped the head of that red-eyed crow. However, before he could even brag about his plan succeeding, the royal swordswoman had already jumped up in rage and downed him with a punch. The royal swordswoman's eyes were full of anger. She was blushing a little as well, and a few tears had formed in her eyes. "You bastard, it was fine to put up a show, but you really touched me. Since when did I permit you to touch me? You must be doing this fake act for real, abusing your privileges. You want to seize the opportunity and take advantage of me. Did I touch you just now?" Yue Yang's face was full of innocence. He had a face full of disbelief while looking at his hands. "Are you a dead man? Don't you have any feeling whether you had touched it or not?" The royal swordswoman was absolutely angry. This fellow had touched it, yet he didn't want to admit it. He was still even trying to act dumb. The royal swordswoman was so angry that her whole body shook with anger. Watching this, however, Yue Yang realized that those mountains of hers that could not be covered by the little piece of cloth she was wearing seemed to be swaying a little. No, it was a movement that was of a greater realm, transcending swaying boobs. It seemed to be the legendary vibrating boobs, that could even cause the coldest of souls to tremble. He gulped lots of saliva down, unable to resist the ravenous desires that was filling his heart. He reached a wicked hand out, saying, "I didn't feel it clearly just now, did I touch it like this?" The royal swordswoman foolishly stared blankly in astonishment as she saw her breasts being groped by Yue Yang's wolfy paws again. It was only after a long while before she suddenly let loose a scream that was even more terrifying than a banshee's scream. Without even bothering to wear her breastplate again, she immediately took up her great sword and lifted it high up while slashing at Yue Yang, who was running for his life. That's my instinct as a guy. If any other guy saw it, they would do this too. While he was busily running away, Yue Yang tried to defend himself. The royal swordswoman almost burst her heart with rage after hearing this. I'll slice you to death, you big pervert. That is my instinct too. Pa pa pa. In the sky, a group of red-eyed crows flapped their wings and swept across the air. After a while, they flew back again, and circled a few rounds in the sky. Some of them landed on branches to search for something, but was eventually unable to find Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman, who were hiding within the dense forest and bushes. In the end, flapping their wings noisily, they flew towards another direction. Ever since Yue Yang killed the first red-eyed crow, in the span of a day and a night, the pack of red-eyed crows had flown over Yue Yang's head at least 20 times. It was obvious that the rancor hiding in Guijianzhou Eagle's Cry Valley was extremely talented at controlling crows. In order to find out where Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman were, this hidden rancor had controlled at least 200 crows to search for them. They were dispatched in alternate shifts, searching everywhere, going over Yue Yang's head time and time again. However, they were fooled by Yue Yang's camouflage, and were unable to achieve anything in the end. The royal swordswoman, just like Yue Yang, had also abandoned her full body armor and wore leaves-covered clothes, the kind that were usually used by forest scouts. Whenever there were a pack of crows flying over, they would only need to duck into a cluster of plants, or crouch down and stop moving. This way, the pack of red-eyed crows in the sky would be unable to detect their presence. Although the royal swordswoman's rage towards Yue Yang's groping hands did not disappear, she admired how crafty this fellow was. Using tree branches and leaves to make clothes as a camouflage was really a great idea. Not only crows, even humans would be unable to find them. In a mountain gorge that was filled with a fast-flowing stream, countless iron-clawed cliff eagles let loose chaotic cries, flying in all directions. Shiro, this is Eagle's Cry Valley. A green wyvern with a protruding head appeared, carrying a black-robed man on its back as it spiraled down to the ground. Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman hurriedly hid themselves within the cracks in the gorge, watching the movements of that black-robed man quietly. They only saw him taking out a black skull before he started muttering some chants. A dense, black fog was emitted from the skull, and eventually it condensed into black balls. The black-robed man then threw these black fog balls onto the ground. The black fog dispersed, and with a crackling sound, oddly shaped skeletons were summoned one after another. A few of those skeletons still had some items that they possessed when they were living, for example a tattered pair of gloves, a silver chain drenched full of black blood, a rusted longsword. The face of the royal swordswoman immediately sunk at the sight of this. Yue Yang could not understand what was going on, but she did. She understood the situation perfectly. She had found her target. These skeletons were the people they had been looking for, the royal scouting party. However, all of them had died and they had even been turned into skeletons by the black-robed man through the terrifying dead soul summoning technique. It turned out that the person who destroyed the entire royal scouting party and controlled the crows was this necromancer. However, necromancers only exist in the demonic abyss. How did one appear in the Soaring Dragon Continent? How long had this black-robed necromancer hid himself in the Eagle's Cry Valley in Guijianzhou for? What was his purpose? My undead servants, move out. Find where those two living people are hiding. While chanting, the black-robed man's hands, that were as thin as if they were only skeletons, summoned balls of green light and projected them into the few dozen skeletons. These skeletons changed form under the green fluorescent light, changing in color and increasing in size, becoming gigantic. Within 10 seconds, they had turned from level 1 shriveled skeletons into level 2 bony skeletons. Among those skeletons, there was one who had absorbed multiple balls of green light. It was strengthened and evolved even further to become a level 3 iron bone skeleton. This iron bone skeleton commander even grew bone blades that were made of iron on both of its arms. The royal swordswoman knew that this was the controlling technique of the necromancer. As long as there were living things nearby, these skeletons would be able to sense them. Their branches and leaves camouflage would lose effect. Thankfully, the sensing range of the skeletons were limited to around 20 to 30 meters. Not only that, a stream separated the two of them from the necromancer. If not, they would have been found by these skeletons immediately. The royal swordswoman tapped on Yue Yang's back, and lightly drew a circle, signaling him to prepare a surprise attack. With the distance, it was slightly difficult to perform a sneak attack, and the success rate was not high. But, they still had to give it a shot. Otherwise, if this black-robed man riding a poison wyvern rose up to the sky, they would have no way of catching him again. The royal swordswoman estimated that this black-robed necromancer probably had the strength of a level 6 elder. There would be a high chance to kill him off if their surprise attack succeeded. The only problem was that this guy was also extremely cautious. The place where the wyvern landed was a stone that jutted out. As long as the wyvern jumped, he would easily be able to escape into the sky. Aside from the Bloody Queen, she and the big pervert could only watch with folded arms with regard to an aerial battle. With just a single gold rank level 3 Bloody Queen, it was quite hard to kill off this bronze rank level 6 Poison Wyvern, not to mention that there was a necromancer with the strength of a level 6 Elder riding on top of it. Yue Yang caught hold of the royal swordswoman's hand. When she was about to struggle free, he signaled her to keep quiet and not move at all, no matter what happened. The royal swordswoman glared at him, but eventually listened to what he said, not daring to take any sudden actions. She wanted to take her hand back, but Yue Yang acted as if he didn't know about it. He did not let go of her hand after he had caught it, taking the chance to take advantage of her. The royal swordswoman could not help but want to kick him into the stream. However, the black-robed man was still present. If he was kicked into the stream, they would lose their chance to mount a surprise attack. She could only drop this idea. She had originally wanted to punch him, but a moment later, she had completely forgotten about this. She grabbed Yue Yang's back nervously. Her great mounts unconsciously squeezed on him, trying to press his body down to go lower and lower to the ground. This was because, looking in the same direction as Yue Yang was, the royal swordswoman had seen that on top of the steep cliff rock, a terrifying life form was standing absolutely still, having appeared out of nowhere. It did not move at all, and its breathing was completely hidden. It was stuck on the cliff wall as if it was a rock. Its target was the black-robed man below it and the poison wyvern he was riding on. However, even the alert black-robed man and the poison wyvern was completely unable to sense the presence of this terrifying life form. When the poison wyvern flapped its giant wings and started to ascend slowly with the black-robed man, that terrifying life form suddenly moved as if it was lightning. Moving its two huge arms that were like sickles as if they were black lightning, it severed the space and took the giant poison wyvern captive with its arms. The bronze rank level 6 poison wyvern could not even struggle. It could only whine repeatedly. That terrifying life form immediately opened its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and ate the head of the poison wyvern alive. It did not kill its prey beforehand but rather ate them alive. The screeches of the poison wyvern resounded throughout the entire valley. At this time, the entire valley was deathly still. All the creatures were so scared that they did not even know where to hide. When the terrifying life form was eating the poison wyvern alive, the black-robed man was struggling. His body was also clamped down by the giant arms of this creature, so tightly that he could not struggle free at all. Seeing that the little worm had actually dared to struggle, the terrifying life form instantly bent its head forward to bite the black-robed man's head off. The black-robed man's actions were extremely quick, and instantly took out a teleportation ball, smashing it with his black and bony hand. The teleportation pillar shone within a second. However, the instant before he disappeared during his teleportation, the terrifying life form angrily raised one of its sickle arms, and cut them down towards the black-robed man. Pa! The lower half of the black-robed man who was still teleporting was immediately severed in the teleportation space. The teleportation pillar was also shattered, and half of his body fell onto the ground with a thump. If not for escaping fast enough, this black-robed man with the strength of a level 6 elder would have been instantly killed. Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman watched the whole scene until their scalps exploded. This terrifying life form was actually the legendary gold rank level 7 Reaper Mantis that was said to have been extinct. Not only that, it was actually a gold king beast. The guy who from another dimension was sweating madly and cried out in his heart, "My God! Who had said that Reaper Mantises were extinct?" There was one right in front of his eyes. Its body was a few times larger than a wyvern, and even larger than a fighter plane. Could this kind of terrifying life form really existed in the Soaring Dragon Continent? Thankfully, it did not fly out of Guijianzhou. Otherwise, everyone would have been eaten by it already. That bronze rank level 6 poison wyvern did not even have the time to struggle, and was eaten in a mouthful. Meeting its nemesis, this poison wyvern had really bad luck. After the Reaper Mantis ate the head of the poison wyvern, it suddenly lost interest on the giant carcass of the wyvern and threw it away. With a flap of its wings, it instantly flew up into the sky, disappearing into thin air. If not for the wyvern's carcass falling onto the ground loudly in front of their eyes, Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman would both have doubted that the Reaper Mantis had even appeared before. Looks like it really likes eating the magic cores of wyverns, Yue Yang cried that was close in his heart. Thankfully, before he left, he had given his wyvern magic cores to Yue Bing for safekeeping. Otherwise, the ones who would be ambushed by the Reaper Mantis would probably not just be the poison wyvern alone. It's a female mantis. I don't know if it has laid eggs, but if we find those eggs, then we can find the larvae of the Reaper Mantis. The royal swordswoman held a little desire. The Reaper Mantis larvae were gold rank beasts, and their potential for growth was limitless. When Yue Yang heard it, he jumped in fright, and quickly waved his hands, saying, "If you want to court death then go ahead. Don't drag me along, I haven't enjoyed my happy life yet." Sephilia, same sexual pun, happy life equals sexual life, you coward. The royal swordswoman was angry. She had only said it in passing. Did he really think that there would be any Reaper Mantis's larvae waiting for them? I feel that the most sensible course of action right now is to kill off that black-robed man. Yue Yang was used to bullying the weak. He would rather be afraid of the tough and bully the weak. But he already escaped. How do we find him? Who knows where he's hiding? The royal swordswoman now felt that it was a little dangerous to move in Eagle's Cry Valley. After all, a gold rank level 7 Reaper Mantis was hidden somewhere, and could attack them from behind at any time. This kind of feeling made people's hairs stand on end. Look, Yue Yang pointed at the skeletons, who were dragging the severed lower half of the black-robed man and the giant wyvern carcass. Is that fellow rushing back here? Fine, we'll go with what you said this time, let's wait. The royal swordswoman felt that the necromancer was absolutely unlucky. First, he had let the Reaper Mantis ambush him, killing off his bronze rank level 6 poison wyvern. Now, he would be ambushed again by her and this big pervert. With this double attack, it would be hard for the fellow to survive even if he wanted to. Although the royal swordswoman was still extremely angry at Yue Yang, she had no choice but to stay close to him. The two people were physically touching each other, their bodies leaning on each other in an intimate fashion. For the ambush to succeed, the two people quietly hid themselves within the cracks of the rocks. As for the ravenous expression that showed how Yue Yang was enjoying himself inside, the royal swordswoman was angry out of her mind. Eventually, being afraid that she could not resist the temptation to bash him in the face and effect the ambush, she could only act as if she did not see it. Just like this, the two people quietly awaited the return of the heavily injured black-robed man to the stream, unmoving. After around half an hour, a grey-robed male stood on top of a giant iron-winged crow king's back, accompanying the black-robed man who only had the upper half of his body, back to the sky above the stream. That black-robed man cursed in rage, saying, "I'm really too unlucky. I took so much effort to get this body. I didn't expect that, within half a month, it would be sliced into half by a Reaper Mantis. I probably won't be able to recover the body to its initial state without at least a year's time. Didn't Master Suoji say that there were no more Reaper Mantises in Guijianzhou? I really met a ghost then. If not for me running fast, my head would probably be bitten off like my wyvern. Lu Dun, help me out a little, connect my body together." The grey-robed man snickered, "Your luck is really bad. I've been staying in Guijianzhou for almost 10 years and I've never seen a Reaper Mantis. It's probably the fault of your wyvern. Who asked you to like wyverns so much and contract with one to make it your mount? How come there's still the presence of a Golden King Beast around? What Golden King Beast?" The black-robed man still had some lingering fears. Listening to this, he was scared to the point that his entire body was trembling. "Don't be afraid, that's my bloody queen, I guarantee that she doesn't like eating human heads, especially dead people's heads." Yue Yang's silhouette appeared behind the black-robed man. His smile was as brilliant as the sun. Of course, in the eyes of the black-robed man, it was more like a devil's grin. Seeing the royal swordswoman dashing towards him with her large sword, the grey-robed man laughed strangely at the black-robed man. "I'll deal with this little girl. My beast is coincidentally the nemesis of strengthening-type warriors." He grasped a strange-looking purplish-black magic ball and flew towards the royal swordswoman. When the royal swordswoman's large sword was about to slash down, countless purplish-black rays of light erupted from the ball, forming a large circle. It actually caused him and the royal swordswoman to disappear at the same time. Yue Yang was startled. They were not in the demon abyss but in the Soaring Dragon Continent. How could such a battlefield of certain death exist in here too? It looks like the dimensional research in the demon abyss was much more advanced than the Soaring Dragon Continent. It was no wonder that the teleportation orbs in the demon abyss had such a short activation time. When the black-robed man saw this, he cursed loudly, "That damned Lu Dun. He would go crazy as soon as he sees a woman. He is obviously useless, but he still liked to collect female corpses, what a perverted and abnormal hobby. You think that without your help I wouldn't be able to handle a brat that is still wet behind the ears? May I ask how you are going to deal with me?" Yue Yang curiously asked. He could not understand it. How could a necromancer that had lost half of his body and was rotting all over, defeat him, who possessed a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen? The black-robed man ignored Yue Yang and summoned his grimoire out quickly instead. Upon seeing his advanced silver grimoire, Yue Yang felt his heartbeat quickened. It looked like he would soon possess another silver grimoire himself. If he could form a contract with all the grimoires he found, and filled them all with beasts that his spirit guardian beasts possessed, he would definitely be able to be triumphant everywhere. As Yue Yang continued to daydream in his mind, he suddenly saw the black-robed necromancer placed his black, bony hand onto his grimoire. In the next moment, black light pervaded the whole space as a headless horseman, who had a rotting body and a foul stench, was summoned. Yue Yang observed with his divine vision and discovered that this headless horseman was actually a bronze-ranked level 5 undead-type beast. The headless horseman did not immediately attack Yue Yang. Instead, he rode his similarly rotting skeletal horse straight towards the group of level 2 bony skeletons. Raising his large black sword, the headless horseman slashed downwards with a heavy force, hacking apart and destroying all of those bony skeletons. Extending both of his hands, the headless horseman then gathered all the dark green energy orbs that emerged from the bony skeletons, before stuffing them into his dilapidated body. Afterwards, he removed the skull of the iron bone skeleton and fixed it onto his own neck. The skull shone with a dark green blaze, which disappeared after a while. Energy began igniting within the eye sockets of the skeletal head. In an instant, it merged with the headless horseman's body and transformed into a Death Knight. The Death Knight had a dark green body and was much stronger in power and capabilities. The large black sword from before now burned with the green fluorescent light of the corpses, steaming into the air. The Death Knight's rank soared from its original bronze ranked level 5 to bronze ranked level 6. Yue Yang clapped loudly as he watched and praised, "Not bad. This method may be a bit weird but it is extremely effective. It looks like the Demon Abyss research on summoning techniques are indeed more advanced. The human race is lagging behind by a little. You dare to be so arrogant when death is right in front of you." The black-robed man summoned another gigantic black centipede, which was more than 10 meters in length. This was neither a skeletal beast, nor an undead-type beast like the Headless Horseman. It was a living-type beast. It was the spirit guardian beast of the black-robed man. Likewise, this large giant pincer centipede was a bronze-ranked level 6 beast. With these two bronze-ranked level 6 beasts working together against the gold-ranked level 3 Bloody Queen, it appeared the strength of either one of them were not inferior in any way. There was a slight disdain in the Bloody Queen's expression, but she did not move to attack. She flew at a low height, primarily hovering behind Yue Yang. With the dragon-slaying dagger strapped to her waist and Yue Yang's crescent blade in her right hand, she was waiting for an opportunity to strike. She had the overwhelming aura of a Gold King beast, but against higher-leveled beast, the suppressing effect was not that obvious. Furthermore, the Death Knight was an undead, causing the suppressing effect to be reduced even further, making it almost insignificant. As for the giant pincer centipede, it was a spirit guardian beast. Under the command of the black-robed man, it was filled with battle intent and incessantly crawled around the stone ground. Its sharp limbs were like countless knives that flashed with cold glints. Its pair of enormous iron pincers that were even bigger than its head only needs to touch a stone slightly to crush them into powder. The Bloody Queen did not have much of a suppressing effect on them. However, she was still a Gold King beast. Even if she was 3 levels lower, the Death Knight and the centipede did not dare to attack her rashly. The black-robed man appeared arrogant, but was actually inwardly vigilant. He had almost lost his life when he was previously ambushed by the Reaper Mantis. Now that he was again ambushed by this human brat, he would be an idiot if he still did not increase his vigilance. "Do you have a lich ring?" Yue Yang did not command the Bloody Queen to immediately engage in the battle. Instead, he couldn't stop looking at the hands of the black-robed man. Among all the treasures in the world, the lich ring was the one that Yue Yang was most concerned about. The reason was simple. The lich ring was the same as storage rings and had a dimensional storage capability. The only difference was that the storage ring can store anything, including living things, while the lich ring could only store articles or corpses that was dead. Storage rings were sacred treasures that even the Xia Empire's emperor, Junwu Yu, did not possess, much less Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang still hoped for a lich ring. Yue Yang was not only a beauty con, he was also a treasure con. He adored articles with dimensional storage capabilities, such as the universal pouch and the Sumi mustard seed. Ignis, the Qian Kun bag, appears in various Xiangxia novels and stories, and has dimensional storage. Shiro, it is also mentioned in Chapter 1. The Sumi mustard seed comes from a saying which the Buddha contained the entire Mount Sumeru, Sumi, inside a mustard seed without it changing in size. It was a pity that although he managed to snatch the old Daoist Priest's universal pouch, it disappeared after he was transported to this world. If it was assumed that the flying sword became the heavenly sword goddess, then what about the universal pouch? Yue Yang reckoned that it was temporarily safe kept by his first wife, the heavenly sword goddess. Or perhaps, that magical dream world that he always go to was actually inside the universal pouch. Yue Yang could not ask the heavenly sword goddess about the whereabouts of the universal pouch now. However, he still desired to have storage articles. Storage rings were essential equipment for family travels, murder and arson, killing monsters, and treasure hunting. How could he do without one? If he really could not possess one, at the very least he must have a lich ring. Lich rings were actually the most inferior and the trashiest storage rings. Although the storage space of lich rings were not very big and could only hold inanimate objects, there were no such treasure present in the Soaring Dragon Continent. The main reason was because the special type beasts that had the ability to produce special articles were simply too rare in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Human intelligence was even less capable of producing storage rings. For example, the Yu clan was already quite amazing to be able to produce puppet beasts, thus making it one of the 4 big clans. However, in the entire Yu clan, aside from the ghost genius Yu Gong from several hundred years back, no one could figure out the principles behind storage rings. Although the ghost genius Yu Gong had left behind his research insights, nobody could make sense of them. In comparison to producing puppet beasts, producing sacred-level objects like storage rings had a difficulty that was worlds apart, it could not even be compared. Even producing teleportation scrolls were extremely difficult for humans, much less producing dimensional storage articles. The difficulty of the technique was like scaling the sky, and could not be reached by the people of this world. Thus, there were no storage rings in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Even the trashiest and the most useless lich rings were not sold anywhere. Lich rings had always been a special treasure that only exist in the demon abyss. If humans wanted to possess them, they must first kill a lich and seize the lich ring on the lich's hands. Liches, who only contract with undead-type beasts, needed to store a lot of materials, such as huge dragon skeletons, human skeletons, corpses, demon crystals etc. They required lich rings to solve this crucial necessity. Thus, a lich would generally have a lich ring. No, the black-robed man laughed coldly. This brat definitely thinks that lich ring are random goods that could be found in roadside stalls. How could they be so easily obtained? Then you can die now. Yue Yang faintly smiled. He was still smiling in 1 second, but in the next, he became a horrifying reaper. Yue Yang's image disappeared and a series of distorted images appeared in midair, as he went straight for the centipede with gigantic pincers. In the air, the bloody queen also flapped her wings, shooting out in preparation to form a pincer attack on the giant pincer centipede with Yue Yang. The black-robed necromancer coldly laughed in his heart. He had been waiting for this. He ordered the giant pincer centipede to leap highly into the air to welcome the attack. The exoskeleton of the giant pincer centipede was extremely sturdy, hence it was not afraid of knives or axes. Even if it did not resist and just stayed still for this brat to attack, it wouldn't be injured at all. Most importantly, his giant pincer centipede was a spirit guardian beast. Even if it was killed, it could be summoned again, it was not afraid of being hit at all. Poof! A section of a blade suddenly penetrated through the chest of the Death Knight, who was riding forwards to provide reinforcements. Both he and the skeletal horse crazily shook together. Numerous black and green-colored fluorescent light surged out from the wound. The black-robed man was surprised. He steadied himself and examined, discovering that it was only an illusion that was rushing towards the giant pincer centipede. The real figure of the brat had appeared behind the Death Knight, smiling like a demon. He had impaled the crescent-shaped blade through the demon's heart of the Death Knight. The Death Knight, who was produced from the corpse of a demon general, did not fear physical attacks at all. Its only weakness was his demon's heart, which was intentionally situated in the right side of the chest. Aside from himself, nobody knew this secret. How did this brat know about it? The Huaijin magic blade in Yue Yang's hand was like a hungry tiger pouncing at food, absorbing the energy from the Death Knight's devil heart madly. No matter if it was the molten core or the demon dragon's crystal, both were drawing energy from the devil heart and trying to restore themselves. Besides the minuscule corpse chi that it didn't need, the Huaijin magic blade welcomed all other forms of energy. The Death Knight was struggling for its life, but its struggles were futile. Bang! Its skull split in an explosion, causing the energy in its body to greatly decrease. The bronze-ranked level 6 Death Knight reverted back into the bronze-ranked level 5 Headless Horseman. Following which, as it kept on losing its energy, it slowly turned to bronze-ranked level 4, bronze-ranked level 3, normal level 4, normal level 3. When the Huaijin magic blade had absorbed all of its energy, the initially awe-inspiring Death Knight became a pile of rotting meat and bones, collapsing into a scattered mess. Even the skeletal horse was shattered into dust, becoming a pile of rotten bones and meat like its master. The black-robed necromancer was dumbstruck. Even in his dreams he did not imagine that this smiling murderer of a human brat could actually possess such a horrifying demonic weapon. This demonic weapon was definitely one that possessed life. It should be the treasure that he had yearned for even in his dreams. If he could use it to make a bone formation casket, he would probably be able to evolve into an immortal lich. As the black-robed man jealously and greedily gazed at the Huaijin magic blade, it flashed a wave of black smoke and purple flame, steaming continuously. It slowly began to transform on its own, evolving into a form with greater perfection. The molten core and the demon dragon's crystal on the two sides began to merge, and vein-like patterns appeared throughout the entire body and edge of the blade. Turned out that the Huaijin magic blade, which was initially silver-ranked, had successfully evolved into a gold-ranked demonic weapon after absorbing the energy from the Death Knight's demon heart. Yue Yang lifted it up, channeling his innate chi into it. Upon urging the energy in the blade, the purple flame with black smoke surged wildly, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. The energy flames also took the shape of a blazing armor on Yue Yang's arm. Besides increasing his defense, it also greatly increased and added to the strength of his arm. That's impossible. The black-robed necromancer was practically going mad with jealousy. How could this brat be this lucky? Not only did he possess a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen, he also possessed such a demonic weapon that was able to absorb energy and evolve on its own. Kill him! Kill him! He must kill the brat himself. He must seize the demonic weapon and refine it into an bone formation casket, that would turn him into an immortal lich. Greed filled the black-robed necromancer's entire heart. Suddenly, he heard a miserable screech. When he turned his head to watch, he discovered that there was a dagger impaled into the head of his giant pincer centipede and it was flipping in pain. In an instant, it transformed into a black ray of light, returning into his silver grimoire. If it wasn't a guardian beast, it would have definitely died. The dagger that was impaled into it was the dragon-slaying dagger. It can even inflict serious damage on gigantic dragons with just one hit. Where did this dragon-slaying dagger come from? Before the black-robed necromancer could take the time to comprehend, he felt a huge surge of pain from his back. His whole body was then sent flying outwards, falling heavily onto the ground. In the air, a leg descended, covering the whole sky. Yue Yang stepped on the black-robed necromancer but did not immediately kill him. Instead, he looked into the distance and laughed, "I guess you must be the Master Suoji? I think you have watched quite a bit, aren't you going to come down to save your underling? Although your concealing ability is not bad, please take note of the flow of the air. Next time don't stand in the direction of the wind. Otherwise, it will be easy for people to catch a whiff of the corpse stench on you. I say, next time, if you manage to survive today, why don't you learn from this lesson? You sure are good at talking. But if you think I am like the Lu Ben whom you are stepping on, then you have made a huge mistake." There was an aged and haughty voice that resounded through the open space. There were a few hissing sounds. It was as though a protective screen had been removed from the sky. In front of Yue Yang's eyes, there was a silver-ranked level 7 zombie dragon. Its wings were tattered and its body was corroded. Coupled with the deeply diluted and lifeless eyes, it was evident that it was once a gigantic dragon. The gigantic dragon might have been dead, but its residual aura still existed. Although it had become a zombie, its level was still a high silver-ranked level 7. Riding atop the zombie dragon was an elderly man with a wrinkled face. He wore a long purple-black robe and wielded a skeletal bone staff that flickered with a red light. He arrogantly looked down at Yue Yang in a haughty manner, "Although you may have defeated Lu Ben, in my eyes, you are just a little worm. I am a lich that has cultivated for 500 years. With a wave of my hand, I can pinch you, little brat, to death like a tick. What does defeating Lu Ben even count for? He is only my undead servant, a human-shaped tool that can breathe. You think you can use him to threaten me? I've never thought of using it to threaten you. I only thought of keeping it and slowly interrogate it to obtain the information I require." Yue Yang coldly slashed down at the black-robed necromancer Lu Ben's skeletal skull with his demonic blade. He then kicked away Lu Ben's skull away by more than 10 meters. "You're overestimating yourself. You want to oppose me? You will immediately understand what is called a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Lich Suoji arrogantly snorted. "Nope. It should be mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Yue Yang laughed as a shadow was pouncing downwards from the sky, in a manner that was faster than lightning, with both arms like the scythes of a reaper. It was actually the reaper mantis who had all along been hiding itself. Its original target might have been Yue Yang. However, its focus had now shifted to the zombie dragon and the afterimage of Yue Yang disappeared from the ground. When Lich Suoji used his perception and managed to locate him, he discovered that the brat had already appeared directly underneath. He was approaching like the reaper mantis, and in his hands, he wielded the steaming flaming purple demonic blade. Its killing intent was not any lesser than the scythes of the reaper mantis. Lich Suoji was unlike the black-robed Lu Ben. He had absolutely no reaction towards the reaper mantis' surprise attack. He did not panic but instead closed his eyes in an extremely calm manner. Extending his hands, he unhurriedly summoned a gold grimoire. A halo shield formed, blocking his head from the fatal strike. However, the zombie dragon underneath him was not as lucky. Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade had already viciously slashed at the dragon's abdomen, which was not protected by the shield. The dragon's skin, which had become brittle after a prolonged period of rotting and corrosion, was cut open. In the air, the reaper mantis scythe arm slashed with frightful might, causing the protective cover to concave a little. In the end, the defense of the gold-ranked halo shield was stronger, and the reaper mantis could only back down without any achievement. In the instant when its arm scythe was rebounded by the shield, the reaper mantis attacked for a second time. It swept its arm horizontally, causing the colossal-sized body of the zombie dragon to forcefully fly. The body of the zombie dragon flew in a curve and smashed into a distant wall of the mountain. It then fell headlong and smashed heavily onto the ground, causing a deafening rumble. The reaper mantis was extremely swift. It had already spread its wings in pursuit. It tightly gripped the zombie dragon's tail in its arm scythes, and then swung and pounded it repeatedly against the ground. The zombie dragon hadn't had any reactions up until now since it had been resurrected as a zombie. Its movements and response time had become relatively sluggish and was no longer as active as they were when it was still a gigantic dragon. When the zombie dragon's instinct to struggle finally arose, the reaper mantis' huge mouth had already opened. It viciously bit down, with the zombie dragon's forehead as its target. What a nice gold-ranked worm! It actually dares to prey on my mount. It is simply overestimating itself. Lich Suoji coldly laughed, summoning an orb of ice from his grimoire. The orb of ice seemed to be a living thing as it flew on its own. It shot like a meteor and hit the back of the Reaper Mantis. Upon contact, it immediately caused the Reaper Mantis body to rapidly freeze into ice. In the instant before the Reaper Mantis devoured the zombie dragon's head, the white color of freezing ice had already spread across its body. The Reaper Mantis had been frozen into an ice sculpture. The zombie dragon immediately counterattacked. It bit onto the Reaper Mantis, who was stuck inside the ice sculpture, and ruthlessly threw it into the ground. It then swept its huge tail. Boom! The Reaper Mantis was knocked into the air, slamming against the mountain wall. Crushed rocks and ice fragments scattered across the sky. The Reaper Mantis, which had freed itself from the ice, hooked both of its arm scythes and flew towards the zombie dragon. It then spread its wings and did its best to shake off the remaining ice fragments on its body. Yue Yang felt surprised. The Reaper Mantis was a gold-ranked level 7 Gold King beast. How could it be weak to ice? He then suddenly realized that it must be the babies in its belly. The eggs were relatively frail and could be incapable of withstanding the temperature change due to the ice. It should be due to this that this female Reaper Mantis had wildly hunted the venomous wyvern and the zombie dragon to devour their dragon crystals. The crystals were supposed to be the nutrients for the incubation of its babies. Lich Suoji summoned a blood-winged demon guard, which had a body of raging flames and carried an axe. This bronze-ranked level 7 monster from the abyss was called to attack Yue Yang. The Bloody Queen held the crescent blade in her right hand, and the golden dragon-slaying dagger in her left. She quickly swept behind the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard, and initially wanted to attack its wings. However, the demon guard's reaction was fast and it flapped its wings, flipping in midair. It wildly chopped with the large flaming axe in its hands, forcing the Bloody Queen to retreat. Yue Yang ignored the demon guard and was more concerned with the battle on the ground. He discovered that the icy orb could actually merge with the zombie dragon, evolving it into a silver-ranked level 8 undead category giant frost dragon. It was not good. Yue Yang immediately gave a long whistle and rushed towards the evolving giant frost dragon. Its evolution must be stopped by all means. If it wasn't stopped, the situation would become dire. Undead category beasts from the abyss had an ability that no other category had. It was the ability to recombine dead spirits and evolve through merging. This was indeed a summoning technique that was an exceptional cause of worry. It was no wonder that the master of Luohua City Mistress had previously said that in the abyss, the most dreadful were not the demons but the undead. It was a summoning technique that disregarded race and bodily limits. As long as their master could find some secret merging method, they could temporarily be merged into one body and evolve into a higher grade undead beast. This could really make people go crazy. Earlier the Headless Horseman and the Iron Bone Skeleton had recombined into a Death Knight. Now, it was an even more powerful dead spirit combination, the Zombie Dragon and the Ice Orb, which recombined into a giant Frost Dragon. The Reaper Mantis pounced forward and tightened its arm scythes around the evolving giant Frost Dragon. It prepared to use its frightful strength to tear its opponent's entire body apart. However, under the control of Lich Suoji, the giant Frost Dragon immediately attacked the current weakness of the Reaper Mantis, its bulging belly. This attack might not be useful under normal circumstances. However, the Reaper Mantis, which was about to become a mother, evidently was not in its normal condition. Furthermore, it was extremely afraid that the babies in its belly might be injured. It thus gave up on its attack and leapt backwards. A second ice orb noiselessly ambushed from the sky. Yue Yang reacted quickly, stopping the attack with a wave of his Huijin magic blade. His Huijin magic blade slashed past the icy orb but had no effect on it. The ice orb was completely unscathed and immediately recovered itself. It continued to shoot downwards, hitting the back of the Reaper Mantis like a meteor. It sealed the Reaper Mantis' entire body in ice again. The giant Frost Dragon did not bite to attack like before. Under the control of Lich Suoji, it repeatedly breathed freezing air towards the ice sculpture of the Reaper Mantis, reinforcing the freezing effect. The Reaper Mantis brandished both its arms wildly, melting the ice on its body very rapidly and splashed the melted water around. However, there was a huge mound of ice in its bulging belly. It protruded like a small hill and was continuously enlarging. Descent of the Night. Lich Suoji summoned a black shadow and pointed his fingers on the head of the shadow. The shadow exploded into pieces and disappeared, becoming a black fog that shrouded the entire valley. The entire valley became as dark as the night, and one would not be able to see the fingers on an extended hand. If this Lich was already so powerful, wouldn't the Lich King be even more overpowered? Yue Yang was sweating profusely. It turned out that this Lich was already a ranker that possessed the power of a human level 7 overlord. Yue Yang felt that this Lich Suoji was even more of a headache than Elder Yu Hai. However, it was fortunate that Lich Suoji had summon type beasts, and was not like Elder Yu Hai who had strengthening type beasts. Otherwise, there was no need to fight at all. Even a Lich was already this powerful. As for how strong was Lich King Grun was, Yue Yang could not even imagine it. Of course, his summoned beasts were also strong. However, most of them were far from being on par with rankers who had strengthening type beasts. Yue Yang still had his innate invisible sword chi and a small fighting chance. He did not necessarily have no business in this huge battle. If there wasn't a gold ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis, Yue Yang felt that he might be beaten miserably by this Lichuoge now. However, he did not care about himself at this moment. The more the opponent underestimated him, the better his chances were. Indeed, in the eyes of Lichuoge, as long as the gold ranked level 7 Reaper Mantis was killed, this small little human guy could be easily and instantly killed. The Reaper Mantis discovered that the enemy was aiming its attacks towards its belly. The eggs inside were making popping noises, like they were so cold that they were chattering. It immediately went crazy. As a mother, it exploded with anger and used all of its strength to crawl rapidly, dragging the ice block that was almost as heavy as a small hill. Before the giant frost dragon that was breathing freezing air could even fly up, an arm scythe grabbed onto its body and dragged it downwards. The other arm scythe hooked and reined in the neck of the giant frost dragon. It pulled at its neck until it emitted cracking sounds and seemed to be breaking apart. Lowering its head, the Reaper Mantis madly bit into the neck of the giant frost dragon. Lichuoge was blowing his top. It was really unfortunate that even the silver-ranked level 8 giant frost dragon could not match up to a gold king beast like the Reaper Mantis. The power of its arm scythes, coupled with the Reaper Mantis' innate killing abilities, made even the giant frost dragon unable to break free. It could only struggle for its life. Meanwhile, the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard was in the air, all along chasing after the bloody queen which was kiting it. Lichuoge had no choice now but to get it to come back. He commanded the blood-winged demon guard to join and help the giant frost dragon to fight against the Reaper Mantis and kill it. Or at the very least, stop its attack on the giant frost dragon. However, Yue Yang would not let things go according to Suoji's wishes. He had been storing his spiritual chi while waiting for an opportunity to strike. He had already been waiting for too long. A giant shadow that increased his strength by 100 times flashed on Yue Yang's body. In the next second, Yue Yang was already soaring up into the sky, knocking against that axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's fiery chest. Yue Yang put both of his fingers together as if they were swords, and pierced through the space between the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's eyebrows. This fellow's weakness was in the space between the eyebrows. It was not in his chest. Lichuoge didn't care at all at first and only prepared to control his axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard to use its fire shield explosion skill to blast the brat away. Unexpectedly, to his astonishment, he found that he had lost all control and authority over his beast. The axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard stayed still in the air like a log, not even moving a single inch. Yue Yang's fingers had pierced deep into the space between the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's eyes, his innate invisible sword chi bursting from the back of the axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's head. A large amount of blood and brain matter had spurted out. After mounting this sneak attack, Yue Yang held the heavily injured, nearly dead axe-wielding blood-winged demon guard's body tight, and ruthlessly tore off one of his wings. Yue Yang then threw its body up into the air and left it for the bloody queen to deliver the finishing blow. As fast as lightning, Yue Yang turned around and landed back down on the ground. Moving with a speed so fast that even Lichuoge's naked eyes couldn't see him, Yue Yang flew towards the head of that giant frost dragon. The second innate invisible sword chi shot out. After Yue Yang created a hole on the rock-hard dragon's skull, Yue Yang's extremely impatient little golden beast hurriedly entered into the small hole. Yue Yang let it handle the magical demon core inside the skull. He couldn't be concerned about the loss of his dragon crystal right now, as Yue Yang must quickly kill off the second orb of ice. Otherwise, he would never be able to attack that lich who was hiding beneath his gold grimoire shield. The orb of ice that had been rampaging on the Reaper Mantis' stomach suddenly leapt out, turning towards Yue Yang. In just an instant, his whole body was frozen over, and he turned into a human ice sculpture. Lightning strike Lichuoge didn't dare to belittle this young human brat anymore. He realized that this brat was actually one of those legendary innate rankers, but he was still very young, hence it was a suspicion that he himself could hardly believe. Lichuoge summoned a hammer-wielding gold-armored puppet, and ordered it to violently pound Yue Yang who had already turned into an ice sculpture. A thundering rumbling ensued. The Yue Yang ice sculpture was suddenly knocked flying away. Yue Yang's body was sent flying a few dozen meters away, finally crashing into a large crimson tree. The large crimson tree fell down with a loud thud, splashing thick muds all over and high up into the air, hiding Yue Yang's body from view. What a close call! Lichuoge secretly wiped his cold sweat away. Fortunately his demon crystal ice spirit orb was strong enough and was able to freeze that brat. Otherwise, he would probably have been in danger. This brat's fingers could actually kill a bronze-ranked level 7 Bloodwing demon guard instantly. If this story was told, nobody would even believe it. But he had indeed experienced that frightening reality. Fortunately he had killed the brat with one blow of a hammer. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, even he couldn't say for sure what the result of the battle would be. Suddenly, the large tree exploded with a booming sound as a figure stepped out from within. Spitting a mouthful of blood, the figure said, "Did you think that brute force alone would be enough to kill me off? Fool." Lich Suoji discovered that this brat did not actually die, his clothes were simply torn. The top half of his body was bare, as his shirt had turned to dust. His pants were also damaged to the point they looked worse than what a beggar would wear. However, other than spitting a mouthful of blood, he didn't seem to suffer any other injuries. Yue Yang had indeed received a hit. However, in his dreams, he had been beaten by the beautiful girl so much that he had developed an optimal dodging technique. The beautiful girl not only had a frightening amount of power, her skills were also way above Yue Yang. Furthermore, Yue Yang only cared about training his breast-groping hands technique, hence he always ended up being beaten black and blue. Now that he had suffered through the gold-armored puppet's hammer, he realized that its power was only a little more than the beautiful girl's hits, but its skills were the clumsiest of skills. It wasn't like the spiral chi technique or the reversal power, its technique could hardly injure him at all. It was extremely easy to think of ways to counter its attacks. He would be able to deal with it as long as he kept moving around in the sky, emitted his innate chi and dispersed the impact of the puppet's powerful blows. Shiro, no idea what spiral chi technique or reversal power is. I think one of them is a taiki technique while the other is an aikido technique. This is impossible. Lich Suoji completely couldn't believe his own eyes. There is nothing strange here, other than me dispersing most of the impact from the blow and channeling the remaining impact into my beast's body. If I were still injured even after all that, then I would have been made of tofu. Yue Yang smiled brightly. Behind him, the barbarian cow shadow walked out. There was a little bit of crack on the barbarian cow shadow's chest armor. This was the result of Yue Yang channeling a small part of the impact from the blow to her. She didn't know any defensive skills, and her body was even thrown and smashed against the large tree. Yue Yang had safely landed back down on the ground, but since the splashed mud from the impact flew all over the place, it had hidden his body from view. What about my demon crystallized spirit orb? Lich Suoji thought that even if this brat did not die from the blow, he should still be an ice sculpture. Thank you for your generosity. I have received your present. Yue Yang happily raised his right hand. In his hands, he held a frozen-looking demon crystal core. This was something that he took himself from within the ice orb. He had used his innate chi to disperse the demon spirit inside the crystal, turning that powerful ice orb into a harmless, high-quality demon core crystal. Yue Yang would definitely not suffer that blow in vain. On the other hand, that demon crystallized spirit orb had thrown itself into Yue Yang's hands and lost its demon crystal to him, instantly losing its life in vain. Other than killing his enemies instantly, Yue Yang had also reaped a high-quality demon crystal core. This was Yue Yang's idea of an ideal battle. Lich Suoji cried out not good in his heart. The moment he had summoned Descent of the Night, every single undead-type beast would have their abilities increased by a different amount, but teleportation orbs would become useless. This is because this darkness that shrouded the entire place was considered to be within a special type beast summon's body. Now, he had miscalculated this move and all of his beasts had suffered grave injuries, yet this brat had not lost anything. He almost seemed as strong as those experienced rankers who were nearing the innate realm. If he made a careless mistake it would be very easy for him to be burned to death. He must think of a good way out, otherwise the situation would be very dangerous. Right now, Lich Suoji did not think that Yue Yang was a little human worm that he could kill instantly and at any time anymore. Right now, he felt that he himself had met with an extremely tough opponent. Yue Yang was still a little hesitant. Would this Lich Suoji think of escaping? Should he quickly attack the giant frost dragon and take away its dragon crystal core, or should he attack the gold-armored puppet and take its demon crystal core instead? If this Lich wanted to escape, then he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He had to quickly choose a target. Just as Yue Yang was still hesitating, Xia Wen Li suddenly came out on her own. With regards to her appearance, Yue Yang was immediately capraing madly with joy. What does this mean? This meant that if the Lich wanted to escape, she could help him kill that joke of a strong Lich Suoji. Just how many beasts do you actually possess? Lich Suoji wanted to faint. Not only did this brat own a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen and a bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow, he also had a weird-looking little golden puppet beast. Now he had summoned another 6-armed little Lamia Loli. This brat's grimoire was only a beginner silver grimoire, and his rank was still an advanced apprentice, so how could he summon so many beasts at the same time? When you are nearing your death, I may consider telling you. Yue Yang waved his hands and shouted like a scoundrel, go! Everyone attack! If there's a treasure, grab that treasure! If there's crystal core, grab that crystal core! I will only say only this sentence, burn all, kill all, loot all. We have to uphold the 3 alls policy. Shiro, 3 alls burn all, kill all, loot all Japanese policy in China during World War II. It seems that I am left with no other option but to use my guardian beast now. I did not wish for that to happen. Lich Suoji sighed. His tone was filled with regret and unwillingness, as if he was helplessly looking at somebody stealing his spoils of war. Lich Suoji summoned a gigantic beast that was almost as big as a mountain. Its body was covered with disgusting scars. At the top of the beast, there appeared to be a face similar to that of a human, but its looks were extremely sinister and ugly. It was so ugly that others would vomit at its sight. At the crown of its head, there seemed to be feelers like that of a snail's moving about non-stop. As it materialized, it spat out green fluid and several skeletal remains, its blood-red tongue started to coil back to its disgusting lips. Then, it spoke. Suoji, you idiot, how dare you let me eat such disgusting things? Let me tell you this, these people that I ate all tasted gross, their meat was rotten. I, Orsama, only want beautiful women, do you understand? I only desire beautiful women. Do you know what a beautiful woman is? When you eat them, there is a sweet and fragrant taste, their bones are crispy and their grease just melt in your mouth. That is what a beautiful woman is. Yue Yang frowned as he heard this. A guardian beast that had the ability to speak and had its own conscience? It was completely different from Xia Wen Li and Bloody Queen, with the impression that Yue Yang had of it, it seemed to have a status equal or even higher than that of Suoji. This strange beast was not even that high, he was only a level 6 bronze-ranked beast, why was he so arrogant? There was certainly something fishy going on. In front of you there are 2 gold-ranked beasts, 1 innate-ranked human, 1 serpent demon girl and 1 barbaric cow girl, they are all food for you. Are you still not satisfied? If you are still not satisfied, you can return back to the grimoire. I will just summon another beast to deal with them. Lich Suoji's expression changed slightly, but his tone still carried the dignity of a master. Drop your act, Suoji. If you weren't in a crisis, then you wouldn't have summoned me. The strange beast ridiculed him ruthlessly, mocking and jeering unceasingly. Wait, if both of you want to strip, or want to have yaoi sex or even want to have anal, I don't mind watching both of you doing it, but I am very busy RGHT now, alright. Aw man, I will let you take care of the gold-armored puppet. As for that outrageously ugly beast over there, you should just die early so that you may reincarnate sooner. Yue Yang felt that he did not need to listen to their bullshit, who knew, maybe they were just trying to stall for time. What? You dare to insult me and call me a freak? The strange beast was extremely angry when he heard him. Why do you bother arguing with someone who is going to end up in your stomach sooner or later? Why do you have to make life difficult for yourself and get angry with a piece of trash? Lich Suoji replied as he tried to provoke the strange beast even further. I hate it when people call me ugly the most. I am handsome. Those who insult me must all die. Suoji, say, do you think that I, Spittoon, am handsome? My body shape is perfect and my name, Spittoon, is the most likable name under the sky. Furthermore, every part of my body is the most outstanding one in the world. Yet, you being a lowly human trash who is as insignificant as a bug actually dared to insult me. I will never forgive you. I am going to eat you and turn you into my excrement. The strange beast was steaming with anger as he stomped on the ground and shouted furiously. Yue Yang was shocked when he heard that the strange beast was actually called Spittoon. Damn, that name truly seemed to be a perfect match for it. Yes, Spittoon, it took me 10 painstaking years to think of a suitable name for you, and after racking my brain, I finally came up with Spittoon, said the Lich Suoji as he nodded his head earnestly. As for whether you are handsome, I believe even a blind guy would be able to tell. Yue Yang admitted defeat, he truly admitted his defeat. Well said, Suoji. Nobody except you can truly understand and appreciate me. Now, let me eat this infuriating fool before I talk to you about my food issues. I only want to eat beauties. Do you understand? If a handsome guy like me do not have any beauties to eat, then how can I be considered handsome? The strange beast blurted out unmannerly. You fat filth of a scum, you are worthless even if you are dead. Yue Yang listened helplessly, he did not believe that a beast like this existed. Yue Yang started to feel pity for Suoji. Others' guardian beast would be obedient to their master's orders, but Suoji had to wait upon his guardian beast instead. Yue Yang felt that if Suoji had the opportunity to change his guardian beast, then he reckoned that Suoji would be willing to change him even for a useless long-ear rabbit. In this world, there should be no other beast that was more of a scum than that Spittoon. Once the strange beast heard this, he exploded with anger and leapt up high in the air, flattening the top of the hill he stood on from the impact of his jump. Yue Yang casually dodged, disappearing from his original position and appeared on the crown of the strange beast's head. With a slash of Hui Jin sword, the sword hacked at the strange beast's head, making a large cut on the strange beast's skull. Then, Yue Yang did an agile somersault and repeatedly kicked the strange beast, sending the lump of flesh flying away. It is useless, this Master Spittoon is an unparalleled beast. All forms of attacks are useless against me. The strange beast shouted arrogantly as he leapt up from the hole made from the impact of Yue Yang's kick. The cut which Yue Yang had created on its skull was rapidly closing and started to heal at an amazing rate. It was just like he hadn't been injured at all. Lich Suoji nodded his head and sneered, it does not matter if it is a sword, a dagger, a spear, or even the sharp claws and teeth of the beast and the four elements, fire, wind, water, and earth, none are able to put a scratch on Spittoon's body. He is an unrivaled glutton, and it does not matter what beast is standing in front of him, they would all face the same ending, and that is to be eaten. Yue Yang frowned as he heard that. He knew that there would never be an unrivaled beast in this world. There was bound to be weakness for any kind of beast. The ugly glutton Spittoon was no exception. Food trash, die for me and watch this master Spittoon devour you. The strange beast violently threw himself forward. Yue Yang did not wait for it to get closer. He lifted up a huge boulder and threw it towards the strange beast, burying it under the boulder. Rumble. The strange beast was crushed entirely below. But then, it transformed its body into a slender shape and slipped out from the boulder. With a slight tremble, it then began to turn back into its disgusting form. Xia Wen Li put her dual icicle blade together and shoot out a cold ice blast, freezing the strange beast entirely. Yue Yang then kicked it, sending the frozen strange beast flying and shattering it into countless ice blocks. But then, after the fragments of ice started to melt, the strange beast's fragmented body started to gather around again. Within the blink of the eye, it had regained its original form. Yue Yang waved his magic blade that was covered with a purple flame and leapt into the air, slicing the half-developed body of the strange beast and roasting it with the purple demonic flames. The strange beast was not even concerned, his wounds did not have an ounce of blood. His minced pieces of meat just began to multiply and coagulate instead. With the naked eye, one could see that the strange beast had already regained his normal appearance of a ball of flesh. There was not a single scratch on it. Ha 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 ha, as I said before, every attack is useless against Spittoon. Lich Suoji laughed heartily. Is that so? Yue Yang exposed a smile. His level 2 divine vision had already seen through its weakness after observing it for a long period. This beast, Spittoon, was not exactly invincible, his weakness was within his body, and that weakness was a soul seal that is moving unpredictably. If the soul seal was destroyed, Yue Yang believed that his body would immediately collapse. Although it was a guardian beast which could never truly die, if the soul seal was destroyed, it should require 2 days for it to recover. Now, if he forced Spittoon back into Lich Suoji's grimoire and destroyed that gold-armored puppet, what abilities would that Lich Suoji still have? If he was not forced, he certainly would not summon such a beast like Spittoon. Yue Yang gave Xia Wen Li and Bloody Queen a signal to kill. Facing the glutton that could regenerate endlessly, Yue Yang decided that he would use his sword chi that could eliminate anything to destroy it. Now that he had successfully reached the 3rd level of sword chi, he was able to use his sword chi 6 times. Currently, he could still use it 3 more times. As the strange beast charged viciously, Yue Yang sliced the strange beast with a stroke of his Huijin magic blade. It's useless. Lich Suoji sneered. I am going to eat you. The strange beast, Spittoon, expanded both sides of its sliced body, intending to envelope Yue Yang and digest him. Xia Wen Li sliced the strange beast with her dual icicle blades, causing him to freeze into a sculpture of ice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yue Yang used his left forefinger to release his sword chi and pierced into the strange beast's soul seal accurately. Bang! An extremely soft rumbling could be heard. It was as if something was shattering into small pieces. One could see that Spittoon was gradually losing his frozen status while he was wailing in pain. The meat lumps that covered his whole body started to drop off, secreting waves of disgusting green fluid as if that ugly meatball was melting. Ah! Lich Suoji was petrified as he watched this scene unfold right before his eyes. How did he manage to kill his glutton guardian beast with just 1 strike? How is it possible? The glutton soul seal should not be susceptible to any attack, so how did this happen? Could it be that this youth was indeed a genius? Lich Suoji broke out in cold sweats as he thought about it. On the other side, the Bloody Queen had taken advantage of the battle between the barbaric cow shadow and the gold-armored puppet and mounted a sneak attack. The sharp dragon-slaying dagger moved as fast as lightning and pierced right through the gold-armored puppet's chest and its demon core. Sparks of electricity splashed all around, as the gold-armored puppet's mechanical components dropped off one by one. At times, huge chunks of its gold armor metal components dropped off and in the end, with a loud exploding sound, it exploded into thousands of pieces. Meanwhile, the Bloody Queen had already flapped her wings and went over to Yue Yang's side, and helped him to fight Lich Suoji together. Contrary to hers and Yue Yang's expectation, the grimoire's shield was still active, even though all of Suoji's beasts were dead. What was going on? Ha ha ha, the dark mist that was created was due to my summoned beast, although it does not have a physical body, the grimoire acknowledges that it's one of the summoned beasts that was still alive. We are in its stomach, and as long as it exists, then my grimoire will never disappear. At least before the time limit is up, it will not disappear. Do you wish to kill me? Young one, no can do. Young innate ranker, you are still too inexperienced. Did you see the teleportation orb that I am holding? Once the dark mist fade away, I will leave and you will not be able to touch a single strand of hair on my body. You can only watch helplessly as I depart. Are you not an innate rancor? Come and kill me if you can." Lich Suoji laughed heartily. Maybe he felt that it was not enough to just tease him like this. He exaggeratedly put the transportation orb back into his lich ring and took out a chair which he leisurely sat on. He then took a glass of grape wine in his hand and drank it slowly. Of course, he was actually extremely nervous in his heart. Although his guardian beast spittoon would never truly die, if its soul seal was damaged, it most likely wouldn't recover within a month. The gold-armored puppet's magic core was already damaged and it had been thoroughly destroyed. As for his two lich's ice orbs, one was destroyed by this brat and the other ice orb had combined with his zombie dragon, to form a giant frost dragon which was then killed by the Reaper Mantis who had sliced off its neck. Furthermore, its dragon crystal core was then eaten by a small golden beast. Luckily, this little brat did not know that when the dark mist disappeared, the power to initiate an attack was still in the brat's hands. Otherwise, if that brat stood on guard and prepared to ambush himself, that would be dangerous. This battle was already his defeat. This defeat was acceptable. His opponent was not only an innate rancor, he also possessed many strong beasts and concealed his scheming nature the whole time. Suoji had made an error in his earlier judgment and actually concentrated his attack on the level 7 gold-ranked Reaper Mantis instead. That brat had waited for his, Suoji's, own beasts to be weakened greatly before coming out and reaping all the benefits. To suffer a defeat from such an opponent was truly acceptable. In this world, other than him and a few other liches, who would be able to safely escape from the hands of an innate rancor. Lich Suoji felt quite comforted as he thought about it in this manner. When he reported this young human innate rancor, the Lich King would surely reward him greatly. At that time, his strength surely increase. This defeat did not actually bring him any true losses. If he could safely return, then he would surely be able to make a comeback. He suddenly saw Yue Yang doing a strange action and started to raise his guard. What was this brat trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to penetrate through the shield and attack him? Impossible, that was impossible. Before Suoji could even process his thoughts, a person's figure suddenly flashed right in front of him. There was a seemingly unstoppable sword chi suddenly appearing before Suoji's eyes, which unexpectedly penetrated right through the shield, furiously charging towards Suoji. Suoji was stupefied, he couldn't even react in time before the sword chi that was approaching him as fast as lightning stopped just as it was about to cut his forehead. He was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. The length of the sword chi had not extended far enough, it was just barely short of claiming Suoji's life. As a result, Suoji was able to escape from the clutches of death. He had raised his glass for a drink, but when the sword chi had stabbed through the shield, the trembling Suoji had dropped his glass and become drenched in grape wine. Close 1. The kid had almost killed me with one strike. Suoji was so shocked that he started trembling uncontrollably. He stood up immediately and staggered backwards, knocking into his chair, flipping it over. He had to leave immediately or else he would put himself in danger, but the dark mist in the distance had yet to reach its time limit and he did not have a way to recall it. Furthermore, once the dark mist disappeared, the grimoire's shield would also disappear. In front of this innate rancor, that 1 second delay before he could teleport would be extremely fatal. Lich Suoji reached out and held onto his golden grimoire, preparing to summon his last beast to maintain his shield 3 seconds before the dark mist disappeared. That he could activate the teleportation orb. He hoped that his last beast could buy him a few seconds and let him escape safely. During that instant where Suoji made his decision, a sudden ray of light was summoned out from Xiao Wen Li's hand. It looked incomparably pure as it formed a 10-meter-tall, dazzling serpent warrior's image. The dark mist instantly disappeared like steam. It did not even take a second for all the dark mist to be entirely purified by the bright serpent warrior. With a paw sound like an eggshell breaking, Suoji's grimoire shield started to shatter and disappear. He could not summon his last beast fast enough. I am finished. Lich Suoji watched helplessly as his shield shattered and anxiously pulled out his teleportation orb from his ring, but as he started to pinch and use it, he suddenly felt that his whole body was bound and unable to move. Yue Yang slowly walked up and broke Suoji's fingers as he pried out the teleportation orb from Lich Suoji's hands and threw it away. Exposing an evil smile, he said, "How unfortunate, I have to tell you some bad news. My Xiao Wen Li's binding chains inherent skill has already leveled up. You do not have to be so tense if you cannot move, but if you wish to move, I can offer you my assistance. For example, I would be very willing to sever your head to use it as a soccer ball, Mr. Suoji. For this type of work, I can work for free." After defeating Lich Suoji, Yue Yang did not let his guard down, as there was still a level 7 gold-ranked Reaper Mantis. Even though the Reaper Mantis was currently extremely weak. However, it was still a level 7 gold-ranked beast. If it was not for the fact that it was an expecting mother, the giant frost dragon, that was formed from combining a zombie dragon and the ice orb, would not be capable of being its opponent. Then, it would not have ended up in such a dire situation. Yue Yang looked at it vigilantly, and the Reaper Mantis did the same. It was as if it could sense the danger coming from Yue Yang. From the start, it hadn't planned to initiate an attack towards Yue Yang, as it was incapable of gauging his strength. It felt that this weird, young human was not the kind of prey that it would prey on for food. After removing the frozen status, the Reaper Mantis did not leave immediately, but fell onto the ground in pain and started producing a white, foam-like substance. In the white foam, there were a lot of golden eggs, but most of the golden eggs were already broken. The female Reaper Mantis tried to search again and again, as if it was wishing it could find an egg that had yet to break. At this moment, its gaze had turned into a motherly gaze, as if it was feeling the pain and despair of its children's premature deaths. It used its arm carefully and delicately, searching within the white foam again and again, as if it was hoping to find a safe and unbroken egg. But, all of the golden egg had been cracked. There was not a single one that was in good condition. The mother Reaper Mantis was not willing to give up and started searching again within the white foam. Its frantic look really stirred up Yue Yang emotions. Initially, he had considered using this opportunity to kill the Reaper Mantis and obtain its demonic core, but as he saw the desperate and sorrowful emotions within its eyes, he could not bear to do so. Actually, Yue Yang was not one of those types of guys whose hearts were as soft as tofu. Even if there were corpses all over the ground, he believed he would not care that much. However, as Yue Yang looked at the mother Reaper Mantis, who had gone through the tradition of eating the male Reaper beast after sex as a source of food, he did not expect that it would have this kind of despaired and sorrowful look, trying to find any eggs that were not frozen to death desperately. Yue Yang was deeply touched by the scene. There were some people, although human, who may not even be comparable to this mother Reaper Mantis. The Reaper Mantis finally gave up all hopes, and it cried out several ear-piercing noises that almost could not be heard by the human ear. Its body trembled sorrowfully before it flew up into the air and circled around the pile of white foam 3 times. Then, it gave out an even more ear-piercing cry, and with a flap of its gold wings, it disappeared without a trace. What a pity! Yue Yang saw that there were at least 1 or 2 dozen golden eggs that were about the size of ping-pong balls. These were the gold-ranked Reaper Mantis eggs. Now as they had been frozen by the ice orb, every single one of them had shattered. After the Reaper Mantis had flown away, Yue Yang didn't wanted to waste any more time to sigh and instead went to put the lich ring on immediately. After carefully interacting with it, he now had to remove the remaining awareness of Suo Ge and contract with it using his innate Qi before he could use this treasured ring. Yue Yang estimated that even if he was an innate ranker, it would take at least 10 days to completely clear away Suo Ge's remaining awareness. But he wanted to use it now. How could he do so? He saw that the golden beast carrying the giant frost dragon's magic core within its growling stomach had just came back, and immediately ran over with the lich ring. Help me for a bit. Think of a way to remove Suo Ge's lingering awareness and his contract with it. I warn you. If you dare to eat it, I will flatten you and sell you as a piece of scrap metal chomp. The golden beast acted like he did not hear Yue Yang's words. It opened its mouth and immediately swallowed the whole ring. You are forcing me to do it. See if I do not beat you to death. Yue Yang was extremely furious and was prepared to use his first level of innate Qi to instantly kill this gluttonous beast. Pa pa pa! The gold beast opened its mouth and spat out the lich ring and continued spitting out several mouthfuls of saliva, as if it had just eaten something disgusting. Haha, I spoke wrongly just now. I meant to praise you for being such a good kid. Not bad, your achievements are only second to Xia Wen Li, as she is more obedient, thus Xia Wen Li's achievements are first class. No, they are the best. Yue Yang's look was beaming with joy as he looked at the ring, which didn't contain any trace of Suo Ge's awareness. Its contract had disappeared. He started to use childish words to praise the gold beast and reached out to pat its head. If the gold beast could speak, it would undoubtedly have told Yue Yang, I despise you, I have never heard of an owner like you. It was a pity that it could not speak and express its disdain. In the end, it could only obediently turn back into a wrist guard on Yue Yang's arm, with its belly sticking out. Having a master like Yue Yang could only be regarded as bad luck. Yue Yang immediately put on the lich ring. Using his mind to feel it, he found that there were several dozen cubic meters of space within it, full of different kinds of bodies and bones. Yue Yang, who was extremely disgusted by them, immediately began to toss them all out. The stuff he threw out piled up like a small hill. After hesitating for a while, he threw the chopped giant frost dragon's horns, teeth and claws into the ring. The dragon's skin was too rotten, otherwise, Yue Yang would have taken a piece of that as well. The headless poison wyvern also went into the ring. He could use the fresh wyvern skin to make up for the lack of the giant frost dragon skin. With the lich ring, it became extremely convenient for Yue Yang. Every single thing that he had taken a fancy to all went inside the lich ring. For example, the headless horseman's large black sword, the gold-armored puppet's golden hammer, and the blood-winged demon guard's corpse and his axe, had all been stuffed into the ring. If he could not use it himself, he could just sell it to Fatty Haitafu. Extorting some money from him should not be an issue. All these were bronze-ranked demonic weapons, they were not just weapons that could be found in the road stalls. Afterwards, he also put Zuo Ji's and Lu Ben's skulls into the ring. In theory, these two should already be dead, but since their bodies had already become undeads, as long as Yue Yang went to school and learned the secret method on how to decipher undead memories, then all of the secrets held within the two skulls would be presented one by one in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang had to consider whether or not he should keep the mass of white foam that had started to coagulate. If he gave this stuff to Hui Tai Lang to eat, maybe it could turn out to be a tonic. But, once he thought of the sad Reaper Mantis, Yue Yang could not bear to do so, better let it be. Furthermore, he had fought alongside the Reaper Mantis. Feeding the corpses of its children to his dog seemed to be an unjustified act. However, Xia Wen Li suddenly scurried over, and picked up a shattered golden egg, passing it over to Yue Yang while blinking her eyes rapidly, as if she wished to say something. Are you saying that they can still be saved? Yue Yang's heart started to quicken, and he almost went mad with joy immediately, as he asked anxiously. And Xia Wen Li nodded her head in a cute manner. You truly are a good kid. Yue Yang looked at it and was pleasantly surprised, picking up Xia Wen Li, and firmly kissed her pink, little cheeks. This egg may have been damaged, but it was not that severe. He still had innate chi, so maybe it could still be saved. Yue Yang immediately spared no efforts as he poured his innate chi into the fractured egg, but he could see that it was not very effective, as it did not have any reaction. It seemed like with his current strength right now, it still wasn't enough to save this fractured egg. Although innate chi could aid the healing of living creatures to a large extent, its effect was not enough to restore the fractured egg. Furthermore, Yue Yang hardly had any innate chi left in his body after the fight. Most importantly, Yue Yang was more adept at using his innate chi for attacking than for healing, so he didn't really know how to do so. If it was the beautiful lady in his dreams, maybe she could save this egg. Xia Wen Li looked at Yue Yang, who was sweating profusely, working tirelessly for such a long time, yet yielded no results. She raised her dual icicle blade, and gently cut Yue Yang's forefinger, letting his finger ooze out several drops of blood. Suddenly a miraculous sign appeared. Once the Reaper Mantis egg came into contact with Yue Yang's blood, it was as if it turned into a living being and started to absorb it. Then, after about 3 seconds, the egg, which had been dyed pink due to absorbing the blood, began to give out a golden light. The fractured cracks instantly disappeared and finally became a completely intact egg. Yue Yang was stupefied, he did not know that his blood could be used in such an amazing manner. The Bloody Queen looked exceptionally curious and seemed to be unable to avert her gaze from Yue Yang's injured finger. She grabbed it instantly and started to forcefully suck on it. You vampiric woman! Yue Yang felt like she was sucking him dry, his fresh blood and sword chi was quickly getting sucked out from the cut. Then, he sent her flying with a kick and pried his hand free. He then saw the Bloody Queen fly up into the air start to emit a golden glow, as if her strength had increased greatly. She flew around excitedly, as if she had obtained a unique treasured object. Although she did not level up, Yue Yang could see that after the Bloody Queen had sucked his blood, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds and that she had almost become a level 4 gold-ranked beast. But to let her raise her levels by using his blood, Yue Yang was still not that grand and selfless. He then quickly used his innate chi to heal the small cut, and placed the gold-colored egg within the white foam, which had started to coagulate, and wrapped it together. He hoped that when it came out of its incubation, it would become a cute little gold Reaper Mantis. Yue Yang was feeling pretty accomplished, as he had successfully saved a life. Although it was not human, it was still a baby. Yue Yang tidied everything up, now his combat state of mind had completely ended. The silver grimoire flashed a pillar of light about 10 meters tall, but this time it was not the promotion of the silver grimoire, it was instead due to Yue Yang finally leveling up from an advanced apprentice to a beginner braveman. This promotion was significant as Yue Yang could summon only a single beast a day, but now that he was promoted, he could summon 2 beasts. More importantly, as Yue Yang had been promoted, his divine vision had also leveled up. Currently, his divine vision was at the 3rd rank. Yue Yang was extremely happy. His goal of using his divine vision as X-ray vision to see through the clothes of girls was getting closer. *ED note, Rango, for anyone confused, Cow and Bloody Queen are guardian beasts, so they are counted as just one beast. After recalling the Bloody Queen, who was flying about, Xia Wen Li also obediently went to rest. Yue Yang flipped over the surrounding corpses and after seeing that there wasn't anything useful in particular, he felt a little disappointed. Finally, he unwillingly stuffed the gold-armored puppet's mechanical core that was already extremely damaged into the ring. If there ever was a miser who would sweep through this battlefield, he would not be able to find anything useful. Yue Yang still continued to sigh, because he was regretful about the giant frost dragon's skin, which was rotten, and its skeletal remains that couldn't fit into the lich's ring. It was all good stuff. If he could not bring them away, it would be a waste. Another 5 minutes had passed, before a flash of purple light suddenly shone from an empty space. The swordswoman suddenly appeared above the pile of corpses as she carried the brown-robed man's head within a bundle of cloth. She was extremely surprised when she saw the scene in front of her and asked, what happened, it is hard to explain in a few words. Yue Yang looked at the girl, whose clothes were neat, and not even a strand of her hair was out of place, and asked, Your Highness, you did not allow this perverted guy to take any liberties with you, didn't you? Are you talking about him? After I entered the battle space, I did not wait for him to summon his beast and swiftly killed him with a swing of my blade, but that guy who was extremely weak that it was pitiful had already entered the arena, and the space had a time restriction which only allows you to return after an hour has passed. I should be able to choose to use the teleportation orb to leave, but I chose to wait instead, and look at your battle. You seem to have experienced a fierce battle? There was even a giant frost dragon. Not bad, you little pervert, you are quite amazing. Where is the dragon crystal? The swordswoman asked curiously. What? You are still asking about the dragon crystal? It was the Reaper Mantis that killed the frost dragon. Are you asking me for the dragon crystal? I did not take it. The words Yue Yang spoke were all true. Indeed, it was the Reaper Mantis that killed the frost dragon, and he also did not take the dragon crystal. The one that took the dragon crystal was the gold beast. As the swordswoman listened to him, she felt that this little brat was not lying to her. She could not help but say something comforting, do not be too upset. If you do not have the dragon crystal, then forget about it. Next time you will have another opportunity, I will steal a dragon crystal from the state treasury for you as a form of compensation, but you have to keep it a secret for me. You are indeed pretty capable, this pile of zombies and skeletons were all killed by you? Not bad, I did not think that the black-robed necromancer could summon so many undead-type beasts. I did not think you would even be capable, since it is like this, then the matter from before, I will just forget about it. I told you already, touching your breasts was only a natural reflex and not my intention. Yue Yang sighed in relief as she seemed to no longer carry a grudge. What? I only just forgave you for suddenly grabbing my hand and not realizing it, that matter of touching my breast, I will never forgive you. You absolutely had the intention to do it. Let's not talk about it, or else I will not be able to suppress my anger and won't resist the temptation to behead you. The swordswoman really wanted to beat Yue Yang up when she remembered his wolf-like paws and the evil smile on that little brat's face. If you really hate me, you might as well just push me down. I promise that I will not resist, Yue Yang muttered softly. What did you say? The swordswoman's ears were sensitive enough to pick up the words that Yue Yang had just muttered clearly, but she acted as if she could not hear it. I said that your looks are more lovable than a flower, and you are smart as you are beautiful, and your figure is even more amazing, tall and slender, with the right amount of flesh in the appropriate regions, and that you are as beautiful as an amethyst, and that you have an extremely sweet temperament, bringing smiles to everyone every time you speak. Yue Yang's ability was that he could speak continuously without taking a break and make whoever listening to him roll their eyes. It is really hard to imagine. I heard from Yu Bing that you are a shut-in, who had little interactions with your family and acted like a mute person for the past 10 years. How did you suddenly change so much? The swordswoman wanted to criticize him severely, but as she recalled, this brat had indeed been fun to speak with and was always smiling as bright as a sun, as if he could not contain his smile. What are you planning to do next? Are you going to train at Tongtian Tower? Why don't we form a team and complete the World Tree's missions? Forgive me, my pretty highness, I am still illiterate as I have never gone to school before. I wish to study in school for 2 years. If not, even if I wanted to write a love letter to you, I could not do so, as I am still unable to hold a pen. Yue Yang really did have the intention to enter school to patch up his basic knowledge. Presently, it was not that he did not have any strength, but rather because he lacked the proper foundation. Yue Yang could kill a lich now, but towards the herbs beside his path or even the surrounding beasts, he could not recognize them. His lack of basic knowledge was hindering his progress. For example, if he knew earlier that the ice orb could merge with the zombie dragon and possibly become the giant frost dragon, then he would have made his move earlier and killed the zombie dragon with the Reaper Mantis, using his full strength. At least he would cut off its neck, this way even if it evolved from the zombie dragon, it would be a headless giant frost dragon. Furthermore, Yue Yang had a lot of ideas in his head, but due to the lack of basic knowledge, he could not go one step further to research or improve them. For example, he knew that there was a more effective pill than the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill, but with all the medicinal names, ingredients and prescriptions, Yue Yang didn't have a clue. Even if he did know, he had no way of refining it. Spending a few months in school to cram some basic knowledge into his head, Yue Yang believed that this would allow his strength to improve greatly. As for the school, he did not really mind the beautiful girls there. If the school did have a beauty idol, then the prerequisites would be that she must be a pure virgin. If she was used by others, then Yue Yang would not be interested. Even if there was no beauty idol, it should not really matter, as he could bring a beauty with him. For example, he could find the lady Yinan and bring her along to study. 2 people sitting under the moonlight, and as he rested his head on her thighs while listening to her teach him basic knowledge, and at the same time he could reach out and touch. That kind of blissful lifestyle, that was the ideal blissful lifestyle for every pervert. Back at the Yu clan's castle, the royal swordswoman had left to find Jun Wuyu to report the incident of the necromancer's death in Eagle's Cry Valley at Guijianzhou. At first, Yue Yang thought that his reward would immediately be given to him. He never thought that Jun Wuyu would become extremely furious instead. Jun Wuyu thought that not only did these two reckless brats not return to report back when they saw the necromancers, they had even decided to thoroughly investigate the matter. They have committed one sin after another. Although Yue Yang and the royal swordswoman had brought victory home, he thought that they were simply lucky. Had they met a lich or a great lich instead, their small lives would have been in extreme danger. The emperor had then passed an order to ground her daughter, who had recklessly taken matters into her own hands, for 3 months. Luckily, Yue Yang was considered to have been forced to collaborate with the royal swordswoman and was a victim of his daughter's recklessness. He did not receive a very heavy punishment. The guard that Jun Wuyu had sent said that as for the water-avoiding droplet that Yue Yang wanted, it was not that Jun Wuyu couldn't give it to him, but rather it was just that he must first pass the ranker's battle sense test. They didn't have a high requirement for him, it would be fine as long as he passed. However, this sort of test that wasn't like any tests in normal school really made life very difficult for Yue Yang. Let alone himself, even Yu Bing, who had studied for 4 years in Shangjing Academy, wouldn't be able to help Yue Yang. Thinking of cheating? Sorry, no can do. There were some things that looked easy on the surface. For example, one of the questions was, how were the purple gold twisting conch and purple gold twisting screw related to each other? One was a crustacean-type beast. The other was a part of a metal puppet beast. Who the heck would know how these two things were related to each other? Yu Bing also did not understand. In the end, Yue Yang took the chance to ask the fifth elder when he visited him. In the end, fifth elder had nodded his head solemnly and said that those two were indeed related to each other. Furthermore, they were very closely interrelated. However, when Yue Yang asked him how they were related, this old fellow had pretended to be secretive instead. No matter how Yue Yang had secretly persuaded the little mischievous Yu Shuang to pull at his beard, he wouldn't say how they were related, no matter what. Another example was a simple medicinal question. If a warrior had been bitten by a star-dotted sand snake beast, what was the best kind of medicine to apply immediately? Was it the sitting thorny-back lizard's saliva, or the silver-haired tree's tree sap? After rummaging through the beast and medicine encyclopedia to check, Yue Yang was blown away with shock. This was because not only the sand snake's venom, the other two medicine, the sitting thorny-back lizard's saliva and the silver-haired tree's tree sap were all highly poisonous liquids. Ordinary people would die in one breath if they were to apply any of the three on their injury. Could it be that these things could fight poison with poison? Yue Yang was sweating greatly when he saw this. What a crazy question! Even Yu Bing, a model student in her academy, did not know the answer. How did this question even come about? There were some questions that Yu Bing seemed to be able to do, but also unable to. For example, discussing about a beast's level, demon crystal core quality, puppet's heart, and demon abyss languages. Yue Yang realized that if he had to take the test with his own power, he could only get a big 0. With Yu Bing's help, he could only get 10 points. This Jun Wuyu fellow must have been so free that his butt was starting to ache. I hate this kind of people the most. He didn't hand out a treasure straightforwardly even if he had one, but instead bombarded me with this nonsense test. Yue Yang was extremely furious. No matter what, he was still the little king of tests in the other world. His cheating methods could be considered to be at the Grand Wizard's level. Who would have known that he would fail a paper so badly this time? The thing that drove Yue Yang mad was that reportedly, the royal swordswoman had scored 65 points when she did this test paper. As for Jun Wuyu, this perverted emperor's other daughter whom he had at 112 years old, the royal swordswoman's 6 years old sister, the little loli who had played together with Yu Shuang during the New Year's, scored 80 points on the test. This was so embarrassing. He could let it go if he couldn't score higher than the royal swordswoman. She had the education of someone who was considered to be the future empress of the Xia Empire after all. But he couldn't even compare to a 6-year-old kid. Yue Yang had received a huge blow and decided to go to an academy for an intensive supplementary lesson. Didn't the clan bully him for not having basic schooling? If it wasn't him, but the pitiful guy, who only read books at home every day, he might have scored a passing mark. He had only been transported here not that long ago, so how would he know any of these things? If he had gone to school for a year, wouldn't this stuff be as easy as fiddling your fingers? Yu Bing, who had gone overboard in studying only knowledge that was related to plant-type beast, also felt ashamed of herself. She did not know anything else other than plant-type beasts. Brother, I also want to go to school with you. However, it might be quite troublesome for me to transfer to your school from the Shangjing Academy. Yu Bing had wanted to leave Shangjing Academy, which had the best reputation, and transfer to the worst school of the worst, the Ivy Academy. Actually, it didn't matter to her which school she went to. She only wanted to follow her brother. The Ivy Academy was actually one of the traditional schools, that couldn't be compared to Shangjin Academy with regards to the courses for plant-type and insect-type beasts. However, its beast-type and bird-type courses were not worse off than Shangjing Academy. Of course, all of these were not important to Yu Bing, who was only compatible with plant-type beasts. It seems that I have to send Yinan a letter. Yue Yang had decided to send a letter to Yinan for the happiness of his future sex life. He ordered his servant to go to the Assassin's Guild in the Warriors' Gathering to send the letter. This was his letter: Brother Yinan, as the saying goes, it would be a waste of your youth if you don't treasure time and fight for success and achievements. That's why, we have to treasure our time and get more girls while we are still young, so that we may enter into a happy adult life earlier. I heard that there are a lot of beautiful girls in the academies. They are also very open and passionate. Sometimes, they couldn't even wait to get it on and would push down handsome boys anywhere, the garden, lawn, forest, hills, or even pavilions. In order to save these girls, who are desperate for love, in order to free them from the painful burning passion that ravages their bodies, I have made a very grand, selfless decision. I have decided to go to school and teach them how to love properly. I will fulfill all of their curiosity of the opposite gender and help them to understand more about greater things. This is all for the sake of building a strong foundation for my happy sex life in the future. Of course, it's difficult to struggle alone. I might even be easily suffocated by their ample bosoms. It's at this kind of important situations that I need your help, Brother Yinan. I have always thought that with such a loyal friend like you motivating me from behind, my battle strength would increase 10 times, even 100 times greater than usual. Come, Brother Yinan, let us swim in the sea of breasts together. He didn't know what kind of expression that girl, Yinan, would have when she read this letter. However, Yue Yang could guarantee that Yinan would very quickly rush to the academy after reading the letter. At the same time, Yue Yang also wrote a few letters to Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others. However, he did not write about beauties. His letters only contained a few words: enrolling in Ivy Academy. The clan members heaved a huge sigh of relief when they heard about Yue Yang, this troublemaker, deciding to go to school. They had sponsored him with 100 gold. Of course, in Yue Yang's heart, he still thought that he would suffer losses. This was because the Yu clan had obtained that giant frost dragon skeleton. Fifth Elder said that this giant dragon skeleton could be made into a giant dragon puppet. The whole process would take around 3 years. He reckoned that they would be able to make a bronze-ranked level 7 giant dragon puppet. When he heard that the dragon skeleton still had this kind of usefulness, Yue Yang felt that he had suffered an even greater loss. He didn't even think that the giant dragon skeleton was something that he didn't even want previously and was brought back by someone on the Yu clan's orders. In order to praise Yue Yang for killing the giant frost dragon, Elder Yu Hai had even praised Fourth Mother's son nurturing skills intentionally during their clan's feast. He even proposed for the matter of Fourth Mother exceptional nurturing techniques to be written under the clan's major events records, so that their later generations could remember Fourth Mother's contributions to the Yu clan and use her as role model of a virtuous wife. Writing a daughter-in-law's name on the clan's major events records needed to be discussed by the 3 elders, but Elder Yu Hai had proposed it during their clan's feast instead. This matter had shocked the whole clan. Increasing position through son's achievements. Shiro, some Chinese idiom. I tried, because of Yue Yang's power, Fourth Mother's position in the Yu clan had suddenly shot up to the top. No person would dare ridicule her now. Those relatives and servants who had bullied her previously, in particular, had all visited her and begged for her forgiveness. Fortunately, Fourth Mother was a benevolent person. She didn't argue with them, otherwise a lot of people would definitely need to receive a plank beating. Right now, the whole Yu clan understood Fourth Mother's position. Furthermore, her position would not decline for a long period of time, instead, her position would become more and more important in the future. This was because of Yue Yang, that madman, who did not even bat an eyelid when killing a person, had only suddenly rise in power. In the future, it was unknown how powerful he would get. A lot of people thought that even using the most conservative estimation, this madman would at least be the second Yu Qiu. Following his father's footsteps, he would become the clan's second overlord. Yue Yang did not attend the clan's feast, but Elder Yu Hai had already arranged for his seat to be very close to his side. He was only below the first master Yu Xian and the second master Yue Ling. Hence, it can be said that Elder Yu Hai's affirmation of Yue Yang was made extremely clear. Elder Yu Hai did not see Yue Yang, so he did not mention Yue Yang during the clan's feast at all. However, he had praised Fourth Mother many times, even rewarding her an ancestor's diary. On the surface, he had said that the diary was to reward her for her virtues, but even a fool would know that this was his way of giving Yue Yang the puppet handbook. This was a book, which was written in collaboration between ghost genius Yu Gong and the Yu clan's 5 great puppet masters, Tai, Hua, Hung, and Song, titled the Puppet Handbook. It was the Yu clan's greatest treasure. The number of people who owned this handbook in the Yu clan could be counted on less than 10 fingers. First young master Yu Tian and fourth young master Yu Yan had longed for it for a long time, but Elder Yu Hai and the other elders had never given it to them. Who would have thought that today, the one received this treasure was Yue Yang, the person who had made an enemy out of the entire clan. This was the proof that strength was the most important thing in this world. It was also true according to the Yu clan's ways that they have upheld generation by generations. Whoever was the most outstanding would receive the most benefits and backing from the entire clan. It was said that the substitute clan head, Xian, was not angry at all and had even applauded enthusiastically, personally handing the puppet handbook to fourth mother. Furthermore, he had also apologized for all the previous misunderstandings they had. When Yu Bing told him about this after she returned, Yue Yang was absolutely horrified. This Xian was practically a huge hypocrite. Luckily, he was not Ling Huchong, otherwise, it would be really tragic. Shiro, Ling Huchong is the main character of Jin Yang's novel, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. 10 days later, Yue Yang and Yu Bing bid their farewell to fourth mother, and began their journey towards Shangjing in the Xia Empire's capital. Yu Bing had gone to prepare the procedure for her withdrawal from the Shangjing Academy, while Yue Yang went towards the Ivy Academy directly opposite Shangjin Academy to report his attendance. Compared to the tall, heroic-looking front gate of the Shangjing Academy, the Ivy Academy, that was only separated from the Shangjing Academy by a big road in between them, was simply trash that couldn't even be trashier. Other than the nice-looking greenery, it simply had nothing at all. Anyone here? Yue Yang was worried that if he had shouted even louder, the dilapidated roof and walls would collapse. Hence, he only called out with a soft voice. It's okay, this door has been this way for hundreds of years already, it won't collapse. Don't worry too much and come in. There was an elderly man with a goatee beard poking his head out from inside, waving at Yue Yang. Yue Yang started sweating in speechlessness. He could let it go if it was only Shangjing Academy's tall and heroic-looking front gate, but they even had a hot and sexy, beautiful upper-class woman waiting to welcome new students, and appointed handsome male students as student leaders. There were also majestic-looking silver-armored guards standing outside. This Ivy Academy was like a hellhole. If he wanted to shoot a horror movie, he didn't even need to start releasing white smoke, he could just start shooting immediately. Under such circumstances, they had even sent a devious-looking elderly man with a goatee beard to welcome new students. Wasn't this the same as forcing all of the incoming students to Shangjing Academy instead? In such an academy, could he really find a beautiful girl? Yue Yang started sweating profusely. He couldn't stop thinking about conquering a few beauties. According to what Fatty Hai had said, the chances of him conquering the beautiful girls from Shangjing Academy would definitely be better. Looking at this goatee elder, who looked like a greedy rural landlord, Yue Yang asked without reservation, where is the beautiful tutor asterisk from your academy? Why did they send you to welcome new students? Don't you know that your looks would simply drive new students away? Asterisk, Shiro, Fatty Hai mentioned there was a beautiful tutor in his Ivy Academy before. That goatee elder waved his hands. This student over here, I am already the best looking tutor in the whole of this academy. Just put up with it. I'm going back home. Upon hearing that the beautiful tutor was not there, and that the most handsome person in the school was this old geezer, he thought that he would definitely suffer if he enrolled in this school. Don't be like this, the beautiful tutor will still be here to teach. However, this student over here, I believe you also understand that a beauty's air is especially big. The better looking they are, the bigger their airs are. If the beautiful tutor had really stood here to welcome new students, then that would mean that she wasn't a real, true beauty. Good things would always be hard to catch. If you only see the waves on the surface, then how would you discover the pearls deposited on the ocean beds? The goatee elder hurriedly stopped Yue Yang from leaving, and mysteriously took out a colorfully illustrated book from his robe. There's no other way. I'll let you, this new student, see the catalogue of our school's beauties. There are 4 great beauties in our academy, every single one is a devastating beauty. There are also 4 great school flowers, and every single one of them is fresh, tender, and sweet. Lastly, we also have 2 beautiful tutors, do you want to see it? Yes. Yue Yang had zero resistance to beauties. Pay up first. Our beauty catalogue is not open for public eyes. The goatee elder's words had almost shot Yue Yang down to the ground. But it was also good this way, at least he wouldn't need to fight with the Shangjing Academy wolves, who had come to plunder on the limited beauty resources over there. Yue Yang endured the pain in his heart and forked out 5 gold, preparing to pay for his enrollment fee and take this colorful beauty catalogue. Who would have known that this goatee elder instead shook his head and hands and said, this student over here, your school fees isn't just 5 gold. It is 50 gold. It's best if you can pay another 50 gold as a deposit, otherwise I wouldn't dare to let you enroll. Hearing this, Yue Yang was hugely surprised. Soon after, he grabbed the goatee elder's clothes and furiously bellowed, you old geezer, dared to raise the price right in front of my face? Everyone only needed to pay 5 gold, why would I need to pay 50 gold? The goatee elder was raised into the air in Yue Yang's grasp, but his expression was instead a sweet, smiling one. We, the Ivy Academy, teaches students based on their abilities. That little miss that walked with you just now had plenty of spiritual qi, and her future would definitely be bright. She is also a beauty, and could help attract new students into our academy. We wouldn't mind accepting her enrollment for free, but as for yourself, you are obviously a little pervert. If you enrolled, you would definitely steal some of our beauty reserves. You are the exact opposite of the previous student. Furthermore, you have a bad temper. If you are going to fight a few times with others in a month, how could we not accept more money from a blockhead like you? That 50 gold extra deposit fees are simply precaution, just in case you cause the academy losses. Did you think I'm an evil tyrant, who would go around raping women? My family is actually really poor. It was even difficult for us to make a livelihood. The 18 generations of mine who are migrant workers, had always wanted to seek knowledge, yet they had all been farmers. After my parents' death, I relied on my uncle and aunt who painstakingly raised me up. I only eat to satisfy my hunger. 5 gold is actually my savings after enduring starvation for 10 years. By living frugally, little by little, I've finally accumulated this much. Yue Yang had almost said that he was the little match girl in that Hans Andersen book. I understand. I also sympathize with your family's circumstances. However, you are the first student in the school's history who dared to grab his school principal's collars. It's not that high to ask for 50 gold from you. The goatee elder smiled sweetly as he explained. You are the school principal. Yue Yang hurriedly put the goatee elder down when he heard him. Vice. The goatee elder admitted. Then who's the real one? Before he came to this world, Yue Yang had read a lot of stories from that different world. Often, in the schools in those stories, the vice principal was a bad guy, while the principal was the good guy. Oftentimes, the school principal would ignore administrative matters and drink until he was drunk instead. However, although he acted like a fool, he was actually a strong expert, who would probably accept the main character as his disciple. Most importantly, no matter how ugly this principal was, he would definitely have a single and beautiful granddaughter. In conclusion, even after he was transported to another world, he would have to stay away from the vice principal of the school. But if he became familiar with this vice principal, it would be easier for him to get girls. The real principal was that beautiful tutor who had a huge rack that I mentioned just now. She is one of our 2 beautiful tutors, and also one of our 10 great beauties. The goatee elder purposely flipped the beauty illustration book to a page very quickly right in front of Yue Yang. The beauty illustration over there illustrated a half-naked girl, Onisan, with an extremely hot body and ample bosoms just coming out from her bath. Yue Yang could only gulp his saliva down abruptly when he saw this. Could this Onisan be the school principal? After paying money, the first thing that Yue Yang wanted wasn't a receipt. Instead, he snatched the illustration book of beautiful women immediately. Don't read it here, the beautiful girls in this school are extremely wary of wolves. This student over here, you should try to appear to be a good boy. The goatee elder warned Yue Yang, and then asked, right, this student, what's your name? Titan? This name? Forget it, names are completely unimportant. Student Titan, what class do you plan on attending? Here at our Ivy Academy, our special courses are letting sheep to pasture, a free and easy curriculum, and closed door, an individual's diligent self-study. We even have another unofficial, but unopposed by the school regulations, the dating technique course for matchmaking between girls and guys. Wait a minute. What does letting sheep to pasture, a free and easy curriculum mean? Yue Yang wasn't swayed that easily. He noticed something was wrong the moment he heard those words. It is unlimited freedom. Teachers won't care about their students at all, and students would be able to learn on their own. The goatee elder shamelessly explained. These words made Yue Yang extremely furious. Wasn't this that legendary thing called cheating others? Even after receiving the academy fees, they didn't care about their students at all. Could this school even still be called an academy? Won't the teachers teach classes? Yue Yang resisted his sudden impulse of beating him up and decided to first clarify the situation. They will still need to teach classes. They have to teach at least 2 classes in a year. The first class is the introduction class, where teachers and students get introduced to each other. The second class is the commemoration class, where after a year has passed, it's time for teachers and students to part. Everyone will give a present and a speech to remember each other by. Before the goatee elder even finished speaking, Yue Yang had already fallen to the ground. My god, does this even count as classes? Then what about the closed door, an individual's diligent self-study? Yue Yang asked about the second teaching method. As the name implies, this means that students have to study diligently on their own. Our academy is extremely generous, we have opened the library for free for students to do their own research. The goatee elder implied that it was a favor worthy of the heavens above for his academy to open a library for their students to research for materials. Then what about the third dating technique for matchmaking between girls and guys? Does it mean that you can date in the academy? Yue Yang thought that this was quite a good idea. Hush! This matter is not openly encouraged by our academy, but we do not oppose it. If you can find a girlfriend, then our canteen can bestow you a couple's meal and a couple's seat, so that you guys can feed each other. Our academy will provide a more comfortable learning environment so that our students can learn in a happier environment. Of course, the couple's meal would cost additional fees, but it's not that expensive. The price is only about 10 times more than a normal meal, but it is of high quality and is very rich in nutrients. Under normal circumstances, our canteen wouldn't present sans free as a gift. The goatee elder was the most shameless fellow that Yue Yang had seen since he was transported to this world. Yue Yang felt that he, himself, was already shameless enough. But compared to this elder, he felt that he was still a little bit inferior. Under the management of this shameless vice principal, no wonder this Ivy Academy that had a history of over 3,000 years had fallen to this state. In the end, as he completely could not endure it anymore, Yue Yang said something that even he couldn't believe had said, "Students come here to study. Why do they want to be that comfortable? If you are not going to manage anything, and even encourage all of your students to date each other every day, would they even have the will to study? If it is as what you have said, this place is practically a student's heaven. Indeed, it is heaven, but it is a weak student's heaven." The goatee elder laughed out loud. "Titan, you must not have heard of my academy's rumors, right?" "What kind of rumors?" Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that this dilapidated academy still have a good evaluation? "We, the Ivy Academy, had a reputation as the weak students' heaven and outstanding students' hell." The goatee elder guffawed, "And we are located just nice at the opposite of Shangjin Academy. No wonder you could not get any students." Yue Yang finally understood. Which parent wouldn't think that their children were outstanding? Which parent would bear to send their children to hell? Even if their children were not outstanding, they would also not send them to this Ivy Academy to get girls to marry their son to. If they wanted girls, they can find them at home. Why would they send their children to this academy? The purpose of sending them to an academy was to hope that their children would become dragons with a bright future. No matter how good the circumstances in the Ivy Academy were, they wouldn't send their children here. Maybe students might enjoy this kind of living style, but parents would definitely not agree to it. Sending their children here would just be a waste of their money. Our academy's objective is to make weak students weaker and outstanding students even more outstanding. When an outstanding students come to our academy, we would do our utmost to torment him, making his life a living hell. As for weak students, what big things can he do in the future? Might as well make them know their place, and let them enjoy a few years of happy academy life." With the goatee elder's next few words, Yue Yang could only stare dumbstruck again. This, when he said all those words, somehow it made a little bit of sense. For a weak student with no future, rather than spending lots of efforts to nurture them and be resentful when they could not meet expectations, why not let them lead a happy academy life instead? A lot of weak students don't actually want to study at all, they only want to spend a few years of debauchery. Of course, parents wouldn't support their children doing that. Perhaps, this was the reason that Ivy Academy had declined. They had a good education concept and teaching attitude, but they were not welcomed by the public. The goatee elder looked at Yue Yang's astonished expression and revealed a smile as cunning as a fox. "Titan, do you want to have a little test?" When he said that, Yue Yang immediately remembered the main character on a story from the other world. In one story from the other world, the main character would usually go to school. Getting girls was his primary objective, but he also wanted loyal and devoted brothers. It was a classic plot. The main character was queuing in an extremely long queue to test his strength and enter an academy. When it was finally his turn, as he touched a crystal ball to measure his strength, his life had immediately changed thoroughly. In normal situations, the crystal ball would emit a bright rainbow-colored light and then burst with a light that showed the person's magic power. However, that was in a normal situation. As for the main character, how could he be the main character if he was not awesome enough? What happened next was a surprised cry from the magic master that was in charge of the test. His magic actually had all 6, wind, fire, water, earth, light and darkness attributes. He is a genius that come once in thousands of years. Even if my magic was 10 times more than my current state, I would still not be able to burst the crystal ball. I never thought that this brat's magic power would be able to burst it. This was so frightening. On the side, there were also some people that the main character met on the road, that would become his loyal brothers. They would always call him boss, excitedly. Everyone present was watching the main character as he laughed, his tiger-like physique shaking with mirth. What happened next was simple. Girls throwing themselves to him was definitely a must in the plot. There was also a whole lot of people who called him master. Wait, no, they called him boss. That was also a must. There was one time when the school vice principal, who would usually peek at girls bathing, rushed to the main character's side the moment he heard a news. When he saw the egg that the main character was cooking, he was extremely surprised and shouted, this, Could this be the legendary phoenix egg? Where did you find this from? Of course, the main character would innocently scratch his head, and said something that would everyone present to fall to the ground. I bought this from a random sale on the street for breakfast. This brat must have come from the heaven realm. Everyone would think that this brat must have been one of the gods' illegitimate sons. Everyone had this suspicion on the main character. Afterwards, there would obviously be more people kneeling down to shout out master. Ah, no, they shouted out boss. Alright now student titan, if you want to daydream about girls, do it at night. I know of a good place to peek at girls changing clothes, but there will be additional charges, 1 gold for 1 peek. The goatee elder suddenly broke Yue Yang's daydream. This old geezer must have been the most perverted, most shameless teacher that Yue Yang had ever met. However, he was also someone who understood a student's needs the best. Where's the crystal ball? Yue Yang looked throughout the things in the room, but he didn't find the crystal ball that would usually be used on an entrance test. He could let it go if there were no thousands of people watching, no girls throwing themselves into his embrace, and no loyal brothers kneeling and calling him master, but how could there not even be a crystal ball? The goatee elder shook both his head and hands. I say, student titan, I think you are quite a bit mistaken. In Shangjing Academy, they had indeed used crystal balls to test you, but here in Ivy Academy, our tests are a little bit more complicated, but it's more thorough. Hence, we chose not to use that method. Yue Yang was confused. If they were not going to use crystal to test, then what would they use? The goatee elder took out small, exquisite-looking scrolls from his robes. They were divided into 7 different colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and purple. Every single one was different with the other. How are you going to measure my capabilities with these? Yue Yang guessed that if he touched the right attribute of the scrolls, it would probably shine as an indication. Every single scroll is a small-scaled dimension scroll that I created myself. Every single color showed different level of difficulties. Red is level 1, the lowest, while purple is level 7, the hardest. When you open the scroll, you would be teleported into a space. There would be monsters inside the scroll waiting for you. Different difficulties would have different monsters. For example, if you chose this red level 1 scroll, there will be 10 level 2 storm wolves inside. If you open the scroll, you would immediately be teleported in front of 10 starved storm wolves. If you can kill every single one of them and finish the battle within 10 minutes, furthermore, with no injuries on your body, you would escape the weak student evaluation. The goatee elder smiled with kindness and love, but why did Yue Yang see a devil's smile instead? Aren't you just seeking wealth and killing others? Yue Yang sweated madly. He had never seen such a dangerous test before. You can also not take the test, but you will be evaluated as a weak student immediately. Then you would not have the chance to participate on our Academy's Hell's Trip class. Of course, you can always find a girl and feed each other every day on the Academy's park. The goatee elder smiled from ear to ear, looking as if he was not offended at all. How many people had passed this test before in the whole school? Yue Yang couldn't believe that there would be people who would be willing to take such an abnormal test. In our Ivy Academy, there are a total of 368 students, including teachers that are still on probation. Including you, there are 369 students in total. The frequency rate of our students taking the test is 10%, and there are 37 people willing to take the test. The success rate of those taking the test was close to 30%, 11 people had passed. Amongst them, 4 of them could be categorized as outstanding students. Student Titan, do you really not want to try the test? We give scholarships to outstanding students, you know. Furthermore, the beautiful school principal will personally teach you herself. You don't know, but when she goes to class, she likes to wear sexy clothes that have holes, like mesh nets. She looks so hot that she could practically set fire to our hearts. On the other hand, weak students wouldn't get such a treatment. This was the first time that Yue Yang was a little bit persuaded by the goatee elder's speech. Weren't those simply storm wolves? He wouldn't even need to summon his beasts, he should be able to kill them just by using the Huijin magic blade. Alright. I'll try it, for the sake of the scholarship. Yue Yang would definitely not say that it was because he wanted to see the beautiful school principal's sexy mesh net clothes. He would definitely not try to seek trouble. He pushed away the purple scroll that the goatee elder had handed over to him, and picked up a red scroll instead. As he opened it, a pillar of golden light shone. Yue Yang was immediately teleported. When he could finally be aware of his surroundings, he found himself in a dimension similar to the battlefield of certain death. The dimensional space was not considered large, it looked to be around the size of 2 soccer fields. In the middle of the space, there was a small hill. Seems like that was the storm wolves' lair. Weren't they simply level 2 storm wolves? Other than having quicker movement speed and agility, they were really nothing much. If he had not ordered Hui Tai Lang to protect Yu Bing as she withdraw from her school, seemed like Hui Tai Lang alone would be enough to deal with these 10 storm wolves. Yue Yang was filled with confidence as he took out his Hui Jin magic blade and ran straight towards the small hill. However, he suddenly saw that there were two magma wyverns lying and rolling around on the concave space at the top of the small hill that was filled with lava. It looked like a lava crater. Yue Yang was immediately driven mad as he shouted out loud, "Damn that wretched old fox! Just wait until I come out, I will chop you up to 18 pieces. How could these be level 2 storm wolves? These are bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns, and there were even 2 of them." Yue Yang's first reaction was to take a teleportation scroll out. However, the teleportation scroll was useless in this place. That old cunning fox had not only known how to create teleportation scrolls, he also knew dimension interference techniques. Students who were teleported to this place could only fight and would not be able to run. Yue Yang began to sweat profusely after seeing the 2 magma wyverns. If it wasn't him but another student taking this test instead, such as Fatty Hai, he would probably be instantly killed. How could the others win a fight against 2 bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns? And this was the easiest level 1 red scroll. If he had opened the level 7 purple scroll instead, wouldn't the beast waiting for him be the legendary gold-ranked level 3 three-headed dragon? The more Yue Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. This cunning old fox had obviously done this intentionally. There had obviously been the crystal ball as a testing method, yet he just had to set up such an abnormal test. How many students had died in his hands? No wonder no student had ever come to this Ivy Academy. Who would come here to die? However, since he had already been teleported here and encountered these magma wyverns, Yue Yang would still kill them off. Fighting the 2 bronze-ranked level 6 beasts wouldn't be too difficult for him. Furthermore, magma wyverns' magic cores were known to be good quality magic cores with fire attribute. If he could use it as the core for a puppet with fire attribute, it would become a very good core. The Flame Lord's molten core in his Hui Jin magic blade might also need these kind of material to level up. If his Hui Jin magic blade could level up and become a platinum-ranked weapon, that would be really awesome. There was also the gold-ranked little praying mantis. When it emerged after finishing its incubation period, it might need a dragon's magic core to advance. Do you think you are cool? When Yue Yang saw the magma wyvern charging towards him, he didn't retreat, but charged forward towards it instead, his magic blade cutting through the air as he slashed it down. He wasn't like Fatty Hai, that kind of bum who only ate and waited to die. Let alone bronze-ranked level 6, he had even defeated much stronger monsters before. Don't think that you can bully others however you wish to just with a bronze-ranked level 6 beast, you have to see what kind of person it was first. If it was someone else, he would probably be helpless in the face of the magma wyverns, whose bodies were engulfed in a fiery flame. But Yue Yang, who had already fought against the Flame Lord, knew these flame beasts' weaknesses. Although flame beasts were extremely powerful, they were extremely afraid of water. If he had a whale beast that could spurt water, even if they were normal ranked, as long as there wasn't much of a difference between their levels, the magma wyvern would probably not be able to defeat it at all. The second weakness was the dragon core in its head. Magma wyvern's body surface was protected by high-temperature flames, but it didn't try to strengthen its head and protect it. Especially the magic core in its forehead, due to absorbing fire for a long time, it had accumulated excessive energy, causing its forehead to protrude, forming a huge bulge on its head. This was like giving its enemies an indication on where to attack. Yue Yang's figure leapt high up into the air, his magic blade aiming straight towards that extremely obvious bulge. At first, he thought that this move would definitely cause a grave injury. Who would have known that the magma wyvern would actually defend itself? It lowered its body and spread its wings, then covered its head with its wings. Yue Yang's magic blade cut through the 2 wings like iron cutting through mud. The magma wyvern lost its support in the sky and its whole body fell heavily onto the ground, splashing the whole place with lava. Yue Yang made a turn in the air and dodged the other magma wyvern's charging attack agilely. He prepared to give the heavily injured magma wyvern that had fallen onto the ground another heavy slash. Who would have known that the magma wyvern, whose 2 wings were injured and had already fallen to the ground, would suddenly strangely raise its wings and flap them in the air. It then charged towards Yue Yang who was also charging towards it in mid-air. Yue Yang dodged it, but it continued to stubbornly follow him, trying to chomp at Yue Yang repeatedly. Yue Yang, who had fallen to the ground kept dodging it left and right, was flustered for a second. How did it turn out like this? Didn't he undoubtedly injured both of its wings just now? How could it recover to its original state in just a moment, and not suffer even a single injury? If it wasn't for the fact that he was being chased, Yue Yang would really have liked to search through his beast encyclopedia and check up on the skills and stats of this magma wyvern. How could it be immune to physical weapon attacks? Did you think you are cool? Look at my, Orsama, unique skill. Seeing that the giant, ugly dragon's head that burned as hot as the sun charged towards him with its mouth open wide, Yue Yang agilely leapt. His body flipped in the air as he dodged the sharp fangs. He joined both of his forefingers like a sword and pointed from afar. Invisible sword chi immediately shot out, hitting the flying dragon straight on that bulging part of its forehead. Hong! The magma wyvern received a huge blow from the innate invisible sword key attack. It cried out miserably as it rolled on the ground, leaving a tiny stream of blood like lava flowing from its forehead. Yue Yang felt really self-satisfied in his heart. Wasn't he simply awesome? No matter how powerful that wyvern was, how could it be more powerful than his innate invisible sword chi? However, the next development by the magma wyvern left him in a daze again. That injured magma wyvern staggered along as it threw itself into the lava pond. The dragon, who was originally half dead, seemed to roll around on the lava pond. Its injuries seemed to improve by a whole lot with every roll it made. Before a minute had even passed, it crawled out again, its whole body having recovered to its former glory. Shaking off the lava on its body, it flapped its wings again and flew into the air. It still had this method. When Yue Yang used his level 3 divine vision, he could see that the magma wyvern's injury wasn't actually fully healed. It only looked like it had recovered on the outside, but it was probably scared to death by his attack. For a warrior who did not have an innate sword chi, the lava pond at the concave top of the hill meant that these two magma wyverns would never be defeated. This advantageous topography was indeed the nightmare of all warriors' battles. Yue Yang subconsciously wiped off his sweat. Luckily the one I'm facing is not 2 gold-ranked level 7 giant magma dragons. It's only 2 bronze-ranked level 6 magma wyverns. Alright, it's time to end this game. He summoned out the Bloody Queen and ordered her to charge towards the sky in order to pressure the 2 magma wyverns, that were spiraling in the air and refusing to land, with her Golden King Beast's presence. Although the 2 magma wyverns spiraling in the sky was higher leveled than the level 3 Bloody Queen, the Bloody Queen was still a Golden King Beast. The moment she flew towards them, the 2 magma wyverns immediately flew lower, not daring to face up against her. The wyvern on the left who suffered a grave injury from Yue Yang's sword chi was moving a little slower. The sharp Bloody Queen had noticed this and immediately chased after it. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in her hands was the nemesis of all dragon-type and undead dragon-type beasts. Let alone dragon-type, even if a Golden King Beast had received an attack from this dagger, including the Bloody Queen herself whose heart had been pierced by the dagger, would also be unable to endure it. The magma wyvern on the left was easily overtaken by the Bloody Queen whose speed was 3 times faster than itself. It looked unresigned as it turned its head and tried to chomp at the Bloody Queen. The Bloody Queen flew magnificently and avoided the bite just in time. The dragon-slaying dagger in her hands suddenly plunged deep into the magma wyvern's bulging forehead, where its magic core resided. Immediately, the magma wyvern wailed miserably as it crashed onto the ground with a loud boom, rolling in pain and creating waves of lava. Seeing its mate suffering a huge injury, the other magma wyvern hurriedly flew over to help. The Bloody Queen screeched loudly, causing the other magma wyvern, who was flying over, wanting to help its mate, to suffer an attack that felt like it had been struck by lightning. It received a shock and was disoriented, causing it to immediately fall to the ground. Why would Yue Yang hold back against either of them? On the ground, he first took out the giant hammer that the gold-armored puppet had used from his lich ring. Swinging it around, he pounded it ruthlessly on the magma wyvern's head. When the other dragon had finally fallen, he took out his Huaijin magic blade and jumped up high the moment when the magma wyvern heavily crashed down into the ground. He jumped with the speed of lightning as he put his hands together before plunging it down heavily towards the magma wyvern's head. A minute later, the magma wyvern had finally died, this time for certain. The battle had finished. On the other side, the Bloody Queen who had secretly absorbed the magma wyvern's magic core's power suddenly shone with a raging fire-like light all over her body. Her golden wings were spread wide, the feathers slowly ignited on fire one by one, turning into a pair of wings that was unceasingly engulfed in raging flames. However, her blood-red hair did not ignite, instead, it turned even more brightly colored, beautiful beyond comparison. The Bloody Queen who was on the verge of leveling up had finally leveled up after endlessly absorbing dragon magic cores from all the battles. She had leveled up from a gold-ranked level 3 to a gold-ranked level 4. She flapped her golden, fiery wings. Her movement speed had become much faster than before. Yue Yang almost couldn't see her figure clearly. After the Bloody Queen and Yue Yang's phantom shadow merged previously, although she had dropped to gold-ranked level 3, when she leveled up again, her battle power had become so much more powerful. Furthermore, her movement speed had also become faster. Although she was just a gold-ranked level 4 right now, her strength was already on par with her previous gold-ranked level 5's strength. She was so happy that she flew around in the sky, cheering and shouting excitedly non-stop. Yue Yang had actually wanted to catch her and spank her butt for eating a dragon's core without asking for her master's permission. This problem must not be allowed to continue. However, seeing her overjoyed look, he felt a little bad if he spoiled her fun. Forget it, she was his girl anyway. She ate it in order to serve him better. When Yue Yang saw the Bloody Queen's enticing, snow-white body, his wolfy heart was moved. If Yinan didn't come quickly to resolve his happy sex life problem, he wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. Must he really have that kind of human-beast intercourse? Thinking about it, although this Bloody Queen was a Golden King Beast, she was obviously a beauty. She didn't look like a beast, she was just a beauty with an extra pair of wings. Why couldn't he do her? Yue Yang opened his silver grimoire and saw that she had indeed risen to gold rank level 4. She even had a new flame whip ability. The weirdest thing was that Yue Yang found that he, himself, could also use this flame whip when the Bloody Queen was summoned. It happened to be the exact opposite of Xia Wen Li's binding chains. However, compared to the binding chain's inherent skill, the flame whip's power wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Flame whip might have some use when used against normal warriors or beasts, but when facing a strong warrior or beast, it would only be equivalent to scratching an itchy spot on their bodies. Binding chains was different. When he fought against that demon king Xian in Whitestone City, or when he fought against Lich Suoge a few days ago, he had benefited greatly from the binding chain's skill. More importantly, Xia Wen Li's binding chain's inherent skill could still level up further. If not for such a powerful skill, Lich Suoge wouldn't be defeated so miserably under Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li's combo attack. Suddenly, on Yue Yang's body, a pillar of light appeared. It was small at first, but it quickly became wider. When Yue Yang moved his body, the pillar of light also followed him. Seems like this was the old cunning fox's teleportation magic that would activate after 10 minutes were up. Yue Yang hurriedly stuffed the magma wyvern's dragon's core that he had dug out into his lich ring. He also forced the two magma wyverns' bodies into it, and recalled the Bloody Queen back to his grimoire. Not even a second later, the teleportation pillar ascended straight to the sky, looking like an extremely bright pillar of white light. After only about 10 seconds, Yue Yang had already been teleported back to right in front the old cunning fox again. Without waiting for the old cunning fox to speak, Yue Yang had immediately threw him a punch, sending his old, fragile and thin body flying. You can add to your records that I'm the first student who enrolled here to beat up this vice principal black and blue. Yue Yang charged over towards the old cunning fox who was preparing to crawl up and kicked and punched him, beating him up violently. He even raised a big chunk of stone, thinking of smashing this old geezer into a pulp. He didn't expect that when he raised his head, there were at least 50 to 60 people staring at him with their mouths and eyes opened wide, dumbstruck. Many of them had even dropped their weapons, their mouths gaping open so wide you could stuff a hippopotamus inside. Amongst the people, Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others suddenly jumped up. Fatty Hai quickly gave Yue Yang a bear hug excitedly, while Ye Kong stealthily pried the big chunk of stone from Yue Yang's hands away and threw it far away. Why did you guys come here? Yue Yang was confused. Weren't these people celebrating the Lunar New Year? How did they come even earlier than him? There's not much fun at home. It's more meaningful to stay in the academy. I have waited for you for 2 days. Ah, Vice Principal, please don't be angry. My little brother is still not very sensible. As his boss, I will scold him properly later. I guarantee he wouldn't be so quick to use violence in the future. Let's run away quickly now, this old fellow seems like he's going to explode soon. Seeing that the old cunning fox's nose had even been displaced by Yue Yang's punches and that he was seething and fuming with anger to the point of steam was emitting from his ears, Fatty Hai was so frightened that he abandoned Yue Yang disloyally and immediately started running away. When Yu Bing arrives, we can go to the Wild Horse Plains to have a ride. This academy is quite fun and is also very flexible and free. But at the same time, you can also learn a lot of things. As they ran, Ye Kong introduced the Ivy Academy to Yue Yang. Really? Can you even learn anything from this hellhole of an academy? Yue Yang was confused. Ye Kong would probably not lie to him. Titan, you son of a bitch, you dared to beat me? If I don't pay it back to you 100 times greater, I wouldn't be satisfied. The old cunning fox couldn't catch up to Yue Yang, so he could only shout angrily towards his back in anger. Seeing that Yue Yang had ignored him, he turned around and warned all the onlooking teachers and students, everyone is prohibited to talk about this matter to anyone. You must thoroughly erase this from your memories. If I ever hear anyone talking about how I am the first vice principal in our school's 3,000 years history to be beaten up by a student who had just enrolled, I will execute an unimaginable bodily punishment to the whole school. I will make everyone go through the school's hell trial. When the crowd heard this, they were speechless. This fellow was so tyrannical, seemed like he would need to be beaten up again sooner or later. The Ivy Academy's domain was very large. It was at least 10 times bigger than what Yue Yang had imagined. Aside from the different kinds of buildings, there was even a luxuriously small green hill and a natural lake. Ye Kong said that under the lake, there was even a legendary mythical beast, 10,000-year-old turtle, who was regarded as the Empire's guardian by the Xia Empire. Of course, this Empire's guardian beast did not know how to fight at all, it was different from the usual beasts. It was only long-lived and was regarded by many as a symbol of luck, hence its title as the Empire's guardian beast. In addition to the long corridor and pavilion above the lake's surface, there were 2 boats floating side by side. It was originally used to provide students with a place to practice summoning water-type beasts. However, right now, the place was tyrannically snatched by the girls as a place to practice their singing and dancing. On the green shores of the lake, there were a few pavilions. Interesting and appealing antique buildings could be seen everywhere. Together with the surrounding lush green sceneries, the scene was extremely graceful and beautiful, warming the hearts of those who saw it. There were many villas halfway above the mountain, like stars scattered in the sky. Right in the middle, there was a gigantic building. Girls live in villas while we live in the high-rise dorm. The gigantic building in the middle is the shared canteen and bathroom. Both girls and guys will bathe in one big pond, separated by a divider in the middle. Girls can go over the other side to bathe with wolves, but wolves couldn't go over to the girls' side as they like, unless they defeat the 4 demoness guardians. We have paid more to rent a large apartment room. Its conditions are extremely good. Come, this way. Ye Kong continued to introduce the academy's different kinds of circumstances along the way to Yue Yang. I think if we lived too high up, it would be difficult to go up and down, however, we would be able to survey the movements in the girls' villas from an elevated position. So it wouldn't be that bad. Fatty Hai explained. Is this the student's dorm? Yue Yang was blown away when he walked inside. Aren't the circumstances in this school too good to be true? If Ye Kong didn't say, Yue Yang wouldn't have imagined that this place that had a splendorous and magnificent interior decoration befitting of a palace was the student dorm. Yue Yang had never gone to the palace before, but he felt that Ivy Academy's dorms were fit for even prince or princesses to live in. The Ivy Academy's students not only lived in such a comfortable place, there was also such a nice dating environment. Would they even have the motivation to study? Yue Yang didn't dare to think about this question. He totally lost to the Ivy Academy. There were only a little over 300 students, yet they had built a school compound as large as this. Didn't they think that this was too extravagant and wasteful? Fatty Hai said that although Ivy Academy was trash, the school compound was just a little smaller than Shangjing Academy. Shangjing Academy on the opposite side had over 10,000 students, but it did not feel crowded at all. Ivy Academy only had 300 people, it was simply empty as if there wasn't any people at all. Yue Yang couldn't imagine. In Shangjing, where land prices were extremely expensive, how could they allow such an empty academy to exist? Fortunately there wasn't any real estate company in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Otherwise, Yue Yang reckoned that Ivy Academy would already be selflessly torn down and moved to another place. When Yue Yang went into the student dormitory, the vice principal, that old cunning fox, appeared in front of a simple and unadorned little skeleton behind them. As he couldn't teach Yue Yang a lesson, he was gripping his clothes tightly in one bunch, and worked hard to force a smile on his face that had been beaten violently by Yue Yang. Only after fixing his smile, did he push the door open and enter. He walked up the stairs and arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. Lightly knocking on the wooden door, he said in a soft and gentle tone, "My darling daughter, can Dad come in? During working hours, please call me Principal." A graceful, sweet-sounding voice carrying a tinge of coldness resounded from within. "Isn't it the same? You are the principal, and you are also my daughter." The old cunning fox seemed to be used to his darling daughter's cold, 1,000 miles distant tone and entered the room giggling all the while. "Why are you here? Why did you get beaten up so much?" The beautiful white-robed lady who was working hard inside was just like a white orchid, clean and prideful. Her long, black hair hung down like a waterfall and covered her shoulders, setting a strong contrast with her snow-white, pale hands. It turned out that the all-smiling old cunning fox turned into a whole new person in front of her. In that moment, he was the most loving parent in the whole world. The white-robed lady who had been working all this while finally stopped as she raised her head, revealing her sparkling eyes that was hidden from beneath her lovely bangs. She looked at the old cunning fox, and her small face, that looked fragile and capable of causing a downfall of a kingdom, revealed a tinge of surprise as she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. I was just beaten up by an interesting new student." "No, I mean, I just didn't know he would beat me, and carelessly got hit. Otherwise, I would have beaten him up black and blue." The old cunning fox chuckled slowly. "This new student is really interesting. He is extremely strong, but his basic foundation knowledge is trashy as hell. He didn't even know that the stronger the abilities of the person taking it, the harder the difficulty of the challenge scroll. Seeing him being such a fool, I had fooled him terribly. Ha ha ha, whenever I remember his foolish expression, I really want to laugh out loud. But he is really strong. The 2 magma wyverns that I have painstakingly raised was killed by him in just 10 minutes. It's a pity that I am not that proficient in dimensional techniques and wasn't able to watch his battle. Otherwise, I could have seen how this brat had found a way to kill my magma wyverns. He used physical techniques to kill it." The white-robed lady replied and then went back to immerse herself in her work again, continuing to write something. "How do you know?" The old cunning fox was surprised. "That new student that had beaten you up violently the moment he enrolled is definitely the 3rd young master of the Yu clan. I heard of him from Xian before. For the sake of getting back his 4th mother's dignity, that brat had used brute force to charge through the Yu clan village and killed through the Yu clan castle. If it wasn't for Marshal Yu Hai appearing just in time to stop him, he would probably killed the Yu clan until their blood flowed like a river." Since you have been researching on dimensional scrolls all the time, of course you wouldn't know about him. The white-robed lady talked as if she was extremely familiar with Yue Yang. No wonder, I thought that brat looked a little familiar. Turns out he was Yu Chu's son. The old cunning fox had a revelation. He is extremely strong. Previously at the Eagle's Cry Valley, he accompanied Xian and defeated a necromancer alone. Xian guessed that brat definitely had not studied at all when he was all cooped up in his house. He was actually practicing his martial arts skills. That's why his common sense was so bad and beyond salvation. If there was a person in this world that couldn't differentiate between three-leaved butterfly and lucky three-leaved clover, it is definitely him. Don't busy yourself throwing him into the demon abyss to train, you should first cram basic knowledge into his brain. If you have no further problems, Vice Principal, you can go now. The white-robed lady was also cold towards her father. She treated him distantly as she told him to leave. Do you think that little pervert would listen to this old bone teaching him? I was already beaten up on the first day. If I have to personally teach him in the future, I would probably be beaten to death sooner or later. The old cunning fox shook his head as he laughed loudly. I am still thinking about this seal right now, so I have no time for this. Go and look for Sister Ye. The white-robed lady returned to the text on the paper in front of her, ignoring the old cunning fox. If you ask that girl to teach a student, then the world would be thrown into chaos, the old cunning fox sighed. Ye Kong and the Li brothers were busy buying a few things for Yue Yang while Fatty Hai was asking a cook, who was said to come from the imperial kitchen, to make extra dishes for celebration. The purpose of this celebration was not only to welcome Yue Yang, it was also to welcome Yu Bing, who was transferring school. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite and extravagant. Yue Yang didn't have anything to do while waiting. Seeing that Ye Kong and the others wouldn't return very quickly, he decided to go for a walk and breathe the fresh air. This academy was indeed not bad, the only weakness was that there were too few people. There were no human sounds, only the sounds of the birds and insects. It was nice that it was peaceful and quiet, but the place simply lacked a vitality that only humans could have. Forget it, anyway, I came here to become a good student and to study. Yue Yang also thought that it was good like this. With peace and quiet, he could study peacefully and cram all the basic knowledge he needed to know quickly, then go to the Tongtian Tower to practice. Just as he was preparing to become a good student, suddenly, he found an intoxicating, mature big sis wearing skin-tight, red-hot clothes walking over to him. Her mature and sexy body swayed as she walked. Her footsteps were a little like a cat on anesthetic, looking like she was about to fall at any time. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. Could it be that this big sis was the Ivy Academy's principal? Such a drunken cat, Yue Yang guessed that she wouldn't know who did it if he carried her back to the dorm and did her over 100 times. If not for having level 3 divine vision and seeing that there was an extremely powerful beast asleep inside this drunken cat big sis, quietly protecting her, Yue Yang would have really gone through with his perverted impulse. Ah, there's a handsome boy. That drunken cat big sis accidentally saw Yue Yang. Not waiting for Yue Yang to react, she moved her body even faster than lightning. Her figure blurred and in just a blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of Yue Yang, shocking him, who was extremely confident in his own agility. Yue Yang stared dumbstruck, he couldn't believe the reality that had happened right before his eyes. The drunken cat big sis was covered with a overpowering foul stench of alcohol. As she moved her lovable, rosy face closer to Yue Yang, her big, drunken, round eyes watched Yue Yang intently. You looked handsome, but you are too young, you are still a kid. Hey, kid, have you kissed yet? Do you want this big sister to teach you? Yue Yang immediately nodded when he heard her. Drunken cat Wana-san revealed a smile, good boy, although you are a little young, you are still handsome, so I can't let you off. Close your eyes, let this sister teach you some kissing skills. She was really going to kiss him? Yue Yang had decided to spend his life waiting upon a cougar. No, he meant waiting upon a cat. He would let this drunken cat big sis push him down. Just as the drunken cat big sis was about to kiss him, a golden light suddenly shone from within her body. A black and white colored beast suddenly jumped out and sent Yue Yang, who was about to be pushed down, flying away with a punch. Just as the beast left her body, the drunken cat big sis could not endure her drunken state anymore and fell to the ground. My god, a level 5 gold-ranked panda girl. When Yue Yang turned around as he fell to the ground, he saw the beast and felt like his head was going to explode. This humanoid beast that had punched Yue Yang was the powerful beast that was sleeping inside the drunken cat big sis. Her humanoid figure was a little plump, and the beautiful girl had an extremely godly aura around her. Her head was decorated with small braids, and there were 2 lovable dimples on her round face. She had a big pair of eyes, a small nose and a mouth full of little, white teeth. Her chubby fists were arranged in a martial art pose, as she assumed a stance of "I'll beat you up again if you keep looking towards Yue Yang." She wore a set of black and white colored, oddly shaped clothes on her body. On her forehead, there was a calligraphy of the letter King. She was obviously a panda girl, but she acted as if she was a tiger. Yue Yang almost couldn't contain his laughter when he looked at her. Be more serious. You are not allowed to laugh, otherwise I'll be really angry. And I will beat you up if I'm angry. This panda girl could even talk. Come here, I'll give you some sweets. Yue Yang tried to use this move, it was his undefeatable move. It's so sweet. This panda girl was even easier to handle than that small mischievous girl Yu Shuang. She had no resistance against candies. However, when she saw the smile on Yue Yang's face, she immediately took out the sweet inside her mouth and reluctantly returned it to Yue Yang. Don't even think of bribing me, Niu would never be tempted by her enemies. Saying this, the adorable panda girl looked like she was on the verge of tears. It seemed like she was really afraid that Yue Yang would take the candy back. She looked at him with her tearful eyes. Yue Yang had never before seen such a contradicting expression in his life. It was obvious that she wanted to eat the candy, but she had insisted on returning it to him. Tears had bubbled up in her eyes, looking as if they were about to fall down. It was the first time in his life that Yue Yang felt guilty. It was not right to bully small kids. Yue Yang revealed a bright smile. Since he wouldn't bully small kids, he'd better bully that big sis instead. He reached his hand out towards the panda girl and patted her head a few times, then he spoke with a wolf pretending to be grandmother's soft and gentle tone. Good Niu, Big Brother is not a bad person. Big Brother is good friends with that big sister over there. Big sister has gotten drunk, and brother was just about to carry her back and push her down carry her back to sober her up. Really? When the panda girl Niu heard it, she happily stuffed the candy back into her mouth, eating it elatedly. However, not 2 seconds later, she started to doubt again, is Big Brother really mom's friend? Why doesn't Niu recognize you at all? That's not right. You are a bad guy. I'll return this candy to you. She took out the half-eaten candy from her mouth with her small hands again, and insisted on returning it to Yue Yang. Her adorable face looked like she was on the verge of crying again.